Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite mystery-solving trap enthusiast, Adam Friend.
What? I didn't get what that meant. The comic is up on the screen, so what do you mean?
So, if you're only listening, there's a comic that of Adam as Fred from Scooby-Doo,
Right.
and it's a well-known joke that Fred likes traps. You know, like actual like traps that catch people.
Oh, okay.
And so in the cartoon, like one of the cartoons, he's like reading like Traps Illustrated, and it's like a hot lady holding like some kind of like net or something. And so now in the modern era where the term trap has a different connotation,
Yes.
obviously.
Yes. Oh, that's funny. Okay.
So there you go.
Yes. I mean, I do kind of like, the old definition of traps. I would be an enthusiast of.
There you go. Adam confirms that he is in fact a lover of traps.
Of course. Who doesn't like trapping people? You get in a debate and you like corner somebody and you trap them. Ha ha! Look, you've contradicted yourself.
Adam loves traps. It's that simple.
So Kurt Metzger is working on Dave Smith for us. So
yes.
It looks like that's actually going to happen. Holy shit.
Yeah, that'd be fun next Sunday. We might talk to both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So that should be fun. Not So Erudite, we're going to talk to on Tuesday. President Sunday has agreed again to talk to us next Thursday. If he flakes, I don't know.
Who knows? Right.
We'll see what happens, but
we'll see.
Yeah.
It talked to him about his weird take on what it means to be left versus right.
Yes.
And then you linked some new video, which I haven't watched yet, which I'm assuming we'll talk about with him too.
Where he thinks cancel culture or any progressive bias in academia doesn't exist. Which he says that Brett Weinstein was not in any danger. When the campus police told Brett Weinstein not to come on campus because they couldn't protect him. There was a bunch of vandalism going on and people running around with baseball bats. So I don't know how you can say he wasn't in fear for his life.
Right. I mean, you had a situation where students literally, this is probably, he just doesn't know what he's talking about. The students literally barricaded the rooms to prevent cops or anyone from getting in or out.
Yeah, they kidnapped
faculty. Yeah, they held faculty hostage. Brett wasn't there, but they held like the president and some other faculty hostage until they acquiesced to their, woke demands.
But that's not cancel culture, Sitch.
Okay, I mean, it's a weird argument to take, but okay.
So what's this video we're watching today?
So today we are watching highly requested John Oliver. John Oliver, he saw his friend Jon Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with John's? Jeez. Jon Stewart, who had made his video that we covered, where he was talking to the Attorney General of some state about trans issues, and basically, she was a very bad advocate for it. And so John Oliver says he has to follow suit now. So he's doing part 2 of his trans subject, which I believe we covered part 1, didn't we? Like months ago?
I'm not sure. We covered one of his videos on CRT and it got copyright struck. Right. So we're going to be doing some light graphic design during this show.
Yeah, we're going to have a little overlay. Adam's going to be zooming in and maybe we'll be flipping the image around. We'll be doing a bunch of stuff to try to avoid copy. If we do get copyright hit, I'm going to say that we should fight it.
Yeah.
We'll fight it, because obviously what we're doing is 100% fair use.
Yes, yeah.
But anyway, no, so John Oliver is coming on. He's got he says a bunch of misinformation about trans issues, which is all basically the same misinformation that you'd expect to hear from mainstream sources. And John Oliver, like Jon Stewart, unfortunately, just repeats it completely uncritically and egotistically, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Though, while listening to this and sort of looking into sources, I did find some new information that I didn't know that's incredibly fascinating, that debunks a lot of the mainstream talking points.
Yes.
We'll get into that.
And we're going to watch some clips from that video, correct?
Yes.
What's the name of the author that did the study on?
So Lisa Lippman.
That's it.
Is the name of the psychologist, or I guess psychiatrist. I don't know. She's a doctor. She's a doctor in something.
Mm-hmm.
Who did the rapid onset gender dysphoria study that all the people on the left melt down over and totally hate and despise. And she had a very interesting conversation with Megyn Kelly. So we're gonna watch a part of that because it kind of directly contradicts something John Oliver says in this video.
Yeah, she had a word in there that we are going to use on the show regularly. Isolated cause for rigor. So that is a great term, isn't it? It's where they basically go after any study that contradicts their ideology, you know, with massive amounts of rigor. Oh my God, look at all these spelling errors. Right. But if it's a study that confirms, you know, their deeply held belief, oh, you know, we don't need to, why are we even looking at this study? Obviously this is true. So that's a great term.
Well, and it's funny because whenever we talk to people who sort of toe the trans activists line, they always say like, well, why aren't more doctors or psychologists researching the things that you guys are talking about? And then we say, well, if they do, they get attacked by trans activists. And they go, that's a conspiracy theory. And then it's like, well, wait a minute, look at Lisa Lippman. I mean, like, she was totally pilloried by the mainstream media. Like, every article that you read about her is almost like chock full of misinformation and lies. And when you listen to her talk, she's not like some crazy far right anti-trans person at all. Her position is incredibly moderate. She's like, oh, you know, I think people that need to transition should transition. I just think that there's a massive increase in the numbers that no one's looked into. And if this was any other medical field, like if there was a, you know, 4,000% increase in people with, you know,
cancer,
heart disease
yeah,
or
exactly.
cancer or something, like everyone would want to look into it. You know, you wouldn't just say like, oh, well, you know, it's just totally normal and fine. It's just people coming out now. You're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
You don't want your child to get misdiagnosed with cancer. Like, right. I don't know why. It's she's only arguing that people are being misdiagnosed, that a lot of gender dysphoria resolves. It doesn't mean that you're automatically trans. So we should take that into account. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And she had a chart. I don't know, maybe we'll bring it up as kind of interesting. That's like, she's talking about like there should be two different, or the type of treatment that she's kind of in favor of. She calls, let me see, I have it here.
It just dawned on me that there is kind of an analogy here to cancer, because not every growth or change on your body is necessarily cancerous. They do check those things to make sure that it's cancerous before they start giving you chemo.
Of course.
So gender dysphoria is kind of the same way. Just because you have gender dysphoria doesn't mean that you know, it's never going to go away or it's not going to resolve naturally. I mean, to start on a path of transitioning on something that may resolve itself in 6 months to a year is a little excessive.
Yeah, and we'll talk about all the specific numbers and everything.
Yeah, we should give a shout out to JMac as well, executive producer of the show. There's gifted a bunch of subs.
Yes, our surrogate father, executive producer of the show, ultra-based American JMac.
Yes.
Daddy JMac gave us 80. That's right, 80 gifted subs. Oh my God. Holy crap. Incredible.
So welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you. True American hero. And Renora Zero was here for $20. Thank you so much. Says, how can President Sunday think there isn't a left-wing bias on campus? Wasn't there a study that showed conservative staff was incredibly underrepresented? By the way, did you guys see the cool lol cow Where's Waldo inspired?
Yes, that was great. It was great. Yeah,
it was great. Yeah,
we weren't on it, but I
know how sad we didn't get in.
I guess we dodged a bullet.
Maybe, but I don't know if President Sunday's arguing that the campuses aren't dominated by people that are far left. I think he's just saying that people that are canceled from the campuses are not canceled because of that left-wing bias. Is that his argument? I didn't watch this video.
Who cares?
Okay, I don't care.
That's anyway. We'll figure it out on Thursday. Yeah, we'll watch the video. So
we'll watch the video. Anyway, let's ready to jump into this.
Yeah, sure.
Do it up.
Where's my? Let me click this button here. All right, I need to moving on. I have the overlay over it, but let's
So it says according to YouTube, We need one single member, one member to join. And then maybe, and I don't know if it's done yet, then maybe we can get a ragamuffin emoji.
Oh, the ragamuffin emoji? Is that what people are after?
Yeah, that's what people are after. So
our main story tonight concerns LGBTQ rights.
Oh shit, this is going to be so hard.
what's okay? We're already dizzy. What's happening? What's going on here?
All right, I think I got it. Here we go.
Something that we've actually gotten better at discussing, given that this is how CBS News covered the existence of gay people in 1967.
The homosexuals with CBS News correspondent Mike Wallace.
There is a growing concern about homosexuals in society, about their increased...
So, first of all, I know he's sort of framing this like, oh, look, we're doing better than we used to, but it still feels like opening with this segment is just poisoning the well.
Of course it is. Yeah.
To make this incorrect comparison to trans issues with gay issues, and to be like, see, this, what people are saying about trans issues now is what people used to say about gay people back then.
Right. Yes. Which we got, I say we got the homophobia wrong. You want to just, Sitch has an amazing argument for this about how homosexuality and transsexuality are categorically different.
Right.
Is it transsexuality? Is that the correct term? Or I'm not sure.
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was reading the chat. I didn't hear whatever you said.
Well, the difference between homosexuality and being trans is being trans forces you to modify your body in ways that are not going to be optimal unless you have a very bad case of gender dysphoria and you just can't live with yourself otherwise. Like if you have a mild case of gender dysphoria and it's going to resolve, or it's not really you do have gender dysphoria but it doesn't really interfere with your daily life in any tangible way. I mean, you kind of got to weigh the pros and cons, because transitioning is going to be a high investment. So you really have to do a cost benefit analysis there. Right. But with homosexuality, I mean, there's really no cost to being gay. This is
or like to at least experimenting.
Yeah, there's like zero cost. So the taking away the stigmatization for society seems logical, because it doesn't really cost the individual and it doesn't really cost society.
I'm fine with society getting rid of stigmatization for transness. That's not really the issue. I mean, you can destigmatize something without promoting it, I think. And that's the difference. And I mean, the other key difference here about why trans or gender dysphoria is a mental illness and being gay is not, is because if you're gay and you have any problems in your life, those problems all stem from either people around you or you yourself not just accepting your homosexuality based on some preconceived notion regarding religion or, whatever. Regarding how you think, your philosophy of how you think people should behave. That's all it is. And if you can just be around people that don't feel that way, or you just change your mental view of the world, you won't really have a problem being gay whatsoever. Yes. But if you're trans or you have gender dysphoria, that's not the case. Even if you are around people that are all accepting of you, and you live in a society that's completely accepting of trans people, and you yourself are accepting of your identity, that won't alleviate your gender dysphoria. You still would need to get treatment such as changing your hormones or surgery or any of these other things to change, to alleviate the symptoms. And that's the difference. And that's why these things should not be conceptualized together whatsoever. They're completely different from each other.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. The trans stuff is about a bunch of invasive surgical procedures.
Right.
Yeah.
And part of the problem is that, and I brought this up before, whenever you have a conversation with a doctor or someone who's talking about like trans surgeries, in their mind, it's always like, oh, well, if you don't get this, you could die because you're elevating your risk of suicide substantially. And so like everything, like whenever you have a conversation with a doctor about like the cost or benefits of transitioning, it's always weighed against death, which that makes it very easy for doctors to just kind of push and push and push, because it's like, well, anything's better than dying, right?
Yeah.
So
they have done psychology experiments where just in the way that they phrase the question about treatment, they can radically change the percentages of people who opt into the treatment. Do you know this?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, because, obviously the brain has certain biases, sunk cost biases, all, fear biases, all this kind of thing. So the way they ask or the way they inform you about certain treatments can change the way people respond to those treatments.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Hey, Sean. Sean is in the chat. He wants us to
no.
He wants us to retract our statements
Look
about the Salem witch trial. I didn't know.
So
you guys didn't know
bitter.
This.
Sean,
actual justice warrior Sean is a big fan of burning witches.
Yeah,
so.
he's an ambassador from Salem or something. I don't know.
That's right. Actual justice warrior said directly, quotation. He said, "I'm glad we burned all those witches. We should have burnt more." End quote.
Yeah. Ouch. What a crazy.
I know, very crazy. Look at this. A bunch of people. CT gifted 1 sub. Thank you so much. Zero Fox joined the Free Wool Seekers. An actual American flag joined Discipline Equals Freedom. And Enigma 500 also joined Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
Now we have enough. We can get that wormy emoji.
This is what I'm trying to teach Sitch, that discipline equals freedom. I'm working on him. I'm working on him hard. How's this week's video coming along?
Not great. Not great.
Oh, shit.
Actually, so it was crazy. What the did YouTube lie to me?
What happened?
Okay, I think it lied to me. No, I'm pissed off. Anyway.
Oh, okay, because it didn't age restrict. It didn't take away the age.
No. I know it's not about this. Anyway, okay. No. Somehow, I'm assuming some She-Hulk fan reported my video, my last video, and it got age restricted for a day. I was like, "There's nothing in that video that was remotely age restricting." So.
That video was going crazy. It got like 200,000 views in a day.
I know. But anyway, let's continue.
Increasing visibility. This man is 27, college educated. He was unable to hold a job because of his inability to contain his homosexual inclinations.
What does that mean?
Sitch has had that difficulty.
What does that mean? He was like, he's just going around kissing dudes in the office. Like he couldn't contain his homosexual inclinations. Like what?
It's so weird. Yeah. What does that look like?
I don't know. Or did he just say like, yes, I'm gay? And they're like, oh my God, put him in the corner behind the plant.
Maybe he violated Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
There you go. Maybe.
Okay, that is a big yikes from me, from the wildly homophobic language to the fact that this man's identity was concealed by placing him behind a plant, to the title, The Homosexuals, which sounds less like the name of a news report and more like how your grandpa refers to the Fab Five. Specifically, we're going to talk about transgender rights. Now, we actually first talked about this 7 years ago, and the good news is that since then, more people do seem comfortable coming out as trans and gender non-conforming, which is great. But as you have undoubtedly noticed, in the past few years, some on the right have truly lost their minds about trans rights, perhaps best encapsulated by...
Oh my God, they've lost their minds!
People on the right have lost their minds. Oh no!
I mean, that's already a bit of a lie, because I would argue that it's people on the left who have lost their minds and aren't looking at this very sensibly. So if you're an advocate of misdiagnosing children, I think you can make an argument that you've lost your mind.
Well, John does this. He makes this point coming up that's very dishonest, where he says, oh, it's all the people on the right are trying to pass legislation to attack trans people. It's the right that keeps bringing up the trans issue to score votes, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, it's totally fake.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's true that it's the right that's trying to pass legislation regarding that issue. However, that doesn't mean that they're the ones bringing it up. They're doing that. They're bringing it all up because culturally and in all these institutions, the left is pushing more and more unquestioning obedience to what is considered affirmative care for, and unquestioning care for trans children.
Yeah, which the science is totally unsettled on. We should be
Yes.
studying way more before giving these radical treatments to children.
Right.
Yeah, this is what's so infuriating about this, because John Oliver is here just like gaslighting people as if this is settled science. What happened?
Yeah.
I thought the left was the pro-science side.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so dishonest to frame it like, oh, well,
It's
the
just
right
political.
That's starting the issue. It's like, what are you talking about? They're just reacting. They're literally just reacting to what's happening.
Yes. Yeah.
By their favorite new joke.
My name is J.R. Majewski, and my pronouns are patriot and ass kicker.
My pronouns, conservative, patriot.
I'd like to declare something right now. My pronouns are USA. How about it, huh?
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his shitty views. I do not like him saying ass. I do not like him serving sass. I do not like him in a seat. I do not like him holding meat.
So, do you like the comedy portion of the show? This is a comedy show, by the way.
I mean, comedy's about surprise, and none of this is remotely surprising to me. So,
No, but it's like, it's just so weird because it's like, okay, listen, I don't like Ted Cruz. In fact, I hate Ted Cruz. But
we've covered Ted Cruz. We watched an entire debate with Ted Cruz.
That's right. That's right. But, and yeah, anyone that basically allows someone to attack their wife personally and then, bows down to them afterwards is a spineless cock. Like Ted Cruz. But
Sitch.
I know.
Going hard here on the old Ted
I mean,
Cruz.
come on. Who disagrees with that? That's just a fact.
It's true. Yeah. I can't deny that.
Right. But it's so weird because it's like, okay, so here's your chance to make fun of Ted Cruz. And he's like, let's do like a green eggs and ham rhyming scheme.
I know.
Or it's not even like really making fun of him. He's like, I don't like him when he sasses and eats meat. You're like, oh,
yeah.
Where's the joke part of this insult?
Yeah. Coming out hard for the vegans.
Right.
I do not like him when he's smooching. I do not like him with Mnuchin. I hate his...
Look,
like that? He rhymes smooching with Mnuchin.
Yeah. I don't even know who Mnuchin is, but I'm assuming he's a politician.
You don't know who Mnuchin is?
No, should I?
You don't remember like his wife held up the
Look at this.
She held up.
Sitch is really into the Ted Cruz lore.
Well, no. What? No, it's not about.
Oh, it's
not about Ted
Mnuchin's
Cruz.
wife.
It's about Mnuchin.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve Mnuchin. You don't remember his wife? First of all, he was the Treasury Secretary.
Oh,
Trump.
okay.
But I know his wife was at like the mint, and she held up a bunch of like newly minted money or something, and she looked very like ritzy doing it, and everyone like gave him all the shit for this. You don't remember this?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Stupid pronoun bit. Man, Ted Cruz is full of shit. But look,
There you go. Finally.
Oh, look, he's full of shit.
Finally.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, I'm super surprised.
Yeah.
Really more than just bad jokes. This year alone, over...
Oh, look, he did pull the She-Hulk here. He's like, I can point out how bad my jokes are, so that makes them good, right?
That's how it works, guys. I don't know if you know this. If you're a bad writer, if you tell everyone that your writing is bad, then that makes it good.
Right. Yeah. She-Hulk 101.
Yes.
Just write something good, you dumbass.
Over 100 anti-trans bills have been introduced in state houses and 12 states have signed or enacted them, with all of this happening against a backdrop of violence and threats, including attacks and harassment aimed at hospitals providing gender-affirming care to youth. And frustratingly...
Is that true? Are hospitals
I knew I
getting
forgot to
attacked?
research something. This was the one thing I forgot to look up.
I don't think it's true. Fake news.
There are many on the left who seem at best reluctant to engage on this issue, and at worst...
I'll look it up right now.
No, I figured you were.
Attacks and harassment...
Children's hospitals become targets of anti-gender attacks and harassment.
Hospitals...
But this is... I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Right.
Libs of TikTok posted a video of the Children's Hospital endorsing trans treatment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. That's
and people online were like, what?
Right.
People online were horrified that they were giving double mastectomies.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That just sounds incredible.
Double mastectomy. No.
Double mastectomies to children.
To underage girls, yeah.
Yeah. And so they called them out. And they, listen, the hospital literally changed their webpage, tried to pretend like, oh, no, we're not doing this stuff. Obviously, that would be crazy. So the harassment worked. That's called political pressure. You dumbass. That's not called harassment. That's called, what are you doing? That's like saying we went out and arrested a bunch of rapists, and that's like harassment of the community or something.
Well, to be fair.
No, we're not going to be fair.
So that hospital did get a bomb threat.
Did they?
Because of all this, negative press. But the issue, and I don't like this. You see this a lot in news stories. Like, one thing happens. So like this hospital gets a bomb threat, which obviously I don't support at all. But then everyone tries to make it like, oh, all these hospitals across the country are getting bomb threats or getting attacked or something. It's like, well, no. It happened one time in this one place because, as you said, it was a very contentious issue.
Yeah, exactly. People are not like, oh, look, it's a hospital, so let's go after all hospitals.
Well, and it's also pretty dishonest too, because, when you look at, I'm looking at some of the articles, at least the ABC News article about it. They say, oh, they only offer transition surgeries for anyone over 18, which maybe they do now. But at the time of that post from Libs of TikTok, they were offering them for people younger. Yeah. Or at least they appeared to be in that literature. So
they changed their website. I remember the story well. Libs of TikTok. They went back into Internet Archive and were like, oh, look, used to say, yeah, we're fine with. I mean, they had like an age range, but it was definitely under 18. It was
either 16 or 17.
Yeah.
Providing gender-affirming care to youth. And frustratingly, there are many on the left who seem at best reluctant to engage on this issue and at worst outright hostile to it, either complaining about pronoun police or arguing that this issue will cost Democrats elections.
Okay, he's saying politicians on the left don't like this issue because it makes it difficult for them to get reelected.
Wait, hold on. There's some like weird scratching sound outside my window. I need to investigate this.
It's Halloween.
Make sure there's no like.
Are you sure?
Into my house. What the fuck's happening?
It's my trap. Watch out.
Okay.
So I notice here, Sitch's main channel, he's up another 1,000 subscribers. He's up to 120K. Sweet. If you haven't subscribed to PSA Sitch, Sitch is doing weekly-ish videos on media. I think his last She-Hulk video is pretty amazing, so you should check it out. Not now, obviously, because we're having a show here. We're having some fun. We're talking politics.
You go to the middle of the country, people would say, if your conversation during a presidential election is about some guy wearing a dress and whether he, she, or it can go to and go to the locker room with their daughter, that's not a winning formula for most people.
Wow. Michael Bloomberg can fuck all the way off with that shit, but also, while this fun-sized billionaire is clearly good at a lot of things, like making money and end of list, maybe don't take advice on a winning formula for elections from a man who spent over $1 billion of his own money to lose a presidential bid in just 14 weeks.
That's a completely ridiculous argument, because just because he had a losing political campaign doesn't mean that he's incorrect on this particular issue. I mean, I would argue that this is a losing issue for Democrats.
I'm back.
Mostly because, I always argue that the centrists are the kingmakers. The moderates, independent voters are the kingmakers in elections. And they're going to see right through a lot of this transgender stuff. So this is a losing election for Democrats.
True. Oh, yeah. This is Mike saying that we need to get off the trans issue.
Yeah, and John Oliver claiming because Mike Bloomberg did so bad in the election that he's wrong on this particular issue, which is just a non sequitur, because he could be completely right on this issue and still have done terrible in the primary or just been completely unlikable.
Yeah,
Like
I
put
mean,
someone as likable as John Oliver up, and it doesn't matter if he's right on all the issues, and no one's going to vote for that clown.
well, whenever I've seen polling on this, the majority of people say like, oh, they're in favor of not discriminating against trans people, but then they do at the same time say like, oh, they think society's going too far, like in the other direction, like with the trans stuff.
Look, I see it as completely two separate issues here. Yes, we should not discriminate against trans people like you wouldn't discriminate against cancer patients, okay? But you can still understand that someone can be wrongly diagnosed with cancer, right? Like it's a completely separate issue. If you're wrongly diagnosing people with well, I don't even know now. Like they make a great argument in the Lisa Lippman interview that we should be thinking about it differently. And my brain immediately updated my software. I was like, yeah, you're right. We should be thinking of it in terms of gender dysphoria is a problem that can lead to someone being trans, but it doesn't necessarily have to lead to someone being trans because it might resolve itself.
Right.
So I don't necessarily even know how to discuss the issue of, I guess maybe chronic gender dysphoria, unsubsiding gender dysphoria, persistent gender dysphoria, because just because you have gender dysphoria doesn't necessarily mean you're going to end up trans, which I think is a message that we should be spreading.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way that they conceptualize it is differently than how I conceptualize it. Because I conceptualize it as basically, and I understand why they do it the way they're doing it. It's because they don't have the brain scan yet to figure out if you have gender dysphoria. It's only reliant on self-reporting, which is a really bad metric. So they kind of phrase it that way, though I prefer my phrasing, which is that it's not that someone has gender dysphoria and then it goes away. It's that they just never had gender dysphoria. They had something that they confused for gender dysphoria.
That can happen too. That can also happen.
So, well, no, I think that is what's happening. I don't think that's also what's happening. I think that is what's happening.
Well, you could have gender dysphoria. Lisa Lippman talks about people who have gender dysphoria and then puberty comes and it resolves itself.
Right, but what I'm saying is that she's using the language differently.
Well, you can also have a autistic person who fixates on gender ideology and thinks that they have gender dysphoria, but they actually don't have gender dysphoria. Right, that's a different situation.
Well, okay. But what I'm saying is that like, for example, if they had a physical test to determine if you have gender dysphoria or not, then you could say, oh, this person had gender dysphoria. They go through puberty, and then we do the same physical test, and they don't have it anymore. So they're cured, right?
Right.
But we don't have that. It's all self-reporting.
Of course.
So they basically just say, oh, if someone reports the symptoms of gender dysphoria, they accept that the person has gender dysphoria. And then if it goes away, then they say, oh, well, it went away on its own. But what I'm saying is that I think once you do develop the physical test for gender dysphoria, you'll find that a lot of people that say they have it and then it goes away, they never really had it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, in the Lisa Lippman interview, they also talk about how a lot of this could be tied up in good old fashioned homophobia, in the fact that people are same sex attracted and they're confusing that for gender dysphoria.
I mean, I think people can confuse same-sex attraction for transness in the modern year, but I don't think I wouldn't call it homophobia. I don't think it is homophobia.
Well, like cultural homophobia. They're more afraid of being classified as homosexual than they are of being classified as trans.
I know that everyone tries to bring up their example of like Iran or whatever country it is in the Middle East that does that. But I really don't think in America that there are people that accept trans people but don't accept gay people. I don't think that's a thing in America.
Okay.
I could be wrong. My intuition is telling me that it's generally more extreme to accept trans people than gay people. So I don't really understand that idea.
Right. Okay. I mean, there are homophobes.
Of course. But I would assume that what I'm saying is I would assume anyone who's a homophobe also doesn't like trans people.
Okay.
I mean, do you disagree with that?
Well, it's a big old world out there.
I would assume 99% of
If I
Americans
ran,
don't like gay people and also don't like trans people.
if I ran, who I would assume has a disproportionate amount of homophobes in their population, I'm just gonna go out on a limb here. If Iran's solution is letting people transition, they're more comfortable with transitioning than homosexuality. I think that it's a safe bet to say there are a lot of homophobic people that feel that way.
I completely disagree because Iran is being motivated by some religious reason,
Right.
and there might be some religious reason that allows people to transition as opposed to being gay. Where in America, I think it's more of like some people just have an innate disgust or dislike of certain things,
Right.
and that triggers them. And I would imagine that, I would imagine that the overwhelming majority of people that don't like trans people. Wait, no, I was say this. I would imagine the overwhelming majority of people that accept gay people also accept trans people.
You're saying if you're a homophobe, you're a transphobe. That's simplified.
Yes, I'm saying that I'm saying that there's probably way more people that okay, how am I trying to figure out how to word this? If someone doesn't like gay people,
Right.
there's a high likelihood that they don't like trans people. Okay. Like a super high likelihood. I'd say like a 99% likelihood. But I think there's a lot more people who are fine with gay people but don't like trans people.
Okay. I
And
mean, it's
just from what I've
interesting. I don't
seen,
know.
that just from what I've seen, the way I see people talk about this conversation, I see lots of people who are pretty vehemently anti-trans, but that are okay with gay people, far more than the inverse. So I just don't see this mythical proportion of or this mythical population of people that are vehemently anti-gay but totally accepting of trans people. I just don't see that. I've never seen that anywhere in America.
Right. I mean, where would you see it? I mean, you're just going off your intuition.
No, I'm going off like when you see people have these conversations on Twitter or on YouTube or any public space.
Right.
I've never seen someone make that claim.
Well, next time somebody like a giant homophobe approaches me on Twitter, I'm going to ask, by the way,
How do you feel about trans people?
how do you feel about trans people?
Right.
I'm doing a poll here. Maybe we should just poll the chat.
Dan with the Bruce, thanks so much for the $20. Says this conversation is literally something we were having on a recent failed 3H and AP episode, which stands for 3 homos and a pussy. And now we're going to look like we're copying when we re-record, although we're going into more info what's happening in the UK right now. Well, there you go. Listen, everyone, Dan with the Bruce wants you to know that on the podcast that he's on with Kava, 3 homos and a pussy, they are not in fact copying. We're actually copying them. So there you go.
Well, Danimal does set us up with a lot of information. Danimal's always got a lot of
He does
good
send
stuff. Yeah,
Danimal is very well informed on this.
he is.
Lucifer Doman says that that's only true of Western cultures. It's different in South America and Southeast Asia. Well, you know what? That's a good point. And that's why I said in America. So yeah, there could be other cultures, and maybe in Muslim cultures and Asian cultures and even South American cultures, maybe that there's a greater acceptance of trans individuals and gay, but in America, that is not my experience at all. So
I don't have it. I'm in California, okay? We've evicted all the homophobes. There's no homophobes or transphobes here, so I can't give you my personal experience. Sitch sounds skeptical. Listen, I'm going through the...
Sitch fails to understand that trans is opposite to gay. I don't know what that means. What do you mean opposite to gay?
Look, come on.
What does that mean?
We're having a show here. What are you doing?
I'm reading the chat,
But
which is what you do in a stream. I don't know if you've ever streamed before.
I have a couple times.
You read the chat and someone says something, you go, I don't know what that means. And then you then you interact with it.
You freak out.
People want me to do a poll. Okay, how should I word this poll? I guess. How should I word the poll?
No.
No, seriously, how do I don't know how to word the poll. Help me out here. Help me out, Adam and chat. How should I word the poll?
Dear homophobes, do you like trans people?
Well, no, okay,
yes or
like
no? No one's going to answer that poll because no one's going to out themselves.
I know
as a
that's not what I'm
homophobe.
saying. How do I write the poll? I don't know how to write this question.
What are you trying to ask?
Are there people that are
Right.
okay?
Ask them, hey, gut intuition. Do homophobic people also not like trans people?
No, okay. Do you think there's a large population of people
He's gonna
that
run out of
accept
words.
trans genders but not gays?
Right. There we go. That's
There you go.
perfect. Yes or no?
I'm gonna say trans people. Transgenders doesn't sound good, right?
I don't know these days.
It's
You can't.
people.
You never can tell.
But not gay.
Of
people.
course, but this is the right losing their minds, right? This is not the left losing their minds. When you can't even say certain words without people,
Right, but okay, but
presenting
this
a
is
sustained attack on your YouTube channel.
Sure, but there's a little difference, when you say like the blacks versus black people, like it has a
Right.
different, hits you differently.
Well, I understand that, but I just
So-
I don't know the lingo, and I'm not going to persecute somebody for an inadvertent mistake.
If you're okay, Gene, I don't know why you're yelling at me in all caps. I think you have an inability to hear and process information. When you say, look at the trans policy in Iran, the first thing I said was addressing the trans policy in Iran. And I said, I think there's a different connotation in how people think about these things in different countries, which is what Lucifer the Doberman said, which I agree with. And I said, specifically in America, I don't think that that's the case. So if you can't process that information, I don't know how else to help you, Gene. But anyway.
Gene, you don't know what happiness is.
That it is worth sacrificing protections for a vulnerable group to chase a winning formula. Let's also remember that it's not actually the left talking about trans rights non-stop. It's
What the fuck?
I know, right?
Fuck! That's insane.
I know, but
Where-
that's why I said it's so dishonest.
Where are they not talking about? Well, you're literally got a 2 fucking part show on this, John Oliver.
I know.
Republicans who see an advantage in demagoguing this issue, and to ignore them doing that is to allow them to have real calamitous impact on people's lives.
I hate this. I was so triggered yesterday watching this. I was like, oh, this video is completely insane. It's like, there's a legitimate issue here, you fucking moron. They're misdiagnosing children, and you're acting like people are just supposed to go, no, who cares, right? Mm-hmm. These children belong to people. Those people are voters, right? They care about their children. Well, you fucking moron.
And the problem is that John and his staff have not done any non-ideologically blinded research into this subject matter whatsoever. So they just swallow the mainstream narrative that, there's very little people that regret transitioning, and they just accept and assume that that's just correct.
5 minutes on Benjamin Boyce's YouTube channel would disabuse you of that notion.
And it's just sad because, I mean, part of it, my perspective on the trans issue is because, when I remember in my psych classes in high school and in college, I did have classes where they talked, pretty detailed about that issue. And this was, a long time ago. So science has changed about it. But I was knowledgeable about the topic and aware of it, long before it ever became any political issue. And so once it became a political issue, I'm like, this is so weird that people are doing, like, it'd be like if all of a sudden being deaf was a political issue and like the woke crowd said, we should be against cochlear implants because you're, taking away from people's deaf identity.
Yeah.
Which some people in the deaf community do make that argument. And you're like, that's such a weird position for people to take all of a sudden.
Right. Yeah. And if the Republicans came out in favor of cochlear implants, the Democrats would say, you hate deaf people. You're just demagoguing deaf people.
You're trying to erase deaf identity.
Right.
It's like, I mean, that conversation, I don't think it's going to go mainstream, but that conversation is going to happen when they perfect stem cell research to basically cure deafness.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean.
Oh yeah, I know that's a real argument about cochlear implants, but I'm saying it's an argument in the deaf community. It's not like, it's not a mainstream issue that anyone's talking about.
What happens when they have a pill that can ensure that you don't have a gay son or daughter?
Well, first of all, if that's even possible, because I don't know, they don't know exactly, to my knowledge, what makes someone gay or not.
Well, I think I was watching a video on. They think they think they've determined how gay men are. It's an autoimmune response in certain females to the Y chromosome that gives them a somewhat feminine brain pattern that makes them attracted. Every brain has a mate detection system in it, and they usually have, women have a male detection, females have
that's a theory that's a theory they've been kicking around for a while. That's part of why they think, I believe statistically, if someone has a gay male child, it's more likely that it's more likely that the woman has already had a bunch of male children first. And so the thought is that because she's had more male children, her body's becoming more and more accustomed to basically getting better at attacking whatever it is in their body that signals that they're having a male child or something. Not attacking isn't the right word, but like their body's getting basically better at compensating for having a male child. But there is an issue with that theory, which is that, I know that there's obviously gay men that are not like feminine. There's obviously, there's very masculine gay men, but I assume if you did some statistics, like there's going to be an overwhelming disproportionate amount of feminine men are going to also be gay. And I'm not sure that singular answer explains that.
Sure. But if they develop some sort of treatment for that, I mean, as soon as they hone in on why, they'll be able to develop some sort of treatment, which that's where the political conflict comes in, because all of a sudden, if you're avoiding having a gay son, then now you're a giant homophobe.
Well, I mean, the real question would be, and this would be, it'd be a very difficult conversation. I would want to have it properly. And the real question would be, if they, could they change someone's sexual orientation and that's all it changes, or would it change their personality too? And that would be the real question. But
isn't that
if you're asking me how I think it's going
to,
right? Yeah, could they change it, or would it have other effects? Because when this technology first exists, it will probably have other effects, and no one will want to do it because you would say, well, maybe it's too dangerous or whatever. But in the future, there will be a future. I don't know how far away it's going to be, but there will be a future where we are like Gattaca, where we can completely customize our babies. And at that future, I would imagine people would choose, 99% of the time, or probably all the time, to have their kids be, heterosexual, just because it would, it would be more within the norm, normative of society and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And it will be very controversial at first, and then people will just accept it because everyone just gets so used to tailoring their babies essentially to exactly the specifications that they want.
Because they're giant homophobes.
I don't think it's because they're homophobes. As a parent,
that was a joke.
I know, but it's an interesting question, and I don't know. I don't think people can conceptualize it non-emotionally, because we think about it in today's standards. But if you're like 200 years in the future, where everyone's custom tailoring their baby, and you understand, once we have that technology, there's going to be lots of people that are just going to automatically choose to have their kids be straight anyway. So you're like drastically limiting the pool at which gay people can.
It's gonna be so cruel.
Exactly, could get mate selection from. So it would actually be incredibly cruel in that future to have a gay child, because there'd be so much less gay people walking around.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's gonna be a lot of.
But
weird
they just get a gay robot.
Issues. But well, actually, you know what? That's a good point. Who know? You know what? I didn't even think about that. You're right. In the future, we're all going to be banging robots anyway, so who cares? It doesn't matter.
Every single couple is going to be every single couple, it's going to be like a really ugly human and then a like dynamite, super hot anime robot.
That's the future. Yeah, the future's going to be There's not going to be any more human relationships. Well, they'll be like friends, but not romantic relationships. Everyone will be in a relationship with a robot, and then they'll basically choose whether or not they want to raise a child. That will be donated to them via whatever they're missing. So,
hilarious.
That's going to be the future of humanity. I hope you guys are ready for it.
I'm ready. Sign me up.
There you go. Batosai says, I'll take 6 gay robots.
Wow.
Essentially. Colavar for $20. Thanks so much. Says, in society, we will run with male, female, and trans. We will run with male, female, and trans. I don't know what that means. Been saying this for months. The left has overcomplicated it for folks. Therefore, people in general life will simply slot people in one of the 3 categories, in one of the 3 groups for ease of use.
He's basically saying that the left's their mission to be like men and women. Never mind that they have also been saying there's infinite genders, but they're saying, trans women are women is going. They're trying to say that there's only these 2 categories. He's saying that there's actually 3 categories, and just. I mean, I feel like this is what people do in their brains anyway. It's very difficult for people to. Well, and there's passing plays into this to some extent. I mean, you see certain people that are trans that pass perfectly, and you don't even think about it. But then if you see people who don't pass, I mean, you kind of are forced to do this kind of math thing in your head, where it's real hard to do the pronouns because it's like second nature when you see someone that looks male to just use male pronouns or looks female to use female pronouns.
So someone in the chat said, why don't one of the parents just choose their kid to be bi because then they'll have the most options?
Yeah.
Well, that's one answer. Dan with the Bruce for $20. Thanks so much. Says Christine Jorgensen was like a celebrity in the 50s for being trans, and part of it was her saying transitioning resolved her being gay and made her hetero. There's articles from the 50s about how it was a cure for being gay. Well, that's interesting.
Look at that. Danimal knows.
Right. I still don't believe in current modern America. I'm going to stand by my statement, okay? I do not believe in the year 2022 in America that there's a bunch of people running around that are totally fine with trans people but hate gays. I don't think that's happening.
Confirmation bias.
So.
I do remember reading in the book Trans, the Helen Joyce book. She said that she interviewed people that were completely more comfortable with a trans son or daughter than a gay son or daughter. So this seemed to be a common occurrence when she was interviewing people.
Well, someone's going to have to show me some stats on it, because that's the only way I'll change my opinion on it.
Yeah, confirmation bias. It's already, you've got an opinion that you're just confirming.
Well, it's not. I haven't, when I hear people talk about this, it's always like, oh, I saw someone say this, or in another country. I've never actually seen a person ever make this claim in America. I've never seen it. I've never fucking seen it ever.
Look, you're describing confirmation bias.
That's not confirmation bias. You don't know what confirmation bias is when you say that. What are you talking about?
Well,
confirmation bias is when you believe something.
It's not a bad thing.
Confirmation bias is when you have an already existing belief, so you go to and seek and interpret new evidence in the way that conforms with that belief. And what I'm saying is, I haven't seen any evidence. It's not confirmation bias. I literally have not seen any evidence of of the counterclaim.
Well, you could have seen the evidence but dismissed it, and that's why you're like, I haven't seen it.
I just said I haven't seen it.
I know.
I literally said
that's
I've
the
never
whole
seen
point
that.
of confirmation bias.
Oh my God.
It is a bias where evidence against you becomes invisible, which is literally the definition of you cannot see it.
Okay.
Look, and okay. I don't want you to think I'm saying it like it's a bad thing. I have confirmation bias the other way, because the first time I encountered this idea was in the Helen Joyce book, where she talked about, these parents that were very uncomfortable about having a gay son or daughter. And as soon as a gay son or daughter discovered they were trans or started transitioning, all of that uncomfortableness resolved because they could just think of their son or daughter as heterosexual, which was more comfortable for them.
Well,
So
I mean,
my confirmation bias is that's what I heard first. That's the opinion that I heard first, and I just assumed that it was more widespread.
Right, I understand.
Yeah. But maybe it's not more widespread.
If there's ever been a study on this or some polling data on this, just send it my way. I'd be very curious because it completely goes against my personal experiences of how I've seen people have these conversations.
Right. See, and both of us are saying the exact same thing. If we got some sort of evidence, some sort of tangible evidence, we would change our opinion. But in lieu of that tangible evidence, we're just going to confirm the bias that we have. So,
well, okay, that's not confirmation bias, but Cullivar, thank you for the other $20. Says, would Adam or you be in favor of a magical pill that would eliminate all stereotypes in someone's mind? On the other hand, we have free will, and on the other, Adam's nemesis is stereotypes. A team reigns supreme, Duck Boy. So
hold on, A team reigns supreme is in all caps.
Yeah. Yeah, and
did you see that? Did you see that tweet with the
orangutan? Yeah, I did.
So good. That's so good.
But to answer your question, I know it's kind of very difficult because I don't think that's possible, because the mechanism in the brain that creates racial and gender stereotypes that we're trying to eliminate also is probably the same function that creates the hierarchies and stereotyping that you use to like exist in the world. And I don't think your brain could exist and function without those mechanisms.
Yeah, I would be scared of unintended consequences with that. I think we have to fight the stereotypes culturally. So
like a good example is the way in which like people don't realize you learn to see. You're not born, your brain is not born with the capacity to perceive visual information properly. Your brain has to learn to see. Mm-hmm. So that's like why, for example, a baby will walk off of a table, not because they don't realize that falling hurts.
Mm-hmm.
They could learn that falling hurts, but they can't literally see depth yet. And there's a certain age, I forget what it is. There's a certain age at where babies will learn to perceive depth, and they've done extensive studies on this. Where basically they'll create like a flat surface, but it looks like they like create like fake depth. And when babies are very young, they'll just walk right over it. But when they get a little older, they'll stop because they'll think they'll fall if they walk off, the thing. And so the way that your brain learns to see depth and perception and all these other context clues is it organizes a bunch of visual cues into stereotypes and categories. And that's how it learns to perceive visual information. You do the same thing with sound. Like you have to localize sound by your brain compares what's louder, your left or your right side. And that's how you figure out what direction sound is coming from. That's why someone's deaf in one ear, they lose the ability to figure out what direction sound is coming from, which people don't generally think about. And so that's all related to the same processes in which the brain uses to stereotype people. And so I don't think you could eliminate one without completely screwing over your entire brain, essentially, unfortunately. So you just have to learn to not stereotype people culturally. Anyway.
Yeah, of course. I brought up the orangutan.
Yeah.
Here's Sitch right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why you do that? Look, I just got a gift from one of our adoring fans, and here's Sitch. Yeah. Push me right off the thing. Get out of here, punk. So mean.
Nice. Anyway, let's get back to it.
I'm back. I got it.
A few years ago, Vice profiled a girl named Kai Shapley, and just watch how happy she is talking about her hopes for her future until she remembers something that changes her mood.
Mom says I might grow up to be the...
What's up with this, Sitch?
What's up with what? This emotional manipulation?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on?
What do you mean, what's up with emotional manipulation? It's like, what's up with it.
What's happening with this clip? Why is this clip in here? Is this some scientific evidence that I heard the left is big into science. They just say, follow the science.
Mm-hmm.
Is this part of the science? Or is this an anecdote?
This is an anecdote. And there's a part, it's really funny in this video, where John Oliver says, you know how much I like to cite studies and facts, but instead here's a small child, that will tug at your heartstrings.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay.
I want the video of this small child explaining to us how taxes work. Let's see how intelligent this kid really is when it comes to how life works.
Right.
President.
Yeah? What would you change about the world if you were president?
Let trans people be free and go to the bathroom they want to go to.
Are you able to use the girls' bathroom at school?
No. And now they just put security guards up for the bathroom security or whatever. Oh, I hate that.
That is brutal.
What the fuck? Do they really have security guards at the third grade school?
Well, I mean, she's like 5, so this is kindergarten. It's not even. There's some weird elements of this story when I kind of looked into it, which is that what I saw was that there was a bill that was thought about passing that would like prevent trans kids from using bathrooms in Texas, but that got voted down, at least when the Kai story was happening. I don't know if it since then has been reaffirmed or anything. But the school, when this happened, because this happened like I don't know, this happened like a few years ago. It was like 5 years ago or something. The school said they didn't say anything about security guards, so I don't know where that came from. And it's kind of hard for me to believe that there were actually security guards standing in front of bathrooms, like checking people under people's skirts or something. Like, how are they supposed to, like, if Kai like walks up to the girl's bathroom, is the security guard gonna know like that's really a boy? It's a 5-year-old in a dress. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't tell, of course.
Right. Yeah, when you're prepubescent, you can't really tell. But no. So the school let out a statement that said that they had told Kai and Kai's parents that she could use they had non-gender specific bathrooms at the school.
Mm-hmm.
They said they had multiple non-gender specific bathrooms in the school, and that Kai was allowed to use those bathrooms if they wanted to. Right. So this does feel sort of like
manufactured,
bullshitty to me.
Right.
Yeah, it feels manufactured, I guess would be the correct way of saying it. Does
manufactured controversy here.
Right.
Brutal.
And there is, of course, the issue too, where you say, like, is someone who's 5, do you trust their capacity to verbalize,
understand the issue? Of course,
and understand the issue, but to understand themselves enough to really say if they have gender dysphoria or not. And I would say generally, no, I don't.
I don't either.
And so that's part of the issue.
I think you could gaslight a 5-year-old into thinking they're a unicorn.
Well, with Kai, and it's a difficult issue because people that do have gender dysphoria, a lot of them do say that they felt that they had gender dysphoria from a very, very young age. So that's possible. But also, when you look at the statistics, something like 80% of kids who are that age, who say that they want to be, the other gender, those feelings go away.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I said. Gender dysphoria resolves. That's why we got to start thinking about it as we don't know if this is persistent gender dysphoria or not. Right.
Well, okay, I don't want to reopen that conversation, but yes, essentially that. So it's a little bit of a complicated issue. And with Kai, I believe her parents were against her transitioning at first. So it's not like, I don't think her parents were like, quote unquote, grooming her or anything.
Right. And then they got a documentary crew following them around.
And they said, hey, that's pretty good.
Right. We would like to offer you $500,000 for your life story.
Exactly.
There's so much. Yeah, I don't know. I know plenty of people who'd be, right on board to have a transgender kid.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I have kids and I've taught kids for years. That kid sounds completely coached. Maybe I'm wrong, but if that's the case, shame on the parents. So when Kai talks here and when Kai talks when she's older and she's talking in a later clip that we see, she does sound completely coached in terms of what to specifically say.
Right.
It's possible that her feelings were her own about wanting to transition, but then basically her parents or whoever's feeding her this information is basically giving her the way in which she should express her feelings, essentially, to people on TV. That's what I would guess would be happening. Because that is how it all reads to me. That's why I always hate, I despise for any issue, for any political issue, when they wheel out the kids. They wheel out a bunch of fucking dumb kids to talk about some political issue that they don't understand or know anything about, just because it's an emotional thing that tug at people's heartstrings. And I despise it.
Feels dishonest, doesn't it?
It is. It's a completely dishonest. Like my favorite documentary of all time, Waiting for Superman, which is a horribly dishonest documentary.
I know. I cried so hard when I watched that documentary.
That's because you're a simp.
It's so sad.
Because you're weak.
No, it's because I have feelings, all right? I'm a human being.
You need to be a cold, unfeeling robot.
To watch that? Probably.
No, I mean, you're the one that wants to be a robot, so you prepare
Yeah, but
yourself.
I want to have feelings. Come on, listen.
You want to be a human heart with a robot body.
I don't want to go through the data arc. Come on, I want my feelings.
I see.
Dark, it's hard to watch, which would also coincidentally be a pretty accurate tagline for House of the Dragon. But the point is, given what is at stake here, tonight, let's talk about the latest round of attacks on trans rights.
Oh, wait. We're going to talk about the stakes? This is the part I've been waiting for.
Okay.
Sitch. The stakes here.
The stakes.
Yeah, because there's the stakes of wrongly diagnosing a child, and there's the stakes of not catching something that's going to develop into a problem or may resolve itself early. I mean, I see that as the stakes, right? So John Oliver's going to articulate those stakes, right? So we actually know the stakes.
Right. Well, obviously he's only going to give the one side stakes of suicide.
So he doesn't really even know the stakes. Okay.
No.
What a moron.
Well, he's British. They just boil all the steaks, so they don't know anything about it.
Boiled steak. That's a crime against humanity right there.
Right, where it's coming from and what it's doing. And before we begin, we're going to be taking the arguments behind a lot of these anti-trans bills seriously because of what they're doing, but not sincerely.
Anti-trans bills, too, is just infuriating.
I know, of course.
Child Protection Act would be more closer to what's going on here.
It's like the abortion conversation, Are you pro-choice or are you pro-baby murdering?
Yeah. No,
Are you pro-life or are you pro-taking away a woman's right to choose?
This from the party that is like, we want medical issues to be between you and your doctor.
I know.
Unless, of course, it's trans issues. Then we want to totally politicize it so we can beat up the Republicans in the next election.
Well, I don't agree with that conceptualization.
What do you mean?
I mean...
That's this whole video.
Well, no. Technically, it's the right that is trying to add a buffer between parents and doctors regarding trans issues. So I don't know how you can conceptualize it the other way.
Because it's completely the opposite with Democrats on abortion. They want the state. Let's keep the state away from women's choices with their doctors. We don't want any sort of intervention, any sort of buffer between a woman and her
the same.
doctor.
What do you mean? In both situations, the right is trying to add a buffer between doctors and patients.
Oh, I guess you're right. It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they are for eliminating that buffer.
Right.
Is it the same?
Well, it's the same stance. I mean, I think I have completely different opinions on those issues. So I don't think you have to buy into one way or the other to be consistent on anything, because I don't think it's a principle. I don't have a principled stance. I don't think there's like a principle behind, whether everything should be up to doctors or patients, or whether the government can be involved in medical procedures or not.
Right. But the science is not settled though on the trans issues. That's the problem.
Well, that's exactly that's the issue.
Giant
It's not that
problem.
the science isn't there isn't very much science on a lot of the trans issues, especially for kids.
Right, which is the reason to put some sort of buffer between doctors and patients.
That is exactly, and the problem is that basically anytime anyone in the medical community talks about that, they get attacked by trans activists, and trans activists try to run them out of the industry.
Right.
And so it creates this false confirmation bias, essentially.
Right.
People like John Oliver and Jon Stewart, where they say, well, look, all these organizations, they all say the same thing. It's like, well, they don't actually. If you dig deep into the literature, I found 2015, so I don't know if they've changed. I found 2015 guidelines from the APA, which talk about, this is totally blew me away. It says, existing research suggests that between 12 and 50% of children diagnosed with gender dysphoria may persist.
What?
So in 2015, the APA, regarding kids aged under puberty, this is prepubescent children, so it was like 4 to 12.
Right.
Existing research suggests that only between 12 and 50% of children diagnosed with gender dysphoria may persist.
Right. So 50 to 80% desist.
Right. Which, first of all, the first thing that should stick out to you is that range is so big that shows you there's not good research in it.
Of course.
An 88 to 50% range is too big a range.
Right.
And then secondly, that's an insane number. Even if we go for the low end and say 50% of kids. By the way, that statistic is pre people using puberty blockers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the fuck it is with puberty blockers. I think the number goes down substantially for desistance once you're on puberty blockers, and that's the thing.
Because
I saw a study that said that kids on puberty blockers, the desistance rate is only 20 to 30%.
Right.
Okay. So if we go from an 88 to 50% desistance rate to a 20 to 30% desistance rate on puberty blockers, that should be very alarming. And that is very alarming to, I think, people like Kenneth Zucker, who worked with the DSM to write the gender dysphoric guidelines, and other researchers in this field. They look at that number. They look at those two numbers and they say, that's scary.
Something's going on in puberty that causes the desistance, and the puberty blockers are blocking it.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's scary. We have all sorts of, we don't let doctors just perform any old treatment without some sort of scientific evidence that treatment has some level of success. That's the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that I don't really know that we have that scientific evidence. But you have John Oliver here going out acting like it is. But there are all kinds of batshit crazy treatments that they turn down because they can't show any scientific evidence of them working.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
The
And those
government
aren't
steps
even
in.
right. And part of the problem with the trans issues is because it becomes so politicized, essentially.
Nobody can step in and do the research.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you see Lisa Lippman is doing a study, or she did a study on detransitioners. And it's like she got so much flack for her first study.
Yeah.
On rapid onset gender dysphoria. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for.
You can't even say that on Twitter without people losing their minds.
Of course.
Oh my God, you said the right-wing conspiracy buzzwords.
Yep.
Because they seem to be based more on political calculation than what is actually happening. A pretty good example of this is that in
ironic, but
it is totally ironic.
Yes.
In recent years, 18 states have passed laws aimed at protecting youth sports. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem even made her state's bill a centerpiece of a campaign ad.
In South Dakota, only girls play girls' sports. Why? Because of Governor Kristi Noem's leadership. Noem has been protecting girls' sports for years and never backed down. Now, Governor Noem has a bill that will give South Dakota the strongest law in the nation protecting female sports. Doing the work, delivering results. Governor Kristi Noem.
Do you like this rock music that's going on in the background?
I'm sad I can't vote for Governor Kristi Noem.
She's protecting girls.
Yeah, it's terrible music, but
that's pretty ridiculous.
I don't. This is democracy, man. I think they got the right idea.
Yeah.
The Democrats going out on the "we're going to destroy women's sports" platform, I don't think is a winning platform, guys.
Well, and that's what I'm glad you brought that up, because he talks about, the trans sports issue, and it's very dishonest to me, because all John Oliver does is criticize one take on it, but he doesn't explain what his position is on it. And the question is, okay, well, so should every trans woman be able to compete in all sports with cis women where they're going to get, completely crushed, as we've seen in many situations?
Yeah.
And John doesn't answer that question because he's a coward.
Yeah, because he wants to destroy women's sports. That's John's platform.
He would, but that's the thing. He's not going to say that, but he refuses to have a conversation about it, I guess, at least in this video.
Right. Because he's a piece of shit. It's so squirmy.
Yeah.
Because it's like, take a position, for heaven's sakes.
Right.
If you time travelled here from the past and the first thing you saw was this ad, you would think two things. One, wow, the campaign centres around youth sports. I guess literally every other problem in America has been solved. And two, she is not pulling off that cowboy hat. And you would be right, but only about the hat part. People like Noam love stoking fear over the spectre of trans athletes, girls specifically, having an unfair advantage and taking away scholarship opportunities. But there are vanishingly few examples nationwide of trans athletes attempting to compete at all.
So he has a very interesting technique here, because he doesn't actually try to argue at all. And I'd argue because the science is on his side even remotely. He doesn't even remotely try to argue that trans women don't have an advantage over cis women in most sports. He doesn't even attempt to argue that. He just says, well, there's just so few trans women, so it doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah.
It's a terrible argument, because that's not the question. The question is, okay, so is it just because there's few? First of all, if there's so few trans women, then why should sports bend over backwards to basically, why does it matter that they're allowed to compete in the first place if there's so few of them, right? Like, that argument cuts both ways.
Of course.
And so it's like, okay, but then the more important question is, well, do they have an advantage or not? Really? Something that he totally circumvents.
And in Nome State specifically...
It is ironic, too, that, this whole video is fear-mongering. How's it not? Like, you brought out a little kid that is like...
bad.
Yeah. You brought out a little kid, John Oliver, to go, oh, look, this is the little kid that the right wing is shitting all over. That's fear-mongering, you piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
The head of their high school sports association could name exactly one transgender female athlete who competed and who graduated several years ago. So there are more athletes in this shot from Noam's ad than there are trans girls known to have competed in South Dakota schools. But even...
So... pundits do this thing that really annoys me, which is they pretend, maybe they're stupid. I don't know. It's very possible that John Oliver is stupid. Or they pretend like they're stupid.
I like that.
Yeah. I'm not going to rule that out.
It's very possible, huh?
It's very possible.
I'm going to go with probable, but what were you saying?
They pretend like they don't understand how politics works, which is that whenever a politician does anything, really, it's a virtue signal to their base to try to get votes.
Yeah,
so
new constituents, depending upon what the issue is. Right? Yeah,
exactly. And so when this governor, tries to pass this legislation or runs on this legislation or whatever, obviously she's a politician. It is for a political purpose. Okay. So she's doing it to try to, get support from her base, because, it's not like a Democrat's going to win in South Dakota or wherever anyway. And so that doesn't, just because that's happening, it's the same thing like with DeSantis in Florida. A lot of the Stop Woke bills and the, parental rights education bills, these are all virtue signaling bills to try to get people on his side. But that doesn't mean that what the bill that they're passing is right or wrong. That's a completely different issue. Yeah. And when pundits talk about this, all they say is, boom, you're doing this for political reasons. And then that tricks people in their minds to then jump to the next point to say, oh, well, then it must not be a real issue, or the issue is not worth considering. It's like, well, wait a minute. That's a completely different topic.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with the characterization of virtue signaling, because I always think of virtue signaling as something that's not necessarily substantive. And you passing legislation is very substantive.
Well, I don't want to get hung up on virtue.
Sure.
Okay, we can use a different word. It's as I said, they're doing something for a political purpose.
Of course, yeah. They're saying, look, I passed this bill. I'm protecting women's sports. My opponent could care less about protecting your son and daughter's sports league. Or your daughter's sports league.
Right.
Which I think is a winning. This is the whole thing about democracy. I think that's a winning campaign issue.
Yeah.
Obviously.
If there were more, discriminating against them would still obviously be wrong. And it would still be weird that state legislatures were getting involved in decisions that are usually made by organisations governing the sports in question. And it is...
Well, wait a minute. What the fuck's he talking about? Like, so much of these conversations are about sports leagues in schools that are publicly owned and funded.
Yeah, and also he leaves out you're going to have to discriminate against. There's two parties that are in conflict here. You're discriminating against one of them. John Oliver would prefer to discriminate against the biological females who don't want to compete against biological males in sports. So he's just, his discrimination is against them.
Right. But he just, what he said, he just directly lied here. Wait, this is so weird.
Discriminating against them would still obviously be wrong. And it would still be weird that state legislatures were getting involved in decisions that are usually made by organisations governing the sports in question. And it...
So, okay, that's such a weird statement. To my knowledge, I could be wrong. To my knowledge, there's no state legislature anywhere that said, oh, a private soccer league,
right? The American Soccer League,
right, can't have trans women participate. That's not a thing. It's all the bills that are being passed are in connection to school sports,
right? Public institutions.
Yeah, public schools. Yes. Like, what is he talking about? This is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, private, whatever the private league wants to do, they can do. But they're not in favor of this either. They feel like...
Right, but if they want to, that's their choice. It's a private league.
Of course, but the private leagues are making decisions on this stuff that are not in favor of...
I don't know.
Trans women.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Competing.
It is worth knowing, even at the elite level, conversations around this aren't being handled with flat-out bans. The IOC has announced that it will set rules on a sport-by-sport basis, but working on the general principle that no athlete should be excluded from competition on the assumption of an advantage due to their gender. And it is pretty remarkable that a trans athlete could theoretically compete in the Olympics, but not in South Dakota under-12 soccer, a sport that genuinely only exists to obliterate parents' weekends.
So, putting the bad joke aside.
Yeah, what a dumbass.
The jokes are really, really failing. But he's kind of dishonest again with the Olympics thing, because I looked into this, and the Olympics statement they basically put out on this was, this hasn't been implemented yet, because they said this is going to come into effect after the last Olympics in China, which we haven't seen how this is implemented. But basically all they said is that the overall Olympics organization will not make a judgment on whether they'll allow trans athletes to participate in whatever sporting event they want. It will be up to whoever regulates in the Olympics each individual sport, and they'll each take individual considerations into it.
Oh man, they passed the buck.
Right, but that does make sense, because there are some sports where you might be like, okay,
it's irrelevant. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I don't even know if shooting is gender segregated, but I'm sure there are some sports in the Olympics that maybe they're gender segregated, and you're like, does it matter that the trans woman is on the women's curling team? I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't know if it matters. I don't know if that gives them an advantage. But when you have a situation like
weightlifting, I could see it.
Weightlifting, yeah. Wrestling, like running. There are all
swimming,
these swimming. Yeah, there's all these things where you're like, I feel like it does make a difference. And John is being dishonest because now we don't know, but I think it's probably a safe prediction to imagine that a lot of the sports that are very physically demanding will not allow trans women to compete with women. I won't be surprised if that's an issue.
Is this sophistry?
It's not sophistry. It's just
he's
making an argument. So sophistry to me is when you make a non-argument, but it sounds like an argument. He's sort of making an argument. It's just he's being dishonest with how he's not giving you the full argument. He's just taking pieces of what the Olympics said.
He's saying, okay, so setting aside the fact that he's completely lying about the Olympics situation, his argument is that the Olympics are fine with this. Why aren't the grade schools?
Right.
If the Olympics are cool with it, the grade schools should be cool with it because the Olympics are higher up in the hierarchy of decision making. I mean, what's the logic here? How's this not just a complete non sequitur?
So the argument he's trying to make is that essentially if the highest level of adult athletes are allowing transgender people or potentially allowing transgender people into, then school, these sports for kids that no one cares about and that are not important should allow.
The kids care about them. That makes absolutely no sense. It's like you don't adopt the Olympic rules in some, down the street pickup game. Who even thinks about that? You do whatever is going to work for your game, for your local game.
Right.
So I don't understand how.
Well, no. But see, that's kind of what he's trying to say, though. I can't find.
He's saying the Olympics matter and they don't care, but the high school game matters even less. But it's who does it matter to? Why are you saying it doesn't matter? Because there's no money bet on it? I mean, what is the argument here?
So I found the legislation, and again, he's being stupid or dishonest because he said children's soccer only exists to steal parents'
weekends.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So I was in a child's soccer league growing up before I was 10, and then we switched to street hockey, and no one played soccer anymore. But it wasn't with my school. It was a private organization. And so, but that's what he's making it sound like. He's making it sound like this bill affects private organizations. When I look at the bill only relates to organizations that are publicly funded or have some connection to, a public school or something. It doesn't say anything about like the YMCA in South Dakota could do whatever they want.
Yeah. And the YMCA is going to do whatever it wants compared to how the reaction is. If you have a super left-wing area of the country, they're going to be like, let the trans people play. I don't care if the girls can play. Well, it depends upon the situation. If it's like a league and a transgender athlete is causing them to crush all the other competitors, then the coaches are going to say, shut up and deal with it. I mean, that's the Leah Thomas situation. Wasn't she swimming for Penn State?
I don't remember what school it was, but
a lot of the girls that she was competing against were very upset.
Yeah,
Leah Thompson was a transgender,
right?
A trans woman who was swimming against biological women, destroying them. All the biological women were very upset about it, but the coach who had Leah Thomas on his team was like, "Suck it up, ladies. We're fucking winning." We're destroying them, right? So for him, it was great. I like this transgender policy, right? This is the thing. This is what's so insane about John Oliver. It's completely, you're discriminating. That's how discrimination works.
Right.
You're picking the side of the transgender athletes over the biological women who are like, wait, what about us? So
fuck them. Who cares?
You don't get away from discrimination just because you wag your finger, John Oliver.
Right. Well, it's just a question. Basically, what they just run the calculation where they say,
yeah, is this going to help me win?
Well, no, I mean, like John Oliver just runs a calculation where they say, oh, you know, who's the most oppressed group in the situation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so this is not my fault. I was looking up. I just Googled Leah Thompson, and the first thing that came up was like a New York Post article. So I was kind of skimming it, and at the end of it, I don't know if you've ever been to the New York Post. They have all like their clickbait stories at the bottom of the New York Post.
Oh yeah, it's great.
There's apparently, and I didn't know this. Yesterday, Madonna posted a topless picture of herself.
Yeah, let's bring it up
on Instagram. And I clicked on it.
How do they look?
I didn't realize that it was Madonna. And the reason I clicked on it was not because the person was topless. It's because their face looks super fucked up. And I was like, what's wrong with this person's face?
I don't care about the face. How do they look?
And I click on it and I see it's Madonna. And I'm like, what the hell did Madonna do to her face? Her face is like, she looks like Michael Jackson. Like what happened to her face?
Sitch is keeping us all in suspense here. He doesn't want to answer.
I mean, her boobs look okay.
Okay, there we go.
Listen, boobs are boobs. What happened to her face, Adam? She looks like a monster person. She looks like bad plastic surgery face. At least in this picture. I don't. Is this like? Is this a bad picture? Is that what her face looks like now?
Who are the plastic surgery twins? It's this weird.
Yeah, she looks like one of those guys. Yeah,
I know. It's like, do they all go to the same doctor or something? How's that work?
Oh my God, what happened to her face?
Every time someone gets a procedure, they end up looking like the plastic surgery twins.
I mean, she looked pretty decent for her age, because she's like an old lady. She looked pretty decent for her age. Like,
is she?
Yeah, she's in her like 60s, I thought.
She's an old lady?
I mean,
it's not very old.
Oh, okay. She's 64. She's 64.
It's not too bad.
Okay. But she didn't look that bad. But this last round of facial surgery kind of made her look really fucked up.
How dishonest is John Oliver? Okay, it's Leah Thomas or Leah Thompson? Which one is it?
It's Leah Thomas.
Thomas? Okay.
Yeah.
Leah Thomas, and she swam for the University of Pennsylvania, not Penn State. Or that seems like Penn State.
It's photoshopped? Is it photoshopped? I can't tell.
Are the boobs photoshopped or the face?
Oh my God. Why? We're dealing with real issues here, Adam. Like, I'm trying to deal with what's wrong with her face, and all you care about is boobs. Okay, there's more important things in life than boobs. I know that coming from me, that's a shocking statement.
I know. I was going to say, you just lost half of S class.
Leah Thompson is the actress from Back to the Future.
Okay.
Leah Thomas is the trans athlete.
You knew who I was talking about anyway.
I knew who you were talking about.
God, you guys are such sticklers.
Right. Is this how Sitch comes out? You got me. Christian Baller, thanks so much for the $20. Says, Sitch, I know this would be quite an undertaking, but I'm sure we could raise money for it. You could make a documentary called, quote, Weaponized Autism with your evidence citations that debunks the most common leftist talking points.
That'd be cool.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I have to think about it. I mean, I feel like I could do that without raising any money, but that would kind of defeat the point, right? Because I want to make money.
Yeah.
Bogdanov? Those are the twins, right? The Bog twins?
Boy, I really feel like this poll was not really necessary.
Oh, Bogdanov.
So the poll came out 16% yes, 84% no. The question is, do you think there's a large population of people that accept trans people but not gay people? So 85% say no way. If you're a homophobe, you're a transphobe. Only 15% think that there's a distinction.
Right.
So,
well, there you go. See, I win. That means I'm correct, right?
No, this just means 85% of people
are correct, like me.
No, are not. Are both homophobes and transphobes.
I'm just right. You're wrong.
Only 50.
I can end the poll now because I'm proved objectively correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just saying 85% of you hate both trans people.
Oh, I see. You're trying to pull a woke leftist is what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
There you go.
But I'm only kidding, guys, obviously.
There you go.
I said we did a debate the other day, and I said some things that offended our audience greatly, which I haven't come to any terms yet, but I'm contemplating an apology to you guys. It's because you're such crybabies.
I see that Gene is still in the chat, and he's still incredibly triggered.
What?
Apparently he's triggered because I'm not a Russia simp. So there you go.
What? Hold on a second here.
Actually, you know what's weird? And this is just a guess. Have you noticed that all the neo-reactionaries, they always name themselves after like people from like the 1500s or something? Have you noticed that?
What's that?
I'm gonna guess
all
that
the neo-reactionaries. Oh yeah,
neo-reactionary crybaby.
They've got like
a
1600s portrait in there, or a black and white photo of someone from.
No, it's not black. It's like a painting, you know,
ancient
from
history.
1500s.
Oh yeah, exactly. They didn't have the things.
Am I right, Gene? Did I nail you? Are you a crybaby neo-reactionary?
Now you're gonna nail. Now you're having homosexual relationships with Gene. You're gonna nail him.
Yes.
Hold on. Willem says it's okay. I'm a Russian
simp. Okay. What better way? So,
anyway, Russian simp is so offensive. Why do you got to be offensive, Sitch?
Because this is not your safe space. That's
right.
Why.
It's just a Putin apologist.
Right.
You got to be nicer.
Oh, okay. Russia simp, Putin guzzler. Is that another?
Putin cuck. That's even worse. I'm not a
neo-reactionary. I've been watching you for years. Okay. It was just like Entropic, huh? All these people have been watching me for years that are just somewhat neo-reactionary. Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Okay, yeah, sure. I was have like people like they attack me like, Sitch, you're so stupid. I hate you. I fucking hate your guts. And I'm like, oh really? Why do you hate me? They're like, I've been watching you for years, Sitch. I'm a huge fan. I'm like, oh sure.
They're hate watchers.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you. You're definitely not trolling and lying. Okay.
Sitch, you're so sensitive. It's okay.
I'm sensitive.
Well, okay. I might be.
You think I didn't see how many bands you were throwing out?
I might be more sensitive.
You were throwing out bands like candy, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
I have my logic. Listen.
Yeah.
I'll let a couple weeks roll by and I'll just unban everyone.
But
I don't want J-Mac coming in here and giving fucking subs to a bunch of fucking.
That's a nice. I like that. That's a nice. Yeah.
A bunch of. Yeah. We can let it go. Okay. It's true. Look, J-Mac just doled out like 80 subs. We got a clean chat right now.
That's true. You don't want to give any subs to any losers.
Yeah. We don't want any lame brains.
Oh, thank you. Afro Frycook says, I only watch Sitch because he's physically attractive. That's true.
Nice.
Rich Jammer says, he's been watching me for years, but for 18.
Probably.
There you go. That's the big brain take.
And state's blunt force approach has led to absurd situations like that of Mac Beggs, who, as a Texas high schooler, wanted to wrestle boys, but was forced by state rules to wrestle girls. When he won a state championship, lawmakers tried to pass a law that would have made it impossible for athletes like him to compete, period, which is obviously absurd because, as one of the wrestlers that Mac actually defeated pointed out, none of these people seem to think through the reality of Mac's situation.
So before we get into that, because again, I just feel like this is so dishonest.
It is giantly dishonest.
So in Texas, they passed a bill that for athletes participating in school sports, they all had to participate, in the sport of their birth. That was on their birth certificate, I think, was the correct language of the bill. So they have to participate, however they're born, essentially. And obviously, when they passed the bill, they were only thinking of trans women competing with cis women. They were not thinking about trans men competing with cis women. And so you get this weird situation where you get a girl who starts to transition to a boy who's literally taking testosterone.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right. And so he is then crushing all of these girls in wrestling, like just annihilating them. And everyone says, "Oh, that's obviously stupid and wrong," right? And it's kind of insane that like John Oliver understands that that doesn't make sense, but he doesn't understand that the inverse with a trans woman against cis woman doesn't make sense when you have a similar issue there.
Well,
like why does John understand that one of those is crazy but the other one isn't?
I have heard that in many leagues, men's sports is technically co-ed. There's nothing preventing women from playing in the league with men because, but most women don't, because obviously they'd get destroyed. So that to me just says, okay, well, that opens the door for trans men to compete in men's sports, right? Nothing against it. So it really is about protecting women's sports.
Right.
Like women's sports is the one that there's a prohibition from biological males competing in. It's pretty simple. And
so obviously now the legislators of Texas are obviously really stupid, because what they should have done is they should have just they should have just amended the bill that it was only relating to trans women and cis women. I mean, that would have been the easy fix. I don't know why they didn't do that.
Right.
So, you know, because they're stupid politicians is the answer to the question. They're just very stupid politicians, essentially. But I did see an article that does make something a little suspect. Now, I'm not sure how this would play out, but apparently, and it's a little confusing, because on one hand, the bill like passed a law, but on the other hand, there's a question about whether it's really up to the authority of like this board to make, I forget what it was called. There's some board in Texas that supposedly has the authority to make the determination of who can play in what league depending on their sex, essentially. And that board did make a statement that if that trans male athlete asked them to make an exception, they would consider it. And the trans male's athlete's mom said that they did not ask that board for an exception.
Wow. Okay. That's kind of telling.
Right. So that's a little strange, because I would think if you're very serious, like you're a trans man and you really want to wrestle with the boys, you would try, even if you don't think it's going to work, you would still try to go through all avenues, essentially, to get that done. And if there's some board somewhere that says they have the power to maybe grant an exception, you would at least try it, wouldn't you?
Hell yeah. Well, unless, of course, you're destroying in the women's league.
Well, I don't think it's because of that.
So much of it is just...
I don't know if it's because of that. I think it might just be because they're like when this person had 2 documentaries made about them.
Right.
And they had all this, and they basically became like mini famous. And so if they ask this board, hey, can I wrestle with the boys? And they say yes, then the story goes away.
Oh, okay. So you think they're doing it for the attention?
Maybe. I don't know why they wouldn't ask for the exception.
This
like,
is
even
the
if it's
wrestler?
not granted, you know?
This is the wrestler?
This is the wrestler, yes.
Right. V Radio did a video on the wrestler.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was really good. And I think he used clips from the documentary because he was saying, he basically admitted that it was totally unfair.
Well, everyone knows everyone involved knows it's totally unfair.
Right.
There's no one pretending like it's fair.
Right. But I think he took a bunch of titles from them too. I mean, he's basically it's a woman on steroids, basically.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're gonna dominate.
Well,
what?
I'm thinking like, okay, I don't know. I don't know, but I would think that Texas is a big state. Okay, right?
Oh my God. Yeah, no, Texas. I heard it's big.
Yeah, I've heard. I've driven through Texas. It literally took 24 hours to drive across this state. But I've heard it's yes. And apparently Mac, who's a wrestler, they live near Dallas, which I've heard is a big city.
Dallas is big.
So I would think that in the big city of Dallas, in the big state of Texas, that there's got to be somewhere that if Mac really wants to wrestle, that there's some non-school affiliated wrestling league for kids that age that Mac could join.
Sure.
Right?
Some non-transphobic league.
Yes, I would be willing to bet there's probably a non-school affiliated youth wrestling league at a YMCA, or hey, maybe they're Jewish. Maybe they can go to the JCC, join the JCC wrestling. I don't know. I'm sure there's some wrestling league somewhere in the state of fucking Texas or near Dallas that they could join. And you're right in that, like, if I was Mac, I liked to wrestle when I was that age in high school. I was really big into wrestling. And
wrestling, huh?
That's right.
Sure.
Only co-ed wrestling.
I know,
obviously.
that's the only kind of wrestling I've ever been into.
Of course. No, but if I was, transitioning, right? If I was a trans male and I was wrestling, I was just dominating all these women.
How would you
like
feel
I would feel bad. I wouldn't want to do. I would stop doing it. Like, why am I doing this? I know I'm like,
because you're kicking ass. You got a documentary crew following you around. You're famous.
But that's the real
You're
reason.
destroying them.
That's the real reason.
I know.
You have a documentary.
Of course.
Well,
Yes.
why would you want to do? Otherwise, it just feels like it's not even like if you're just because they were undefeated. By the way, they were undefeated.
Oh, undefeated. Wow.
They were undefeated in their high school career.
That's a whole lot of cheat.
Right. It just, to me, that would feel so wrong to participate in that. And I understand it's not Mac's
most people
fault.
don't care, though. Most people are
I
like, yeah,
guess.
this is good for me.
No, but they're complaining that they should be able to wrestle with the boys, so they at least pretend like they care.
Yeah, because that gets more attention. They're like, look, not only am I dominating this sport, but I'm also a victim.
I guess, but so then stop. Then stop doing it.
I'm
Like,
also the victim here. Look,
That's
I just destroyed you out there, and I'm a victim.
I don't know. The whole situation
hysterical.
Feels wrong and messed up, and there's some. I didn't watch the
Not if you
documentary,
like
so I don't know if
fucking
it's
with
ever
people.
been addressed. But
I mean, if you're a narcissist, this is like your wet dream. You're like,
Yeah, but I don't wanna
fuck with
assume-
people
I don't
all
know-
day long, and
Right.
everyone loves me.
I don't know anything about this individual, so I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna like assume they're a narcissist or assume anything about their mental.
Well, I
state.
didn't say they are a narcissist. I said if you're a narcissist. Come on.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying I would have a little bit more empathy for Mac if they weren't engaged in a behavior which I think is somewhat immoral. And
Well,
I
think
believe
they
there's an
felt bad
alternative.
about it. The thing is, I mean, you do a lot of fucked up shit when you're a kid, and when you grow up, you're like, I shouldn't have done that. You spend the rest of your life feeling bad for the dumb shit you
You're
did when
right.
you were a kid.
You're very correct.
And I feel like that's
Hopefully-
what happened in the documentary. I feel like, oh yeah, he was high on the wins when it was happening, and then now that he's kind of looking back on it, he's looking at his trophies, going, "This is kind of stolen property here." This is
Right.
like, yeah.
No, you're completely correct. And maybe that's the unfortunate situation. And if that's the case, that's hopefully where your parents are supposed to come in and help guide you.
Well, unless they're high on it too. Oh, my kid's a complete winner. Are you kidding?
Exactly. But they don't have the excuse of being a kid.
This is like the Penn State coach who's like, "Suck it up, ladies. Come on,
Yeah.
we're winning. Look,
Yep.
I've been coaching swimming for the last 15 years and I haven't been able to win. Fuck all of you."
Yep.
Yeah, people are selfish pieces of shit. This is why people have to step in and stop them.
I tried to find if they had, I was curious now that they've gone to college, I think a different state. I was curious as to what their wrestling record was against
Oh no, did
males.
you look it up? Did you look it up? Were they
I tried
losers?
to.
Oh.
I tried to. And it's interesting. I couldn't find any record of their wrestling career against guys.
They had their records sealed.
And apparently it was really weird. Whatever school they joined, it said they joined the wrestling team, but they, I think, immediately had top surgery.
Right.
So they didn't wrestle for like the entirety of 2021, I think. And so, but it's 2022, and I still can't see any.
This is Mac?
This is Mac. And so I still don't see any information about their record. So I'm curious if they even wrestle at all now.
Leah Thomas was, I read some article where they had her stats and she was terrible swimming with men.
Really?
Yeah. She's total.
Well,
not even close to
well, that's part of the
winning
problem.
anything.
Right. But that's part of the problem, and I am sympathetic to it, is that trans women might be in a category where they're kind of fucked because they might be way better than women, but still worse than men on average. And so like they might need their own category if they want to do sports, when there might not be enough trans women participating in sports for the half of their own category. So it's kind of fortunate, but
I fundamentally don't buy into the fact that there aren't narcissists in the world that will just do anything to elevate their status.
I think that's a really bad argument. And that's the argument that Jon Stewart is going, that John Oliver is going to debunk. And I think that's a real not persuasive argument because it's hard.
I don't think it's persuasive, but there's a lot of people in the world, and
there are, but when you make that argument, essentially what it sounds like you're saying, I don't know if this is what you're saying, is that there's someone who's so narcissistic that they would go through gender reassignment surgery or gender transition just to win sports when they're young.
Yes.
What I think is not happening even remotely.
Okay, but you're saying it will never happen. There's a difference.
Even if it does happen, it's going to happen so rarely that it's not worth talking about or structuring laws or society around something that rare.
Right.
I think it's far more likely that at 99.9% of the situations, it's a person who legitimately thinks, whether they have it or not, they legitimately think they have gender dysphoria, and they're also an athlete, and they like competing in sports.
Right.
And the reason I don't like when you make that argument is because when you make bad argument, like, we know how the internet works. Essentially.
Really?
Yeah, like essentially, John Oliver and those people, they're going to intentionally choose the weakest argument to attack and then say that that's your entire argument.
Right.
And so I try to circumvent that by saying, well, that's not my argument at all. I'm going to just throw those arguments in the trash can.
Sure. I get it. I do get it. And I know the counter argument to what I'm saying, but you yourself, basically have the same position as me, even if you don't want to say it. Even if you
I don't have the same position as you. I said if it is happening, it's so insanely rare.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounded like you were saying that. You sound like you were saying that you thought there was some
I'm saying that is not impossible.
Well,
you were saying that
very
it's
few
not
things
impossible.
are impossible, Adam.
Yes,
right?
because it's a big world with a lot of people.
Right.
Exactly. And there are people who are just completely monomaniacally narcissistic and will do anything for success.
It's not impossible, Adam, that in the
I
course
agree.
of this live stream, a capuchin monkey will jump onto your desk and do a tap dance routine with a tiny top hat and a cane. Okay, that's not impossible.
Listen,
but it's very unlikely.
The odds of that happening are in the gajillions, right? The odds of what I'm saying happening are 100%. It's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. There's too many people in the world. There's too many people who are narcissists.
Right,
yeah.
but that 100 there's a 100% chance that at least one person in human existence.
So we
will do
have
that.
the same position.
Okay.
We
No,
have
don't!
exactly the same position.
There's a 100% chance, Adam, that at some point in human history, someone will be streaming and a capuchin monkey will jump on the desk and do a tap dance routine.
You can't be serious. You can't think. You can't be serious.
If humans continue living long enough and go forward into the future, there's a 100% chance that will happen at some point in time.
You can't be serious about this. Come on now.
I'm just saying, I don't like
capuchin monkeys are adorable. I if I could, I would get a capuchin monkey.
It's probably already happened. Okay.
Of course. Look,
Sargon,
you and I have.
Hey, Sargon. Sargon thinks it happens. Okay, so wait. So this is a problem, Adam. So first of all, hi, Carl. Carl thinks that happens consistently or constantly.
Right. Well, his position is different than mine.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
But your positions are going to get conflated.
Yes, and I understand that, but I want my since Sitch and I have the same position,
Stop saying we have the same position.
just conflate mine and Sitch's position.
I have the capuchin monkey position. You don't have the capuchin monkey position.
That's outrageous.
Orangutan gang. There you go. What do you mean? If it's so rare, why does it keep happening? Wait a minute. You're not
Adam don't want. Listen,
Wait, what is happening? Wait, has it ever been proved?
Hey, dude,
in any situation that any person transitioned purely to win at sports in the women's league? Has that ever been proven to have happened once?
Hey, dude, in the chat says Adam don't want to compete with other narcissists. We're fucking streamers. What do you think we're doing?
That's all we do. Yeah. What are you talking about?
This is our profession.
We're professional narcissists. There you go.
Come on, guys. Anyway.
Wait,
no.
Sitch, you are Jewish, so I assume you aren't an athlete.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Carl. But athletes destroy their bodies all the time for victory. That's what steroids are. Well, first of all, I'm offended. I was incredibly athletic.
Yes.
Okay, until I went to college.
Sitch is way
I
more
lost
of
my
an
teeth
athlete.
playing street hockey, you fuck.
You've gone too far now, Carl. How dare you?
Jeez. God. Carl, are you gonna be Kanye's vice president?
Yeah, Carl, when are you doing the Kanye interview?
Anyways.
Yeah, let's move on.
Do you really honestly think someone would change their entire gender just so they would win state?
No, that's why I'm saying, Adam, don't make that argument. It's an argument that on its face seems so ludicrous to like 90% of the population. Okay.
Look, you're listening to a high school student here who just made the counter argument to an argument that you already agreed is factually correct. What she is saying is factually incorrect.
God, I'm gonna
look at what. Listen, back it up. Look at what she says. Look at what she says right here. Here.
No.
None of these people seem to think through the reality of Mac's situation.
Do you really honestly think someone would change their entire gender just so they would win state?
Okay. She said, do you actually think someone?
Oh my God.
This
is so pedantic.
Some one person would. Do you act so, Sitch?
Well,
I want to ask you.
Technically, I mean, one person could.
You just admitted that one person would.
No, here's the correct way to have this. If someone said that to you,
look, her argument is factually incorrect, and it's completely. Why am I supposed to accept her factually incorrect argument?
I want you to imagine that you're having a conversation about trans issues in front of a bunch of normies.
Right.
Okay. Like a bunch of people that don't know, like, a bunch of 40, 50-year-old boomers who just want to grow.
I'm team truth, motherfucker.
Wait, no.
I'm team truth. I don't give a fuck.
You're going to walk with me on this journey.
Okay.
You're having this conversation in front of a bunch of boomers. Okay.
My elephant's going to rampage along with you on this journey.
You're at a debate stage in front of a crowd of boomers.
Where's my GIF?
Okay. And you say, I don't think it's correct for trans women in schools to participate with cis women in certain sports like wrestling, swimming, running, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's your position that you state. And then this student who's arguing against you says, my opponent actually thinks that someone's going to change their gender just to win a state championship in high school. Okay. Now, are you telling me that you're going to respond that by saying, well, technically, I think there's at least one person in all of America that's done just that? Or is that what you're going to say? Or are you going to say, well, wait a minute. That's not my argument. I'm not even making that argument about anyone faking it to win championships. That's a total straw man. My argument has nothing to do with their intentions. It's just that when a man transitions to a woman, she retains some of their physical prowess that they had when they were male, and thus it's not fair. I'm not talking about intentions whatsoever. Which of those answers do you think is going to play with a crowd and be more persuasive?
Yours, obviously, but...
Okay, so then why are we wasting all our time arguing this stupid fucking point?
Well, now you just changed the argument, though.
I didn't change the argument. That was literally my first thing I said in this conversation.
Look,
I said it was stupid to frame it this way.
We're
and
having
then you said, well, technically it's true. And I said, that's irrelevant.
Okay.
Yes, there's one person probably somewhere in existence that has done that. Who cares? You shouldn't structure the conversation around the one person.
Well, I'm just saying the girl in the video is completely wrong. So
okay.
She uttered an untrue statement, and I'm here to tell her she's factually incorrect.
You tell her that she's
I mean,
wrong.
I understand you're saying one argument is more persuasive than the other. Yeah, I get that, but
I'm glad you brought up the.
Yeah, you like it? I gotta
So
download
Hot Diggity Demon.
The GIF, yeah.
Hot Diggity Demon made this amazing GIF. Of this is his interpretation of our conversation with Max.
Which is great.
With the other Max. So not him, Max, but with Mr. Girl. So
yes, Hot Diggity Demon's name is Max as well.
Right.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, it's so funny. Hot Diggity Demon's video on fascism
is hilarious. So yes. Yeah.
He did a video on his fascism.
We're gonna Max is gonna come on sooner or later.
We'll wear him down one day.
We're gonna wear him down. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is awesome. Thank you so much for making it, Max. It's totally hilarious. And Max, I mean, he basically said it was very entertaining. So if you want to check it out, you can. Whether or not Adam was out of control is, I mean, I think I did fine, but a lot of people. Well, not really even a lot of people. I mean, a few people were very much on. I don't know. It seems split. Who knows?
Don't worry about it. A guy for $20 says, as far as I know, Leah Thomas, so now I'm saying it, hasn't transitioned at all. The fact that they continue to play female sports despite the outrage doesn't exactly make them look less narcissistic. I think they had taken, I believe that they had taken female hormones or something.
Yeah.
So I think they were I mean, I don't know if they physically transitioned. Like, I don't know if they had, implants or bottom surgery, but I'm pretty sure that they were taking hormones.
They did not have bottom surgery or top surgery or any surgery, but they were taking hormones. Yeah, exactly. Because I think their testosterone down into an acceptable level to compete.
Because I believe they had to take hormone blockers. They probably didn't have to take female hormones, but I know they had to take hormone blockers to compete because they check for testosterone levels or something, don't they? So, but I'm pretty sure they did both. Though obviously that the idea is no, actually no, I know because the article I read said that she had only been taking hormone blockers and taking female hormones for a year, and then she was allowed to compete, which I don't think that's remotely enough time to negate any of the, or not any, but to negate a lot of the physical benefits a man has against a woman in a sport like swimming. And we all have these things called eyeballs, and we just see Leah Thompson's body type and size, and we can just see there's a massive difference.
Of course, yeah.
Screams she still looks very large. So she looks very large and very muscular in a way which women generally are not. So
the problem that I have with this argument, no one would ever, and this is the argument that they're making, no one would ever transition to win sports competitions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that because the next thing you know, Patrick Bateman is, obviously transitioning and cleaning up gold medals. Like someone who is an obvious narcissist steps in and you're just like, how do we have this conversation? We've already taken that off the table as an argument against it.
Sure.
I mean, there are situations where that happens. So you gotta leave the argument open.
True.
Yeah. That's why I'm just
like he's saying Thompson. You got it stuck in my brain.
Do you
think... Dev. Dev joined the chat.
What's up, Dev?
Are you sick, Dev? Don't be sick, Dev. Be healthy.
What is the transgender woman that was in Canada and trying to get people to wax her balls?
Oh.
I think there's an argument to be made that she is a narcissist, right? But if you can't make that. Just Chelsea is not gonna. You've already let Chelsea take that argument off the table.
That's a completely different situation.
Okay.
That person's not transitioning to compete in sports,
right? But they're transitioning to achieve things that they might not normally achieve.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to argue. But even then, that person in Canada. This again, it's such a small minority. It doesn't behoove you when you're making arguments and trying to be persuasive. It doesn't behoove you to fixate on these very small minority things.
I'm not fixated on it. We're completely talking past each other.
No, we're not talking past each other.
I'm saying when Chelsea comes out.
You're very concerned about saying, well, technically I'm right, Sitch.
No.
That's why we're having this conversation. I said, yeah, you are, but it's still stupid.
I am saying when Chelsea comes out and makes this argument, she's basically saying that, like, she's saying that she does not understand the world as it is. She does not accept that there are people who are narcissists, that are people that are psychopaths, there are people that are very different than normal people that will do awful things to get what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, I can't stand back and abide by that argument. It's naive and stupid.
Okay, well, we can move on. Dev, you were banned from Twitter? I didn't even know this.
Did you get your account back?
No, he has a different account. That's totally not him. It's somebody else.
Sitch.
I mean, it's not Dev. It's Dev's friend with a mustache.
Jessica Yaniv is.
Why did you get banned, Dev? What happened? I didn't even know that this happened.
This was recent. Maybe
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Message me on Discord, Dev. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
I check Discord once a month, whether I need to or not.
I need to start doing that.
No, that's not how it works.
According to Sitch, that is how it works.
Oh my god.
Well, just saying. Like, why are you not
Let's just
adamant?
move on, please, God.
Why are you not adamant about how fucking stupid this argument is?
Before I open up Minecraft and then kill myself in Minecraft, please, let's continue the video.
This is, now we're going to listen to John Oliver simp for this stupid argument.
No!
For this totally stupid argument.
Right.
No, look, now he says, oh, right. Those kinds of people don't exist in the world.
This obviously wasn't an effort to cheat. Kids aren't plotting big, deceitful, school sports-related cheating schemes just to get what they want. You're thinking of Laurie Loughlin. That's who you're thinking of here. You're confused. So much of the conversation around anti-trans laws involves massively overheated rhetoric that does not match the reality of kids' actual situations. And interestingly, a lot of it's been fueled by some of the same players behind the critical race theory panic, who...
I know. He's like, listen, I don't have enough substance here, because if I actually dig into the substance of this, he'll find out that he's actually wrong. So he's like, I got to throw critical race theory in here too.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't think about it till just now. So he tries to go into the, finger quote science, some of the trans issues later in the video. But notice that when it came to the science related to trans women in sports, there's no science.
Non-existent.
It doesn't say anything. There's nothing there, except one high school student making that argument.
Yeah, the argument that I destroyed and Sitch did too, but a little more tepidly.
There you go.
As we discussed, we're using it as a wedge issue to promote school choice. In fact, one key architect of the CRT panic, Chris Rufo, recently pivoted to attacking trans rights, and he has openly discussed the strategy behind doing that.
What I'm looking at, and it's just kind of an ongoing series, I just started it, is to take that same system of reporting, that same style of reporting as I did with critical race theory, but now taking a look at gender ideology. What's happening right now is parents are feeling that. They're feeling though.
So this is very dishonest too, because he said, I'm taking the same style of reporting and information gathering that I did with CRT, and I'm applying it to like the trans issue.
Yeah, it's called journalism.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Why is that a bad thing? They frame that as like, oh, this is nefarious. It's like, oh,
right, exactly.
Okay. I mean,
yeah. Well, it's nefarious to John Oliver because he's never engaged in journalism in his entire life, like as a propagandist.
Shots fired.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like John Oliver. He's
Listen.
a piece of shit. He's a liar and a deceiver.
It's disappointing. It's disappointing because number one, he was funny in Community.
Right.
And number two, before all the woke stuff, I would watch John Oliver's program occasionally, and he had some pretty good shows where he would talk about issues that no one else was talking about, and you'd be like, oh, I didn't even know this was a thing. But now I'm suspect to think, well, maybe that was all bullshit from the beginning.
Yeah.
Oof, this is kind of weird. I'm kind of uncomfortable with this, but I'm scared to speak out. And so what we have to do is we have to give them the kind of media narrative, kind of justification or validation or substantiation of their concerns to say, hey, this is the kind of thing they're teaching in schools. And then we have to give them the language where they can speak about it with confidence, they can speak about it directly, and they can speak about it with the requisite level of aggressiveness that it's going to take to say, hey, wait a minute, we have to stop this.
Yeah,
So I don't know why Chris Rufo keeps doing this, but he does. Like, there's nothing technically wrong with what he said, because what he's saying is essentially that there are parents who they don't like this for whatever reason. Maybe they're trying to give bad arguments like Adam is trying to give against high school kids. Maybe
they're so mean.
Maybe they can't, verbalize themselves exactly in the best way.
Oh my God, it's getting worse.
And so Christopher Rufo is like, so we're going to try to give them like the best
talking points,
most persuasive arguments and talking points, blah, 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 which is literally, by the way, what every political and non-political but issue advocacy group in the country does.
Of course.
They go to people and they try to give them,
it's what John Oliver is doing in this video.
Right. But the thing that's interesting about it is that even though that happens, and we all know it happens, it's very rarely directly talked about publicly in that, like that openly, that's what's happening. And so when Rufo says it, like he says what is true, but he just says it out in the open like that, it makes it very easy for people like John Oliver and other people to attack him because they're like, oh, look, he's just, because they kind of twist around and say like, oh, see, he's lying, or he's trying to trick people, or he's trying to give people like dishonest talking points, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And he should just not say this.
Right. He should just say, we're spelling it out for people.
Right. He should just find it. And it's weird because I think Rufo has done a very good job at crafting legislation he's crafting. He's obviously done a very good job at persuading politicians, but yet he keeps stepping into this trap when it comes to his own rhetoric. And it was the same thing with CRT. They kept hammering him with that CRT thing that he said about, we're going to make CRT synonymous with every bad thing, that the left is doing. And it's just, they just keep hammering with it. And he keeps walking into that trap. And it's like, Chris, don't do it. Stop. Don't walk into that trap.
I mean, I question whether or not it's dumb or brilliant, because it does give the left something to freak out about that I think normal people will not really freak out about. So I think like that political tweet thing, it did get Christopher Rufo a lot of screen time on a lot of different platforms. And I feel like it's not really that bad what he said.
Well, I get it's a gamble, I guess, because on one hand, you're right. It definitely, like Kanye, makes a lot of people talk about it.
Right. But it's not as bad as what Kanye's doing.
Obviously. But the downside of it is that it basically allows everyone in the mainstream media a very easy argument to just immediately dismiss anything that he ever says. Like instantaneously just say, oh, we can just dismiss him because here's a clip of him admitting that he's lying or being dishonest. He's not, but that's how they frame it, and that's how people on the left will perceive it. And I don't know if him gaining infamy is worth that easy dismissal that the media gets against him. I don't think he needs to be more famous. I don't think he needs the publicity because he's already has the ear, obviously, of so many politicians. So I'm not sure it's worth the trade-off.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you even collect data on that?
No, obviously you couldn't, but
just guesstimations.
Basically giving people a script to repeat. And say what you want about Chris Rufo, like, for instance, that he's a fear-mongering troll who looks like what would happen if someone made the recipe for Ryan Gosling but forgot to add the hotness.
Yeah, I mean, making fun of people's
I never knew
looks.
how similar they looked until you saw this picture. That's crazy. Look at that.
I mean, it's an insult to say someone looks like Ryan Gosling now. I mean,
Well, we're saying he looks like an ugly Ryan Gosling.
oh, is that what he's saying?
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Which,
I
to
mean,
be fair,
you just said he
compared to
looked
Ryan
similar.
Gosling, I think most men would probably
I know.
be considered not as attractive.
I mean, 3/4 the way to Ryan Gosling. I just gonna
Pretty
call
decent, yeah.
I'm gonna call a win.
There you go. There you go. He just listen. He just needs to change his hair a little bit. Maybe shave his eyebrows down a little bit.
I mean, Christopher Rufo has a very attractive wife and a bunch of kids, so I don't think he's hurt by this.
Christopher Rufo's wife. Now I gotta Google this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not like I don't think he's ugly or anything. But
I
what
mean,
is her
John
name?
Oliver.
Supahatra?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
she's
Thai.
yeah, he's got
Supahatra. That's a cool ass name. That sounds like she's an anime character.
Super Hatra. Is that her name?
Her name is Supahatra. Yeah, there you go.
Hilarious.
Supahatra.
So, what do you think? Comparable to Madonna's boobs or over under? What's
She's hotter than Madonna with her fucked up face, but I think it's a very low bar.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we covered Christopher Rufo last week, and I don't get the Christopher Rufo hate, but
well, what do you mean? I mean, it's very obvious. He's politically effective. What do you? What do you mean? You don't understand? Oh, do you mean the hate from the right or the hate from the left?
the hate from the left, obviously.
Yeah, the hate from. I mean,
it's
I don't understand.
insane.
The libertarian hate doesn't make sense, but
Yeah. Well, he wants to take control of the state and they don't want the state to exist. So I get that.
Mm-hmm.
He is very deliberate in how he tries to influence public opinion. Rufo suggested branding.
Oh, wait a second here. And we should be not deliberate about how we shape public opinion? What the fuck is your entire show, you moron? What are you doing right now? Why is your mouth? Why are you flapping your gums right now if you're not trying to shape public opinion?
Mm-hmm.
I hate hypocrisy. He's just such a fucking piece of shit. Look,
guy
right
for
now you're trying to shape public opinion, and
Yeah,
you're trying to just like hurt people in the process.
Yeah, but he's on the quote right side of history, so
No,
okay.
Christopher Rufo's on the right side of history.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry. It's sorry that the conservatives are the only one who's are protecting individual freedom now.
Right. Hey, Doomer. Doomer's in the chat. Guy for $40 says, Leah Thomas takes hormones, but the testing protocol isn't sufficient to catch anything. They don't create a biological passport. Very little medication before a test will lower free testosterone into the acceptable range. Well, that's a fair point. They also said, the acceptable testosterone range set for Thomas is still high enough for some doctors to disqualify them for TRT. Anyway, I agree it's a bad argument, but I had to take the bait. Well, fair enough. I think that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know the specifics about that, so there could definitely still be a lot of problems regarding the testing range.
Yeah.
Charlie Heathcott, thanks so much for 40 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, hi, Sitch and Adam. Hope you're well. Adam, I have a question for you. I found my old harmonica when I was a kid, and now I'm trying to learn how to play it. Any tips for a beginner? Also, A Team reigns supreme.
Oh, look! Listen to that weak sauce.
Well, they spelled it reigns,
sauce.
R-A-I-N-S.
Oh,
So,
look
you know,
at
I
that.
got
So you couldn't tell what they were saying.
Yeah, it's like it's literally raining supreme. Like, is it raining supreme clothing, like from the sky or something? Like, is it raining taco supreme
could
from the
be.
sky? What's happening?
That would be like heaven. I mean, who wouldn't like that?
I feel like that would cause a lot of ecological. I'm not sure what would cause more ecological damage: Taco Bell Taco Supremes raining from the sky, or supreme clothing raining from the sky.
Well, on the
Probably
harmonica question, there's a bunch of really good videos on YouTube. Obviously, this is how people learn things now. So, I learned to play Piano Man by YouTube. I looked up a video and basically just practiced. I have another song that I'm learning now, but I'm not very good at it. So, but yes, YouTube. Look up. There's a bunch of tutorial videos on it, and it's a lot of fun. So, congratulations. Shall we move on? What happened? Sitch left. He's
Hit
like,
it.
I'm
I'm
out
waiting
of
for
here.
you to hit the button. That's what happened.
Sitch is like, look.
I'm trying to sleep here, okay?
Adam just totally destroyed me on my argument about narcissists.
No, see, no. When you start talking about YouTube harmonica tutorials, I just zone out. I'm like, okay, let me do something.
Let me look up what percentage of the population are narcissists. That's what I want to know.
You go look that up. I'm gonna hit the button.
The discussion of trans issues under the umbrella of radical gender theory. And he tweeted out that conservatives should start using the phrase trans stripper in lieu of drag queen. It has a more lurid set of connotations and shifts the debate to sexualization. And sure, anything can have a more lurid and sexual set of connotations if you just rename it. I'll show you. Rain, sky jizz. There, much worse.
So, but he's not, again, because John Oliver is dishonest, he's not addressing the argument. Yeah, you can rename anything to sound sexual, but does it make sense to do so in the context of drag queens? And I would argue it kind of does.
Yeah.
Now, we got in a big argument with some people, I think including CT, who's a big fan of RuPaul's Drag Race. But we got to a big argument with some people about whether drag is inherently sexual or not. My position that it is inherently sexual. And so I think it's fair to say, I mean, I guess, see, the actual thing to say it's not fair is that, to my knowledge, most drag queens are not actually trans. So that would actually be the only issue. It'd be more like calling them a gay stripper. But, I mean, and that's what's so weird about the whole drag queen issue, is that since most drag queens, there are some trans drag queens, but most drag queens are not trans. And yet, for some reason, it's being allowed under the guise that it has something to do with transness.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with calling it being a trans stripper. I don't think that's that unfair a statement to do.
Immersion blender, soup vibrator, spaghetti sauce, noodle lube. See, this works on anything. But in the conservative playbook, that tactic is a really big one, linking discussion of gender identity to sexual predation and teachers grooming students. A related tactic is arguing that the rise in kids identifying as trans is due to social contagion, that it's just a mass delusion, a trendy fad that is rapidly spreading among young people. Just listen to Abigail Schreier, a vocal proponent of that theory, laying all of this out.
If you want to see brainwash, check out these young teenagers who suddenly decide they're transgender. They immediately cut off their families. They very often drop out of school. They very often start tattooing themselves and using drugs. And they are creating a world for themselves that is so healthy, so built around sexuality, and they lose all their hobbies. Their only hobby is being transgender.
Oh, okay. So there is a lot there, but let me just address the claim that trans kids lose all their hobbies, because I will point out that when they try to have some, like, I don't know, school sports, for example, a bunch of arsehole adults try to keep them from doing it. Schreier sometimes dresses her argument up by using the term rapid onset gender dysphoria, which is total horseshit. It comes from a study published by a researcher in 2018 hypothesising that some kids identify as trans due to peer pressure. But it's worth you knowing that study was based on a survey of parents, not actual trans kids, and it targeted parents from organisations dedicated...
Okay, hold on, we gotta go back. Okay, there's a very interesting thing that happened here. So he plays a clip of Abigail Schreier, who's talking about social contagion. And he doesn't address her point specifically. He instead pivots to this weird non-point joke about, oh, well, in this clip, she complains that that a lot of trans kids will then wrap their entire identity around the transness and kind of isolate themselves from other groups.
Yeah.
And so John Oliver's response to that is this very kind of dishonest shifting of, well, they try to have social lives outside of that in sports, but they're not allowed to because of laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which doesn't really address her point at all, because that's such a minority. As John Oliver even said himself, that's such a minority. He said there was literally one person in the state of South Dakota that affected, or that didn't affect, that was trans before that law even went into effect. Okay, so That's obviously not what related to Abigail Schreier's point. If this is such a small amount of people, which is John's argument, it's such a small amount of people, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
So that's the first. So he doesn't actually address what her point is.
Of
He
course
just kind
not.
of subverts it.
Well, and
then
go ahead.
Well, I'm saying, and then he moves on to away from the social contagion point to the rapid onset gender dysphoria point, which I don't know if he realizes he's doing it, but it's a dishonest shifting, because it's something you always like to bring up. There's mountains of evidence for social contagion.
Yes.
And there isn't as much evidence for rapid onset gender dysphoria. And so that's part of why he's shifting the argument away from social contagion.
Yeah, I hate this because I bring up social contagion all the time. And I knew about social contagion before transgenderism became a social contagion. Like social contagion, the most famous ones are around suicide. So we have this massive body of evidence for social contagion that goes back 50 years. And the left is acting like it's some sort of conspiracy theory by the right, which it totally offends my sensibilities when they're supposed to be the party of science, you know, standing under the banner of science, all of this kind of stuff. And a lot of people, I mean, that guy, FD Signifier, I was arguing with him in some comment section, and I brought up the social contagion thing. And he's basically saying until there is some peer-reviewed study that links transgenderism specifically to social contagion, it's like, it's bullshit. When I'm thinking, I mean, they've got social contagion has affected suicide, eating disorders. They are talking about it causing Tourette's now. It's like there's all of these different things that can be social contagions. Why would transgenderism be any different? What is the special thing about transgenderism that means it can't be possibly socially spread? I mean, if suicide can be socially spread, what is different about transgenderism?
You would think.
Yeah.
Right.
Just you turn on your mind. Just use your logic, okay? Just you do some thinking upstairs. It's very simple. You know what would stop it? Confirmation bias. You just think, you're like, I don't want to believe this. I don't want Adam to be right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, school sports, for example, a bunch of arsehole adults try to keep them from doing it. Schreier sometimes dresses her argument up by using the term rapid onset gender dysphoria, which is total horseshit. It comes from a study published by a researcher in 2018 hypothesizing that some kids identify as trans due to peer pressure. But it's worth you knowing that study was based on a survey of parents, not actual trans kids, and it targeted parents from organisations dedicated to opposing trans ideology, which is instantly...
So if you identify as goth because you start hanging out with a bunch of goth people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be peer pressure? And are your parents not going to be able to identify that in you since they were at one time were kids? Like being peer pressured by their friends to get a tattoo or drink too much or do whatever?
Yeah. Well, and the big problem with the study, in the way it's... Now, I'm trying to remember because there was some issue where when the study was originally published, there was some error in how the journal reported the purpose of the study, and I don't remember what the original was. All I can see is the way it says now. But the way it's written now, I think a lot of people are very dishonest with how they talk about the study, because the study wasn't suggesting what John Oliver said. According to the study itself, it says the purpose of this study was to document and explore the observations and describe the resulting presentation of gender dysphoria appearing rapidly, which is inconsistent with existing research literature. That's all it says.
Right.
It's not, and when you read the conclusion of the study is like, this merits more research to look into. It's not suggesting that like Dr. Lisa Lippman is not suggesting that she's found the definitive answer for gender dysphoria, or that there's a definitive 100% social contagion. All she's saying is, wow, a lot of parents notice a rapid change in their children that didn't exist before, and this merits looking into. That's all she's saying. And then and John is about to bring up this point, which they all bring up when they talk about this study, which is irrelevant. They say, oh, the parents who were the population chosen for this, a lot of them were pulled from internet message boards where it was parents complaining about their children basically being trans, or they're not necessarily on board with their kids being trans. And so therefore that invalidates the study.
Right.
But it doesn't, because the study is just saying, oh, these parents said that their kids did not identify as trans when they were young and only started to identify as trans in high school. That's all the study needs to know.
Right.
So then it doesn't matter whether the parents or not are in favor or against their transness.
Yeah. Some parent who their kid was trans from an early age and has had gender dysphoria over years and years and years wouldn't need to be included in the study.
Right. They could still, a parent whose kid identified as trans at a young age could still be against their kid transitioning.
Sure.
So that's not relevant to the study. The study was just like, oh, we're looking for parents who say that their kids just came out as trans and had no previous history related to that.
Study claiming that all postal workers are terrifying hell demons sent to attack your family, but then learning that the researchers only surveyed a collection of anxious dogs. That's some heavy sampling bias that clearly skewed your results. And to be very clear, there is ample evidence of gender variance throughout human history.
How is that? I mean, how is that a biased sample?
So, what are you talking about with Lisa Lippman's? Well, I guess
with the parents. It's not. I mean,
right.
What are they not going to answer the questions honestly? Or?
That's what I guess. That's what they're suggesting, is that they're basically lying. They're going to pretend like their kid did say that they were trans their whole life, and then the parents are lying about it now or something.
Right.
I guess. But the second thing he brought up is so ridiculous. He's like, he brings up this article that I read, and it's like
the National Geographic article.
Yeah. There's ample evidence of gender variance throughout human history. Okay, that's so and it's so weird. I think this might be the most dishonest John Oliver segment I've ever seen, because he keeps bringing up irrelevant points to counter things, but you don't really notice they're irrelevant. So the claim Lisa Lippman is making, actually not even, the straw man claim that John Oliver is claiming Lisa Lippman made, which he didn't, is that there's this thing called rapid onset gender dysphoria, which is essentially a social contagion where a bunch of girls specifically will just identify as trans because of social pressure. Okay. That's the claim John Oliver is trying to debunk.
Mm-hmm.
And his way of debunking that is to say, oh, well, there's been trans people all throughout human history.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur.
How does that debunk anything? Lisa Lippman is not saying there's no trans people. She never made a claim. She never made any sort of claim that everyone with gender dysphoria or every transgender person is faking it. That was never she never made that claim. She doesn't even believe that. That's a complete fabrication.
Yeah, she's not against trans people. That's the other problem with this, is their giant straw man of anyone who is researching this stuff is that they're just a huge transphobe and they want trans people never to exist.
Exactly.
Which in the interview with Lisa Lippman, she was very clear. No, trans people exist. They're real. She was very careful not to offend them, obviously. So, I mean, she cares.
Right. And so this article, you skim through it and it's like some historian, gives you a handful of examples of throughout, the thousands of years of human history, there's 3 or 4 trans people. You're like, okay, what the fuck does that prove?
Yeah. It's
that it's very rare, I guess, because you need 3 people across 10,000 years as your evidence.
What about variance throughout human history?
Yeah, it's absurd.
Come on.
What are these arguments?
We were talking about social contagion. What about gender variance throughout human history? Yeah.
Right.
That's a little off topic, John.
If your argument is, oh, there's not a massive spike in people identifying as trans, because trans people have existed all throughout history, and your evidence is here's 3 or 4 examples in the last 5,000 years. I mean, you're kind of making the opposite point.
Yeah.
It's not like they said, oh, by the way, we found a society where like 10% of the population was trans or something.
It's so weird to me that we've built this entire fictional world that's established enough that John Oliver can make some sort of piece of content like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so fictional. It's all based on fiction. All of this is just not accurate in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's here talking about it like, oh yeah, this is the world we live in.
Right.
And all just basically to win elections. This is all politically based. How is this any different than evangelicalism or?
It's not. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same.
And as far back as historians have found evidence of trans people, they found trans children. As for the rapid rise...
What?
Yeah, it's like, who cares?
Did
How
you
is this relevant?
Did
to
you read
anything?
the article?
I did read the article, yeah. They had like 3 examples or something from like, the last 5,000
I'm
years.
scared to ask. Yeah.
It was nothing. I'm reading this, I'm like, what? I think they actually brought up the example, if I remember correctly, that Danimal referenced from the 50s. Too.
Is it like, is it Game of Thrones? Is it basically like, I'm a boy to hide from the war?
They didn't go, no. It was supposed to be people that were like actually had some sort of gender dysphoric inclinations or something. But I mean, I'm sure there's many points in history where people have pretended to be other genders for reasons like that.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, but that's not what they're referencing. So
in kids identifying as trans, as the writer Julia Serrano has pointed out. When you look at a chart of left-handedness among Americans over the 20th century, you see a massive spike when we stopped forcing kids to write with their right hand, and then a plateau. That doesn't mean everyone became left-handed or that there was a rapid onset southpaw dysphoria. It means people were free to be who they fucking were.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is very important because
I love that,
as
that
we know
massive spike. Go ahead.
As we know in a lot of these political conversations, essentially someone crafts a talking point and then everyone just repeats the talking point because they find it persuasive.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's actually look at this chart.
Yeah.
So look at this chart and it looks like approximately the low point is like 1910, 1905-ish.
Right.
And it's like at a little bit over 3%, 3.6% maybe. So 3.6% of people in 1905 or 1910 were left-handed. And then you see it steadily goes all the way up until 1960 when it reaches just under 12%.
Right.
Okay. So that means it takes about 50 years.
50 years, this massive spike.
Yes. It takes
50 years.
It takes 50 years to go up about 10 points.
Right. Which is about 3 times as much.
Right. So let's go to, so we're at 11:45. So let's switch videos really quick to Lisa Lippman, actually, the woman who wrote the Rapid Gender Dysphoria study, is on Megyn Kelly a year ago talking about this exact issue. So let's see what she has to say about this.
What does that really mean? So in the United Kingdom, they saw a 45,000% increase in girls attending the gender identity development services. 4,300, so 4,000, I'm sorry, 4,500% increase. And that is huge. That's really huge. And
just to do the math on that, to keep it simple. So whereas there might have been one girl coming in 10 years ago saying, I think I might be, I'm gender dysphoric, just to really dumb it down, like confused about my gender or may identify with the opposite gender. Now there's 4,500 girls coming in 10 years later.
Well, 45,000 increasing 45 includes. Right. So, so the increase is, I tried to drill down because it's hard to kind of, what is this? So that's a 60% increase per year, you know, over this 8-year period. You know,
math
so
is so
the
confusing. It
numbers
hurts my head. They've gone way up.
I know.
Let's go with that.
It has gone way up. And so some people say, oh, it's just because of stigma. And when you see numbers like that, you know, there's a responsibility to dig a little deeper than just saying, here's one explanation. Let's just stop there and stop looking. And so some people, I think, can dig in their heels and say, nope, it's just because of this. And if you look at other things that you might consider where stigma has decreased and you've seen things increase, we'll talk about left-handedness. So many years ago, it was strongly discouraged for kids to write with their left hand. And when people, you know, got over that and were more neutral, the numbers went up. And those numbers went up from 3% to 11%. And so that's, you know, that's a number of, let's say, 266%, but it was over 50 years. So
Wow.
it went up much less and it was over 50 years. So I tried to do some calculations, and I don't know if this is going to like bore people or not, but just to try and say it in the same language. Because if we're talking about 50 years or we're talking about like 8 years, you know, so for the girls attending the clinic, that was 60% increase per year. And for left-handedness, it was 3% per year.
Oh.
So you know, those were really those were big changes that people were seeing, and they were seeing also this, because there were so many teen girls. It shifted to a population that was mostly boys to one that was mostly girls.
Yeah, let me ask you about that.
So this left-handed point that people keep bringing up actually disproves their point. It doesn't prove it. It disproves their point. Okay. Because it took 50 years for the number to raise 10 points. And as she said, it basically rose at 3% every year for 50 years. And yet the trans rate, or the rate of people identifying as trans, is risen by 60% every year to a total of 4,500% increase.
Right.
Okay.
Which Megyn Kelly did have the math right. If it was one person at the beginning of the 8-year period, it's 4,500 people at the end of the 8-year period.
Right. And so just try to imagine. So we have a 4,500% increase, and this isn't over 50 years. This is over like
8
3
years.
or 4 or 5 years, right? Or would she say 8 years?
She said 8 years, yeah.
Yeah, over 8 years. 8 years to 50. Okay. It's just this. So that example, the left hand, is actually disproves her point. Because you say, well, wait a minute. Something like left-handedness, you know, there was a social stigma against it. And when the social stigma went away, it took 50 fucking years for that number to spike as much as it did.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for left-handedness. Something that basically requires you to do nothing to change it, right? You don't have to take drugs. You don't have to get surgery. All you have to do is just do literally the thing that comes natural to you.
Right.
And that took 50 fucking years to go up 200%. And yet this is going up 4,500% over 8 years for something that requires drugs and surgery?
My question is, could we get left-handedness up to 4,500% if we just glorified people who were left-handed?
Maybe you could. That's exactly. Maybe you could. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be remotely shocked.
We need to go back to believing that left-handed people are stigmatized by society, that they're victims. We need to raise the victim status of left-handed people.
So people will identify as left-handed.
What do you think?
Hey, listen, that would be great. There's lots of white people out here who feel like, you know, they don't want to get hit with the oppression points when they apply for a job and say, listen, I am oppressed. I'm
left-handed. Exactly.
Okay. Look I have mountains of history of oppression against me.
Can I just identify as left-handed?
There you go. There you go. They have to be careful though, because this came up in some of the literature we saw. There's
I know. Actually, I don't want to identify as left-handed. Let's ask the chat. Let's do a poll on how many people in our audience are left-handed before you throw that stat out there. I kind of feel like we should hold on to that until we get some stats.
I feel like that's evil and mean.
until we
But
get
funny.
some stats.
But funny. Do you want me to do a poll?
I don't know. Maybe it is too
How many
mean.
people? How many people in
you're
our
right.
audience are left-handed? I
You're
am
right.
curious.
It's too mean. Don't do it.
John Masters says, as a left-handed person, I'm disgusted by your open bigotry.
Oh no!
There you go.
Now you
There
can't say it. It's going to be
I
John.
know. No, so there's there's a thing that's kind of funny. When we were looking at what's his name, Cantor,
Yeah.
the guy who studies pedophilia that Mr. Girl was talking about, who didn't seem like he exactly had the position that I think Mr. Girl thought he had, but I'm not sure. I haven't done enough research into him, and I'd be curious to see if I could find his interview with him. He said he has some very interesting things about what he thinks causes pedophilia, and he thinks it's primarily biological. But what he said was interesting is that there's actually a higher prevalence of people that are left-handed in the pedophilic community than the average community.
Right. 10% of men are left-handed, and 30% of pedos are left-handed.
Right. Which is pretty interesting.
Right. Yeah.
So now, obviously, this doesn't mean
the immediate. I mean, you got to do the math on how many. Like 10% of men, that's like 150,000. I don't know. Like there's 300 million Americans, so you figure 150 million men, right? What's 10% of 150 million?
I don't know, but doing the math is not important because
it's 15 million.
Right.
So there's 15 million left-handed people, right?
Yeah.
And there's 3 to 5% of the population are pedos. So it would be 30% of that, 3 to 5%. So it's a much smaller number, obviously.
There you go.
Tons of left-handed people that are not pedos. But at the same time, I will not hire a left-handed babysitter just to be on the safe side.
People are saying despite left-handed people making up 10% of the population.
Right.
I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. He was saying he thinks it has something to do with if you're left-handed, obviously it means he's talking about how the hemispheres are wired differently. And maybe in that rewiring process, there'd be a higher chance of because basically he was saying that with pedophiles, he thinks that basically their brain is wired incorrectly when they're in the womb to essentially look at children as potential mates when normally people do not have that wiring in their brain. Yeah. And he was saying that he thinks that maybe in the process that causes people to become left-handed, there's a higher chance of a screw up, essentially.
Right.
For the pedophilic thing. So,
I mean, the various brain states are really just modules of the brain. Even the attraction to women and attraction to men is like, I mean, it's a module. It's like an app that, your brain gets this app or your brain gets this app. There's all these different apps that your brain gets.
Right.
And I think he said in one of the talks that there's an app for, mothers to be attracted to their children, obviously, to care for them. So some sort of mix up between that app and the sex app, the mate app. So,
right.
Which
someone said that left-handedness has a higher prevalence in a lot of mental disorders, which I believe is true. And I think Cantor said that's true for schizophrenia too, in that video. I don't know about other ones.
Left-handed people are schizophrenics too. Well, geez, no. I'm just like.
That is a higher prevalency of left-handedness among schizophrenics than there is among the general population.
Right. Yeah.
So, and someone asking this interesting question: is that why historically left-handed people were stigmatized? And that's possible. I mean, it could be possible that people for way back in the day would make these connections in their mind. That could be a theory. I know the theory that I always heard, though I think it only applies to Middle Eastern cultures, is that it was generally thought that you would customarily in the Middle East, I think you generally wipe your ass with your left hand and you eat with your right hand and you shake people's hands with your right hand. So it was if you were eating with your left hand and shaking people's hands with your left hand, it was you're using the hand you shit with to eat. And so,
gross.
Right, exactly. But I don't know if that applies to other cultures. So maybe it did have something to do with that sort of the weird mental illness prevalence, or maybe just because people didn't like that they were different. I don't know. Who knows?
Dr. Beast Hunter says abuse is the biggest factor. Cantor actually says abuse is not a factor at all. That
Yeah, he doesn't believe it is.
People who are abused don't necessarily go on to become pedophiles.
He said that was the prevalent theory for a long time until they started doing neuroscience and brain scans. And he gave it actually an interesting.
He interviewed a bunch of pedos from being incarcerated. Yeah,
right. And he gave an interesting example of that, which seems obvious now that we think about it, where he said, well, a lot of pedophiles will lie and say that they were abused because they think it makes them more sympathetic.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you look into it, there's no evidence for it. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
The parents come out and they're like, that little fucking shit.
Right. So it's kind of interesting.
Wow.
I was taught the devil wrote left-handed. I don't know. He didn't talk about eye dominance. So I don't know. He only talked about left-handedness. But
whatever. Are we going back to the...
Just saying.
Hitler was left-handed.
Yeah, I know. There you go.
Was he? I don't know. He had micro penis. Hitler had a dong that was like an inch long.
How would anyone know that?
I mean, I'm sure Ava Braun knew it.
Yeah, but does she go out and like broadcast it to people? Hitler was right-handed, according to the internet.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Look up the micro penis thing.
Did Hitler have a small penis?
Micro penis. You gotta use the right keyword.
According to
Wikipedia.
I don't know if this is believable, but according to historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craig, who unearthed Hitler's medical records as part of the research for their book, quote, Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, they claim that Hitler had a micropenis from a condition called hypospastia.
Right.
Never heard of this. A condition which left him with a penis so small that he had to urinate out of the base of the shaft rather than the tip.
What do you think now?
I mean,
it's no wonder this
interesting.
guy
I
was
mean, I guess
addicted
if
to
they
cocaine,
found medical
right?
records, I guess so. That's pretty crazy.
It's no wonder he was a meth head.
I mean, hypospastia is a birth defect in boys which the opening of the urethra is not located at the tip of the penis. I've never even heard of this before. That sounds terrible.
Come on, people are logging off. This is horrible.
Wow, that's awful. Well, listen, there you go. So Hitler had a tiny penis.
Right.
Suddenly, everything he did makes a little bit more sense.
Oh, shit.
I mean, I'm not
don't condone it. Yeah, for heaven's sake.
As a Jew, I don't think it was justified. I'm just saying I understand his motivations now. That's why he was so. That's why he was so filled with anger and hate.
Right.
Listen, this is what happened. Okay.
Sitch is just saying we should.
No, I can tell you. I can tell you exactly what happened. Okay.
Okay.
Hitler was in school. Okay. He was in high school, and he just got through a gym class.
Right.
And there was some Jewish kid with a big dick in the locker room.
And he said, "Oh, look, it's tiny Adolf."
He had a circumcised dick, so you can really see how big it was. And he was just hanging out there. And he's like, "Look there goes Adolf with his micro peen." And all the kids laughed at him. And then from that day forward,
right, he swore he'd get his revenge.
Exactly. Anyway, let's
we'll
go
be,
back to
We'll be appearing on Drunk History later this month.
I'm going to hit the back button.
Okay, I'll do that too. Just for you.
Okay, thank you.
Gotta put my copyright thing back on.
Okay.
I'm so good at this now.
Renault Rosaro was here for $20, says, as a left-handed person, do the poll. Okay, we'll do a poll.
It's going to be, look, it's going to be 10.
Right-handed?
It's going to be 10%. We already know the answer to this poll.
Left-handed, right-handed. Should I put an ambidextrous option or no? Fuck you.
If we put, I'm assuming our audience is, 95% guys.
Right.
So it's going to be 10%. And if it's 30%, we're going to freak out.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm not going to put ambidextrous because I feel like people
don't do that. Come on, just make them decide. It's your it's your dominant hand
Dominant,
anyway,
yeah.
so it doesn't matter. I mean,
I would assume even ambidextrous people have a dominant hand that's still slightly better than the other.
I'm right-handed. How about you, Sitch? You're
Yeah,
right.
I'm right-handed.
Look, Sitch is like, of course I'm right-handed.
Sodoge for $2. Sodoge inside Pelosi's house with Paul for $2 says, "Being born left-handed, I deny Adam's trans-handness."
Well, okay.
Does Mecha Hitler in your comic have a micro penis?
People
We
are
don't address that. We
You
don't
guys,
address that.
and no trolling, okay? You guys got to answer honestly.
I mean, I don't really give a shit, but yeah, I prefer to answer honestly.
Well, it's going to be like 30% now. There's like 20% of
go.
people are going to troll us. They're going to be
There
like,
you
look,
go. That's true.
the audience
I do-
is 30% left-handed.
Even though I'm right-handed, and I've said this on the stream before, I do use my left hand for the mouse, which is weird.
Oh, really?
Because, well, it was really weird because when we had a computer, I think the first computer in the house when I was like 5 or something,
Right.
or 6, and if you guys don't remember this is inconceivable to anyone who's young, but when the mouse first came out, the mouse was considered not the primary way in which you would use the computer. The primary way in which you use computer was with your keyboard. The mouse was like an extra thing. Because, like back in the day before, like pre-Windows, you have the whole like C.// like, non-visual interface to like
Oh
get
my
to shit.
God. Do you remember that?
I do. I literally had games on my first computer when I was like 5 or 6 where I had to go to DOS and I had to type in C:// like Carmen Sandiego.exe to literally run Carmen Sandiego on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, mouses used to have that really annoying ball that you'd have to take out and clean every once in a while before they did the laser. But no, so I think what happened was when my dad came home with our first computer, I assume the guy at the store told him to use your left hand with the mouse because it was like before mice were like the primary thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just what we used. And then obviously mice became the primary way at which you use the computer, but everyone in my family just got used to using it with the left hand. So,
Interesting. Fascinating.
I always felt like I could have been a professional FPS gamer if I had learned to use the right hand for my mouse, because I was pretty decent with my left hand. I was like, just imagine if I was using my dominant hand.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. You'd be a superstar right now.
I know. God.
I mean, you're pretty good at those games already. You're a lot better than me.
Imagine if I was using my right hand.
I mean, you could just switch it up, right?
I've tried. It's weird. It feels so different because it was just so long using my left hand with the mouse. It's like bizarre.
It's like when you skateboard goofy foot for the longest time and then you're like,
I don't know what that means.
Your push foot is in front and not in back like a normal human being.
Wait, I can't even. Why would how do you even do that with your push foot in front? That's weird.
That they don't call it goofy foot for no reason.
Who would ever do that? Like I've never skateboarded in my life. And I just thought of that and I instantly know that that's wrong.
People do though.
It's so
People
weird.
do. They got to put their foot kind of like in the middle of the board because obviously if you put your foot too far back on the tail and you step off with your front foot
too hard
to
to
push.
control.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to have your front foot control the direction, not the back.
Mostly girls, they jump on a skateboard and do this, but people
Really?
do.
That's
I
funny.
mean, it's
Listen,
hard to tell. Sometimes I see a girl riding a skateboard and I'm like, is she skating
doing the
goofy
goofy
foot?
foot?
Or is she just completely uncoordinated?
That's so weird.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't even imagine. Well, there was science. I read a scientific article, not a scientific article. I read an article about a scientific article that was about why girls suck at throwing compared to boys.
Do they bring in the eyes thing?
No, it actually had more to do with like men naturally for some not for some reason they've evolved because men had to hunt by throwing the little spear things that I always forget the name of. Men naturally are able to do that motion where they twist their hips independent of their shoulder.
Really?
And that's how you throw. You twist your hip and then you whip your shoulder. And apparently girls don't
Fascinating.
do that naturally. They move their shoulder with their hip. They don't move independently. They can learn to do that, but they don't naturally do that. So
Wow. Wonder if it has to do with childbearing or
I think it's just because men probably evolved to throw and women didn't. So.
Right, yeah. A lot of men throwing over and over and over again.
Yep.
Found trans children. As for the rapid rise in kids identifying as trans, as the writer Julia Serrano has pointed out, when you look at a chart of left-handedness among Americans over the 20th century, you see a massive spike when we stopped forcing kids to write with their right hand, and then a plateau. That doesn't mean everyone became left-handed.
Thank you. That's why I always forget. I don't know how to pronounce it. It was called an atolitol. Atolitol. See, this is what's the problem. Humans, for maybe thousands of years, hunted animals in a very specific way, and we come up with a name for the instrument they use for hunting that's like not pronounceable in English. How do you fucking say that word? There's just too many A's. There's 4 A's in that word. Okay. At little. Come on, just say it's a mini spear. Okay. It's a fun size spear. That's what I'm gonna say. The fun size spear.
Fun size. I know what
It's
that
a fun
means.
size. Yeah. Yeah. You know, like you get the little fun size crunch bars.
Right. Yeah.
Or that there was a rapid onset.
Are you gonna make a micro penis?
I was like, don't you? Unless it's a micro penis, and that might not be a fun size.
Well, that might not be fun size.
That might be the not fun size.
This is the unfun size.
Southpaw dysphoria, it means people were free to be who they fucking were. And to the extent that some young people are just exploring their gender identity, how exactly is that a bad thing? Who the fuck are they hurting?
Well,
yeah, they're themselves, you fucking moron.
Yeah, themselves. That's the problem. Yeah, that's so weird. I feel like if I talked to Jon Stewart or John Oliver and I said, does it bother you that if you have a population of kids who are not given puberty blockers, and it shows you that there's a desistance rate of 88 to 50%, and then if you give them puberty blockers, that desistancy rate drops to 20 to 30%.
Right.
They'd probably say, so what? They wouldn't even understand why I'm bringing that up.
Yeah. They're completely ill-equipped to even have this conversation. They're just NPCs at this point.
Yeah.
Watching the conversation around this, it is hard not to feel like, to the extent that there is any social contagion here, it is among adults who have whipped themselves into such a frenzy that they can find themselves repeating some humiliating nonsense. Perhaps the stupidest of which is a new talking point about what accommodating children's gender identity has led to.
I even heard from one person here recently who said that a student identified as a cat and wanted a litter box.
They think they're a cat. A cat. They put tails on and they demand that they have a litter box in the school.
We've literally got kids who think they're cats and dogs using litter boxes in classrooms.
I'm still hearing from students and parents, they believe there is a litter box in that school. And when everybody will turn the other cheek to allegations, a rumor is just a rumor until it becomes true.
The fact you seem to genuinely think that that's happening.
So I did look into this, and it appears to be 100%, at least from what I could see. I couldn't find any evidence of this litter box claim. It seems to be entirely a urban legend fake story.
Right.
The closest I could find was that in Australia, there was one school where a kid wore a tail and ears and identified as a cat or something and made cat sounds in class.
Yeah.
But there's nothing about them shitting in a litter box or anything like that. So I actually fault Joe Rogan for this because he talked about this several times.
He blew up the litter box story?
And I think he blew up the litter box story.
Oh,
yeah.
damn it.
I don't think this is not real. It's not real.
Yeah, it's probably not real.
Also, going forward, oh yeah, what were you gonna say?
I heard some story about a dad was basically with his daughter in some pet store to buy her like some kind of pet stuff that that they were arguing about loudly. I heard it on one of the I don't think it was on the Lisa Littman show, but it was on one of those shows. Who interviewed Lisa Littman? The one that we just watched?
Megyn Kelly.
Megyn Kelly. It was on one of Megyn Kelly's shows. Yeah.
Right.
Which I don't know if it's. I don't know. That story seemed to be like a firsthand story by one of her guests. So obviously,
right.
I could see that happening, right? Your daughter, she wants to identify as an aminal, and you don't want to hurt your little girl's feelings, so you humor her. And she's like, "No, Dad, I need the leash too."
They're like, "Wait a minute!
I thought we were just getting
I walk
the collar
around with my daughter in a leash, people are going to get the wrong idea." Okay?
I know exactly.
It's a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I could see that being problematic.
Right. Now, if you were my stepdaughter.
Oh, shit.
People were telling me in the chat how to pronounce the little mini spear. So I've decided that I'm now going to call it an axolotl.
An axolotl. That's
an axolotl.
Isn't that like the newt thing?
Yeah. I like the idea better that ancient man threw axolotls at animals, which killed them. And they used that for hunting. Thousands of years ago, man tamed the savage axolotl and used it to hunt the bison. So
cool.
Is just heartbreakingly stupid. Because when you think about it, for literally 2 seconds, the whole thing falls apart. For one, if kids were using litter boxes in class, a state representative from Minnesota would not be the one breaking that news to you. You would have fucking heard about it. If a kid shat in a litter box in first period, it would be the only thing anyone in that state was talking about by lunch. Minnesota would change its state motto to Minnesota, the state where that kid shit in a litter box. And notably, young people are...
I think John Oliver would be shaming the people for making fun of the kid who shit in the litter box, though. I honestly do.
It's funny because I agree with you.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
John Oliver would not be making jokes about this.
Is it that... It's, I'm not a big fan of slippery slope arguments, but it's not that inconceivable to me.
Well, they put the litter box in the bathroom. They wouldn't put it in the classroom, for heaven's sakes.
That in some time in the future, assuming there's not a trans backlash, which I think there will be when... Now, you disagree with me, but I think a lot of people are going to start suing their doctors. But if that doesn't happen, and the kind of the conversation about trans kids keeps going in the direction it's going, I wouldn't be surprised if in 10 years from now, there's going to be kids as furrikins going to school, and some of them somewhere will say that they want to shit in a litter box in a bathroom somewhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if some school, some super hyper woke school, allows them to do that. And I don't think John Oliver would criticize it. I don't think he would.
You know what standard of care is in medical malpractice suits?
Yes, we had a very long conversation about
I
this.
thought we talked about it.
We did, yes.
Well, isn't the standard of care for transgender, since we're affirmative only, isn't the standard of care affirmation and cut off the breasts? And
no. Standard of care is each doctor has to make an independent decision about each patient.
Right.
But that opens them up to liability.
Because it could be a wrong...
Right.
It could be a wrong
diagnosis.
But if the diagnosis is based on just the kid saying, "Yeah, I have gender dysphoria," then how is it a wrong diagnosis?
Well,
it's not
the
like
kid
they
would
give
have to
them a
make
test.
Well, no. So the standard of care. Now, there's different standards of care depending on what source you go to. But my understanding is that standard of care from the APA, and I think also the Endocrine Society, which all the lefties like to cite, they both do say that the doctor has responsibility to make sure that the patient actually has gender dysphoria.
Okay.
And so what the person would argue when they're suing the doctor is that the doctor didn't do their due diligence in figuring out whether they had gender dysphoria versus some other underlying issue that was that they were confusing for gender dysphoria.
Right.
So that would be the argument. And basically what happened would be at first, because we've heard stories of people who have detransitioned who have said, I went to a doctor and on my first visit, I came back with like hormone blockers or something, or cross-sex hormones, which that goes against the standard of care and that I've seen. And that person should be able to sue their doctor if they've incurred damages.
Mm-hmm.
And all it's going to take is 1 or 2 successful lawsuits. And then there's going to be the stampede of lawsuits. That's, you know, the snowball will start rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. We'll see where it goes.
Showing up in pubs where adults are fear-mongering about letting trans kids into youth sports and bathrooms and trying to talk some sense into them.
I will not let a board full of people who barely represent me tell me who I am and what I can do. Grow up and fix your behavior. I'm not worried about a trans person harassing me. I'm worried about if I'm going to fail Spanish in my next class. I have used these bathrooms.
So every time you ever see a kid talk about any political issue, it's bullshit. It's 100% bullshit. I'm not saying the kid could be wrong. The kid could be 100% right. But if they are, it's by accident. Okay? Because all they're doing is they're just mouthing talking points that they saw on the internet, that they were given by their parents. You know, it bothers me to see young kids being touted out as a shield for someone's pet political issues. Okay. When I was in high school, I thought I was super smart and I thought I knew a lot of shit. And guess what? I didn't. I was a stupid idiot like every other kid on the planet. Okay. Kids don't know what they're talking about.
Little Sitch. No.
Most adults don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Every kid doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Come on, I did an entire book report on the war in the Falkland Islands when I was like 5.
When you were when you were 5, you were studying the war in the Falklands?
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
I know.
I didn't think the war in the Falklands happened when you were 5.
Because I'm like a big brain genius.
I thought when you were 5 you were doing a book report on the very recent bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, exactly. See? Come on. But I'm serious. I was super interested in politics when I was a kid. So
I was too, but that doesn't mean I was smart about it.
Oh, well, sorry to hear.
Oh, wow. Listen, okay. Adam apparently was a big brain genius when he was a
Not
little,
all
when he was
kids
a
are
little baby
stupid.
boy.
Not all kids are stupid.
All kids are fucking stupid.
They don't have life experience in certain
That's what
things,
that's what makes you stupid.
What were this? I was a little distracted. What was said during this? Can we back it up a little? What is this?
They're not saying anything of value. But
who are these kids here?
They're just saying
trans kids into youth sports and bathrooms.
I don't like the term trans kids either. It's like It's like saying you can have gender dysphoria. I don't know. You got to make a distinction.
Well,
just because you have gender dysphoria doesn't mean you're trans.
Well, the main, that's a different issue. But the main problem with the kids is that it's done purely 100% for emotional manipulation purposes.
Of course.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason it's ever done.
Master manipulator John Oliver.
Right.
And trying to talk some sense into them.
I will not let a board full of people who barely represent me tell me who I am and what I can do.
Bitch, I'll tell you who you are.
Grow up and fix your behavior.
What? You're telling me to grow up?
Mm-hmm.
Listen. We've all seen your type before. We know how you're going to turn out.
I'm not...
Well, I don't like... Listen, I don't want to be...
What are you trying to say, huh?
I don't
want
to
trying
be...
to say?
Look, you come to give me a lecture. I'm going to lecture right back at you, okay?
Okay.
Oh, no. Here we go. Another lecture. Lecture from... Here we go.
Worried about a trans person harassing me? I'm worried about if I'm going to fail Spanish in my next class. I have used...
Well, you should. Maybe you should study your vocabulary instead of coming to this.
I was going to say, why is she
school
here?
meeting? Yeah, exactly.
Instead of studying, if she's so worried about that.
Get home. Get some Spanish flashcards going. You don't need this activism shit in your life.
Yeah.
Use these bathrooms repeatedly alongside trans people and have never once felt threatened.
That's fine.
Oh, wow.
I
okay.
I don't like that argument, but we had a long debate about that anyway.
She's like, I have used a stall with a trans person 10 times.
You know who I have felt threatened by? The actions of this school board.
You've embarrassed
The actions of the school board. Okay.
yourselves, Gardner, and the state of Kansas for your lack of knowledge in sex and gender studies. You've also highlighted the severely inadequate sex education we give our students today.
Yeah.
Any opportunity a kid has to like lecture an adult is like so like heavenly for them. It's like such a dopamine rush. It's like, I'm going to come here and school the adults. Yes.
Well, I told you it was, I think it was last stream, the stream before last stream, with the when the woman came to talk about letting gays in scouts. Oh yeah. And like me and my friends who didn't really care about it,
right?
We pretended like we cared about it just because we knew it was making the adults uncomfortable. So you're just stirring the pot essentially.
This is exactly that. These kids are there going, look, we can make all these adults feel uncomfortable if we come in and talk about this shit.
Well, that's an important thing too, that James Lindsay brings up a lot with sort of the way that the Maoist revolution came about. Which is, you're so right. Kids get off on being able to tell adults that they're wrong.
Oh, of course they do. Yeah.
And so, if you can just plant that in their mind that they know better than adults, about all these issues, then they're gonna go with it.
It's like revenge. They're like, these motherfuckers been telling me what to do for 10 years now.
Exactly.
It's about time I start telling them what to do.
The adults in those rooms just got humiliated by teenagers, as we all know.
Oh, I feel so humiliated right now. Oh my God, Sitch, do you feel humiliated?
Well, not the way that he does. I think it's a little bit I think if you have to relate the strength of your argument on a bunch of dumb kids saying stupid things,
right?
Then,
John Oliver should be fucking humiliated.
Yeah, to me, that's a little bit more humiliating.
Yeah. You're humiliating yourself, John Oliver. Why are you doing this?
The most brutal form of humiliation that there is. And credit to those teenagers for showing up and skipping whatever young people are.
John Oliver, who is a grown adult who gets made fun of by teenagers on a regular basis, getting flashbacks.
Yeah, of course.
Doing these days, like hanging out at the vape talk store or whatever. I don't know. I'll be dead soon. So much of the fear of and arguments against transgender people seems to flow from misinformation and misunderstanding. And maybe the biggest and most dangerous area of ignorance surrounds the concept of gender-affirming care. In recent years, 4 states have enacted bans or restrictions on youth access to it, and over a dozen more have considered similar legislation this year alone. And they have been fueled by a lack of basic knowledge about what gender-affirming care actually consists of, summed up by comments like this.
If a child walked into a doctor's office and said, "Doc, I want you to cut my fingers off," the doc would say, "You've got some problems, kid. We need to refer you to a psychiatrist." If the same child walks into that doctor's office and says, "Doc, I want you to cut my uterus out," the doctor would say, "Oh, well, you're a wonderful, brave person. You're so right. We do need to cut your uterus out as soon as possible. Let's get this young lady over to the operating room."
What are you talking about? Absolutely every bit of that is unrealistic, from the fact that no one in this country has ever been able to have one conversation with a doctor without first discussing insurance.
So there is a problem, because I understand the point that Michael Knowles is trying to make, but he's making it in such a hyperbolic way that it makes it very easy for someone like John Oliver to point to it and say, this person is stupid and wrong. Because it's really, that's probably not happening, where someone walks in and on their first appointment, they're able to get, gender reassignment surgery. What's more a problem, more realistic scenario, is someone's able to walk in and on their first appointment or their first couple appointments is able to get hormone blockers and cross-sex hormones. And then that will lead them down the pathway, essentially, to maybe getting gender reassignment surgery later.
Right. Yeah.
So you got to be more specific with your rhetoric.
I mean, all the lawsuits that are coming out are based around people being fast tracked into transgenderism.
Right.
So
actually, so the real point he's trying to make, and I guess he should just word this a little bit differently.
Nobody's questioning. Nobody's doing any sort of diagnosis.
Right. But the real point he's trying to make is, why is it that if you have an issue, people compare gender dysphoria to body dysmorphia. And so why is it if you have, say, you have some body dysmorphic issue, or you say you have some issue where you want to remove, some healthy part of your body, you want to get your hand cut off or something. Why is it that is universally seen as something that the doctor is going to try to prevent you from do that action? But when it comes to gender dysphoria, it's universally seen as the doctor should mostly be affirming you in that choice. And I think that's a fair question. I think that is a fair question. I think you just have to word it in a little bit better way.
Mm-hmm. Well, there is obviously a large number of people who probably desire to be the opposite sex, and there's not a large number of people who desire to be, well, not as large, desire to be amputees. So
right. Well, actually, I should bring up the DSM.
There seems like more obviously there's utility in being either sex. So, and if you have the idea that you could change sexes relatively easily, then you might entertain the idea of being the other sex. I think this is part of the problem. I think the doctors just give unrealistic expectations of what your life is going to be like.
Oh, you are 100% correct.
Yeah.
I think that is the big problem.
I mean, if I could, jump in a machine and be like a woman for, as long as you wanted to, and it was just like you're literally a biological woman, I mean, who wouldn't try that out, right?
Sure. Okay, so according to the DSM-5, body dysmorphic disorder, criteria is preoccupation with one or more perceived defects or flaws in physical appearance that are not observable or appear slight to other people. At some point during the course of the disorder, the individual has performed repetitive behaviors such as mirror checking, excessive grooming, skin picking, reassuring seeking, or mental acts such as the constant comparing of his or her appearance to others. C, the preoccupation causes clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important functions. And finally, D, the appearance preoccupation is not better explained by concerns with body fat or weight in an individual whose symptoms meet diagnostic criteria for an eating disorder. Okay, so that's body dysmorphic disorder.
Mm-hmm.
So the prevalency rate for that, according to the DSM, is 2.4%.
2.4?
Yes. So according to the DSM, 2.4% of the population has, at one point in time, body dysmorphic disorder.
And they just persistent not liking their body?
Well, no, it's some specific part of their body, usually.
I'm surprised that it's that low, to be honest with you.
Well, no, because it's thought of as an OCD anxiety disorder. Like, people will not like parts of their body, but they won't necessarily obsess about it in the way that makes them body dysmorphic.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you missed the first criteria, it has to be preoccupation with one or more perceived defects or flaws that is not observable or appears slight to other people. So it's something that you have a problem with that no one else really understands. Like, you're like, oh, I don't like, you say like, oh, my nose is crooked. And everyone's like, no, it's not. But yet to you perceive it as being wrong. But to everyone else, it seems fine.
Right. Okay, I got it.
Right. And so that has a 2.4% prevalency rate according to the DSM. But according to the DSM, the prevalency rate for gender dysphoria is 0.014%.
Right. So it's
significantly lower.
Wow.
So if Michael Knowles made the point in that context, I think it'd be a lot stronger and, scientifically valid. And you couldn't have assholes like John Oliver, try to mischaracterize you, essentially. Though I will say, someone sent me a video that was pretty shocking of Michael Knowles speaking at a college event where he basically says he does not believe in the separation of church and state and is advocating for some kind of American theocracy, Christian theocracy. So
Wow.
I was a little surprised. I didn't know Michael Knowles was so crazy on that shit.
I hope he's not going to round up the atheists, right?
I don't know. If he had his way, who knows? He might.
Does that mean I'm going to have to go to church on Sunday? What's that entail for me?
Well, I don't think Michael Knowles is going to be president anytime soon, so you don't have to worry about it. But
right.
Of a young child using the term doc. Why is the fictional child in this bullshit scenario using the same vocabulary as a chaotic rabbit from the 1940s? None of this makes any sense. But to hear some tell it, as soon as a child declares themselves trans, there is an immediate, irreversible surgical decision undertaken, and there just isn't. So let's break down exactly what gender-affirming care consists of, because in younger children, it can mean nothing more than a social transition, like calling them by a new name, or giving them a new haircut, or clothing, or providing them with psychological or behavioural supports. Because to be very clear, prepubescent children are not eligible for medical interventions. Now, at the onset of puberty, an adolescent and their family might consider puberty blockers, hormones that delay puberty. And importantly, if that treatment is suspended, then puberty will resume, meaning that this is reversible. Think of it.
Oh, it's completely reversible, Sitch. Now I feel better about it now. It's like you get a take back. Yeah. That's what they told me about LSD too, but shit, it didn't turn out to be reversible.
Right. Well, there's a lot to talk about, but before I want to read some super chats. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20, says, when I was in school, my friend and I did report on nocturnal emission. Interesting. It was a Christian private school, too, and the principal had to screen our report. It was very serious and informative.
I think J-Mac might be...
There you go.
Might be confirming our
assumption
yes. that boys like to fuck with people.
Yes. Listen, this is what girls don't understand, okay?
Of
Trolling
course.
is like inherent in
It's
the mind of
biological.
the male, okay? Especially the young male.
It is. It's biological. It's like, we got to figure out how this shit works. We're going to have to... That means there's going to be tests.
That's right.
You're testing us. Well, we're testing you, bitch.
Listen, my teacher, my Christian teacher, told me that nocturnal emissions are very dangerous. We got to get to the bottom of this. We have to make sure we test this. We got to make sure we figure out a way to induce these so we can stop doing it in the future. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Based. Anyway, and also Aiden Pound. Hey, Aiden. Thank you so much. Aiden gave us $20. Says, I want to have my uterus removed because of endo. I assume you mean endocrine, not Endor, the TV show. Endo when I was 16 years old. I was told no because I would regret it. It's good. Yes, I also took the same drug as many trans people, Lupron. No one is listening to the science anymore. It's barbaric.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's what's scary is that, if Aiden grew up today, if you were, 16 today as opposed to when you were back then, maybe you would have been confused and someone would have talked you into thinking of gender dysphoria. So
sad.
It is sad. It's very not, we're going to look back at this time and people are going to say, how did we let this happen, essentially? And,
no,
just going to shrug.
They're going to look back and say, oh, the mean old Republicans stopped us.
Aiden says it's endometriosis. What's the name of the condition?
Endometriosis. Oh,
okay.
Cool.
Not Endor, the TV show.
Be like a pause button, the thing you can't do.
Oh, wait. So he says, if treatment is suspended, the endogenous puberty will resume. Wait, let me go forward.
Easily on the HBO Max app. Now, the next potential medical intervention is usually hormone therapy, which boosts levels of testosterone or estrogen. Opponents of gender...
Okay, so just on the puberty blockers themselves. Mm-hmm. So first of all, there are issues with this that have been talked about, which are, it can mess up your bone density.
Mm-hmm.
And it can actually affect your brain development in ways in which they're not exactly sure how that manifests.
It just seems ridiculous to me that your body's normal cycle can be paused, and you, instead of going through puberty at 11, I don't know how, whatever,
Go through when you're like 17.
At 13 or 15.
All right. While you're taking cross-sex hormones.
That just does not add up. That does not add up.
Well, it's very annoying, and this is part of the problem with like modern medicine. Like when I was having acid reflux, and they gave me the protein pump inhibitors, which basically prevent your body from producing acid in your stomach. Like the doctors just pretend like that's just a totally fine thing that they can do. And it's like, well, no, you're basically fucking over your entire health if you're doing this.
Yeah.
If you're on these things, your stomach is not producing enough acid. You're not digesting food. You're not getting nutrients. Like it's not just preventing you from getting acid reflux. It has a whole effect like all over your body. And so too many doctors very stupidly try to look at medicine through this like very microscopic lens, as opposed to looking how all your systems kind of interact with each other. And you're right. The idea that you can just be on puberty blockers and it won't have any sort of side effects is just insane. It's obviously insane and obviously nonsensical.
Yeah. It's difficult for me to imagine that. Like there's dozens of systems working together in tandem. I don't even know what the puberty blockers do. Like, how did they find this stuff? All of these systems are based on this one hormone. This one hormone causes these dozens of systems to kick into gear.
Right.
I mean, what if you're stopping one system, but you're not stopping the other 7 systems, and they're, moving forward, but just deficient in certain areas because you're not getting enough.
Well, what I assume it does is it basically sends a signal that prevents your brain from sending the signal that jumpstarts puberty.
Right.
Yeah. No, but the main concern for the trans kids regarding this, for the puberty blockers, is the thing that they never address, which is the desistance rate. If the desistance rate is very high in kids that are not on puberty blockers, and it's very low for kids that are on puberty blockers, that's obviously a side effect of the puberty blockers.
Well, also, I think it could be psychological with sunk cost fallacy, or.
Well, it compounds on that too.
Of course, yeah.
And that's what Zucker talks about, because he's very careful when he says it's not just puberty blockers, but it's puberty blockers and also social transitioning.
Right.
So that would include both of those things. But
yeah, this is just so out there to think that that we know enough to say that this is safe. And it's crazy too, because the whole logic of it doesn't even make sense to me. You're going to take puberty blockers so you have time to decide, to make a decision whether or not you want to transition. Even though the information that you would need to make an accurate decision is going through puberty.
Exactly.
How do you know? Like you're not even an adult. Like your sex drive hasn't even really fully kicked in, hasn't fully formed. Like how can you make a decision whether or not you'd be comfortable as a man or a woman before you've even had like a fully formed sex drive? Like I don't see this it's so stupid to me.
But that's exactly the problem, and none of them ever address that issue.
Yeah, so you're pausing. You're like, okay, I want time so I can weigh the pros and cons. Even though the most giant pros and cons, you're literally prevented from even analyzing because of the situation that you've created. It makes no sense to me. The logic of this is 100% political. I'm going to use the Republicans hate trans people stick so that I can get reelected in the next election. And the thing that really bugs me is it's so, I mean, this is not good for kids. Like, not, at least not having this conversation or doing more research. I don't even know how you do this research if you're looking at it from a reasonable perspective, because none of this stuff seems like you could put past an ethics board. Could you? I mean, look, we're in various, if you lay out the situation like I just did to an ethics board, I mean, we're in very treacherous waters here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to
think of it like a
go ahead. I've said it.
Pause button, the thing you can't do easily on the HBO Max app. Now, the
funny joke about HBO. Ha ha ha. Look, pausing puberty is easier than the HBO app. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, okay. Don't go into any of the science or complexity or anything. Someone told me once that John Oliver does really deep dives into things that give him a lot of information.
Yeah, this just completely debunks that.
It does. Yeah, you're giving no information whatsoever. I mean, I would like to see a deep dive into all the different biological systems that interact during puberty. I know there's like a parasympathetic nervous system. There's a, brain development. There's, all kinds of different systems. An endocrine system. Like the endocrine system has all kinds of hormones, right?
Endocrine.
Endocrine system, yeah. It has, I mean, there's not just testosterone and estrogen, right? I mean, there's all kinds of.
The next potential medical intervention is usually hormone therapy, which boosts levels of testosterone or estrogen. Opponents of gender-affirming care make a lot of alarmist claims about hormone therapy, from saying that it's experimental, which it is not.
Look, he's talking about the claims I just made. This is an alarmist claim, he's saying.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see if he provides any evidence to back up what he's saying.
I'm making alarmist claims here.
Right.
To arguing that it sterilizes people. And look, for some, in specific situations, there can be risks to fertility, but for others, the effect is anticipated to be reversible if the medication is discontinued.
Okay. So, I looked through this Yale Science of Medicine report.
Okay.
Okay. There are some massive red flags in this report.
Oh, no.
That make me go, this seems to be very indoctrinational. They complain about.
Oh, no.
Because the whole
patriarchy?
Thing, well, so what he doesn't tell you is that the reason this report from this quote-unquote Yale School of Medicine report exists is it's them complaining about Texas's saying that it's child abuse to do gender-affirming care, and they basically go over through some of the medical stuff that the Texas report goes over, or that the Texas Attorney General's office produced, essentially, to justify the decision.
Is this the same report that Jon Stewart was ambushing the woman about?
No, that was a different state. I forget.
Okay.
That one. That was
So there's more than one state that's going after this stuff. Thank God.
In Texas, it wasn't a law. It was the governor directed Child Protective Services to essentially, from an executive order, to determine that it would be child abuse to have affirmative care for transitioning for kids.
Okay.
Most of the other states are not doing that. They're just passing a law, which I feel like that makes more sense. I'm not sure legally the way in which Texas did it makes sense to me, but anyway. But so there are some things in the report that stuck out to me as kind of like bullshitty, including, they go through the same kind of bullshit talking points where they complain about rapid onset gender dysphoria and Lisa Littman and a bunch of other stuff. They cite some interesting articles and statistics about desistance rates, which when I read the articles seemed to contradict the way in which Yale people used the article. Like the source they were saying actually essentially what they were doing was,
wow,
they simultaneously took from the article that I think Kenneth Zucker wrote the article. Ken Sucker, who wrote the article that's often cited that shows that there's like the 88 to 50% persistency rate for kids.
Mm-hmm.
The Yale people, they cite that article when it suits them, and then they cite an article that's complaining about that article when it suits them.
Oh my. So they like to cherry pick from the article when it makes their case.
Which, maybe that's standard in these sorts of things, but it seems, doesn't seem right, in my opinion. It seems kind of bullshitty. But anyway, but then I looked up this claim. The effect is reversible, okay? Or they're talking specifically about sterilization. Let me see if I can find it again.
The reversible sterilization here.
Right. Okay, it says, let's see. Puberty blockers, no. Gender-affirming hormone treatments can reduce fertility to some degree, while ongoing evidence suggests that these effects are reversible. Where's the one with the citation? Because that's the important one. The AP opinion, the AG opinion falsely states that, quote, the medical evidence does not demonstrate that children and adolescents benefit from engaging in these irreversible sterilization procedures. Where was it? I just found it. It's puberty blockers. Puberty blockers. Oh, here we go. Treatment. So the line says, treatment with gender-affirming sex hormones impacts fertility while drug therapy is ongoing, but the effect is anticipated to be reversible if medication is discontinued. Okay.
On its own, or you got to take some other medication?
So that's what this report says. But then when I actually looked at their citation... Okay, well, actually, let me continue with the Yale report. Okay. It says, for transgender men, that's a person assigned female at sex, testosterone treatment can affect ovarian function, inhibiting menstruation in the majority of those on therapy. The evidence shows that most transgender men who had regular menses before starting testosterone therapy are reported to resume menses if testosterone is discontinued.
Most, that's a very accurate term.
Well, there's a massive, this is actually horribly dishonest. Okay. Because you have to remember, what is the topic being discussed? It's putting kids on puberty blockers and then giving them cross-sex hormones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we read this again, it says, evidence shows that most transgender men who had regular menstruations, I'll just say menstruations.
Which means they already went through puberty.
Before starting testosterone therapy are reported to resume menstruation if testosterone is discontinued.
Right.
Okay.
Which means they already went through puberty.
Right. Which would be irrelevant to the topic because we're talking about giving kids puberty blockers first, so they would never develop this in the first place.
Right. That's the crazy thing. They never get their first period.
Exactly. And you know what? This actually was really, this is part of why I looked at this Yale paper and thought it was bullshit. So they cite a study, and I look at the study, and in the study, it's people that did not receive puberty blockers as children, and they're talking about people who like started to transition when they're in like their 20s or something.
Oh my.
So completely fucking irrelevant.
Right.
Completely irrelevant.
Not children.
To this topic. Right. Not children. And then I looked into a further citation that they put forward, and one of their own, and they don't cite this, but one of their own citations says that the majority of women who are given puberty blockers and then are given cross-sex hormones will forever alter their ability to have children after that.
51%.
Yeah.
So that's pretty high.
The majority of women. I don't know if actually I don't know the exact numbers. It said it was the majority of
a coin flip basically.
The majority of women who are on puberty blockers and then take cross-sex hormones for an extended period of time and then decide to switch back later will not be able to have children.
Not
according to a study they cited. Okay.
Not according to John Oliver though.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what they did say was that some men who are given puberty blockers and transition can then still produce sperm afterwards.
Right.
But even that is still like there's a high risk of,
Yeah.
you know,
Little like retarded sperms. Little like,
or if it's just not going over so well.
Right.
Okay.
the kind that just swim in circles.
Right. So this Yale report is very dishonest in how it frames this. And John Oliver, who I doubt had anyone actually read the citations of any of this shit, just read their report, just uncritically absorbed this information and assumed it was true.
Yeah, because Republican bad.
Right.
He's just like licking it up. He's like, oh, yum, yum, yum.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe when I was reading this report how dishonest these citations were given. That when you actually look at them, they cite studies that either say the opposite of what they're saying or have nothing to do with the topic. So
John Oliver, instead of asking himself, well, is this information safe for children? He's like, well, but does it hurt Republicans? Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares about the children? We need to beat up some Republicans before the next election.
Right.
Do you disagree with that? Do you not
No,
like it when I
that's the problem. That's why they're all perceiving it this way. It's because you're completely correct. It's how can I use this to attack Republicans?
Yeah. But that's
Right.
what's so sick about it, because it's
Right.
you're literally using children.
Well, they're not doing it.
Yes,
It's not
they
a cautious
are.
process. Okay.
Well, don't let them off the hook. They should think. They should think, listen, I'm having an important conversation about the health of children. I should probably get this right. I should probably get this correct. I shouldn't be part of the problem.
I don't disagree, but unfortunately, this is when we talk about this a lot. This is why tribalism rots your brain, because they don't look at it that way. They look at it the way that their mind works is essentially my team, the blue team, is telling me that this is true
And safe, and you could go into your doctor, and your doctor would be like, trying to inform you well, and the kid could say, oh, I saw it on John Oliver. It's totally safe. My doctor doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Right. And so they say, oh, blue team, my blue team information is telling me this. The red team information is telling me the opposite. I'm on blue team, so red team must be automatically wrong. Okay. So they're not viewing it the way that you laid out. Even though it's essentially part of the process of what's happening unconsciously.
Yeah. This tribalism is the most prevalent epistemology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's the base epistemology that we all start with, essentially.
Right. My team is correct. Their team, all filthy liars. Nothing they say is accurate.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate. This is the way people say. If you're on blue team, the red team says something, it must be wrong. If you're on red team, anything the blue team must say is wrong. And you just automatically, people just buy into this stuff without any critical thought behind it.
But John Oliver is supposed to be an adult. That's the thing here. Right?
Well, here's the question you'd ask. Say, well, how many times, if ever, has ever in John Oliver's career, has he ever come out with a show where he said, blue team is wrong about this?
No.
I mean, or it's just a magic coincidence that every blue team talking point is the correct talking point, John? Doesn't that strike you as unusual? Like, what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
What are the chances that one political party is going to get every single topic correct? That's it's impossible.
He would lie to himself about that too. He'd say, listen, you don't understand. The left has an ideology that is about science and empiricism and looking at the facts.
Right.
And the right just is completely driven by their feelings and their hatred of minorities.
Right.
Yeah. That's what he would tell himself.
The only reason the left has used science historically has nothing to do with their ideology. It's that if the left is generally pushing for change in a new direction, science is a newer epistemology than religion.
True. Yeah.
That's the only reason that the left has any sort of historical grounding of science versus the right. It's not because of any unique part of left or left-wing ideology or anything. they don't care about science as much as someone on the right doesn't care about science when it goes against what they're saying.
Yeah, what they want.
I mean, look at the perfect example of that is Lysankoism. They're like, let's just rewrite science to conform with our our political ideology. Whoops, we accidentally starved 6 million people.
Isolated cause for rigor.
There you go.
Here, I'll press.
But there is definitely an informed decision to be made there. And you will notice that none of what I've mentioned so far is surgery. But when it does come to that, some teens may be eligible, for instance, for top surgery or chest masculinization. But you should know, not only is that pretty rare, it, like all of this, would only happen after a team of medical professionals discussed all of its risks and benefits with their patient and their patient's parent or guardian, all of whom would have to sign off. It is a long, involved process even before you get to the fact that it's also incredibly expensive, which is why working class families, families of colour and people with less resources are way less able to access it.
Oh, you got to throw it in there. You got to be like, oh yeah, by the way, it's racist too. Did you catch that?
I did catch that.
Oh, by the way, it's racist too because black people can't afford it.
Right. No kid.
Unless it's like terrible, and then thank goodness they can't afford it, right?
Well, I mean, that might be what happens, you know, in retrospect.
Is casually dropping into an operating room because they just decided to get their uterus removed with the impulsive recklessness normally associated with getting bangs. Because that is an absolutely ridiculous thing to say. And the very notion that the state would suddenly interfere in any of this is understandably infuriating for both trans kids and their parents. Just watch this mom in Arkansas, where legislators were banning, among other things, hormone therapy for young people. Describe what it did for her son, who suffered from severe depression before transitioning.
I'd say like a month to 2 months in, I started seeing that kid come back, come out of his shell, talk to us more, laugh.
What did that feel like as a mom?
It was like, that's it. This has been the answer all along. Why would anybody want to take that away from them? There's no reason why you should be butting into my care for my child.
What do you want to say to these legislators?
Fuck you.
Right.
So again, this is like, let's just keep appealing to your emotions. You know, so let's just say, oh, here's, you know, yeah, there's people that are going to, you know, be happier because they have gender dysphoria, or the people that maybe don't have gender dysphoria and are still happier because, you know, they're on hormone blockers and puberty was making them unhappy, or they're taking testosterone, which can elevate your mood. Like, there's a problem. It's just, it's such a there's such a complicated web here of interactions that it's so useless to have this very dumbed down conversation and then to trot out like, oh, you know, these sort of, you know, these stories of people talking about, you know, these personal stories, these personal anecdotes, because you notice that John Oliver, I mean, is John Oliver going to suddenly buy into it if he listens to a personal anecdote of someone who regrets transitioning and talks about how their doctor didn't do a good job?
Yeah,
I mean, is John Oliver going to totally change his mind all of a sudden after he sees that?
No.
Okay, so then what's the point of showing the opposite?
Well, because it makes his argument.
Yeah, that's just some emotional bullshit.
He's cherry picking.
Right.
There's so many things like, I mean, you could probably put your kid on meth and he'd start cheering up, but is that a good idea? I don't know. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Yeah, you got to talk about why exactly. I would just like more information on the diagnosis process for the gender dysphoria. That would be more informative of this person's situation. And it's completely left out of the story.
Right.
It's like, yeah, we started him on this treatment. Everything went well. Okay.
Also, I think I was trying to find, he said it's very rare for people to get top surgery.
Look, we're
trying
having
to find some stats on that.
We're having a conversation about potentially misdiagnosing people. And like you said, if you put people on testosterone, it's like a power. It's like a drug. It's like a power drug.
Mm-hmm.
You feel better. So it's I don't necessarily know that that's a compelling argument for you haven't been misdiagnosed just because you started feeling better. You could put them on antidepressants and they could start feeling better, right?
Well, it's funny that like when it comes to something where the politics is a little bit different. So say like COVID, you say, oh well, when we gave people what was the parasite medicine, ivermectin, right?
Right.
They say, oh, when you gave people ivermectin, they got better with COVID. And yet they're able to say, well, wait, whoa. That doesn't mean ivermectin helped. Maybe it had maybe there was some third factor. It turned out there was a third factor. These are people that have parasites in their bodies. Right?
Yeah, it killed the parasites and then
their immune system was naturally better at fighting COVID.
Yeah.
Right. And so, but for some reason, then when the politics are in the other direction, well, for some reason, for an obvious reason, when the politics are in the other direction, their blinders come up and they say, oh, no, this obviously must be a single variable reason for this.
Yeah, they don't care about the third factor.
Right.
I would love to know. I mean, it would be helpful, and maybe they have them. I would like to know how the diagnosis for gender dysphoria took place. Like I've not really seen anybody talk about the diagnosis process in detail.
Mm-hmm.
And the few people I've heard talk about it, they do not talk about it in the kind of ways that would make me think, oh yeah, it's obvious you definitely do have gender dysphoria.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just hit or miss.
Transitioning isn't taking your kid away from you. In some cases, it can be giving you your kid back. This is not one of those instances where it is okay to butt into someone's care for their child. This isn't Pigpen. And by the way...
So the problem, and they keep phrasing this as like, you're butting in between, taking care of your kids. The problem isn't that. The problem is if the medical community right now is caught in the throes of... all the people that are questioning this are basically run out of the community, essentially. So the only people left in the community are those that believe in this sort of like blind affirmation. Then maybe the government does need to step in.
Hell yeah.
It's just...
there needs to be some standards on this stuff. There really does.
And it's really annoying because they say... I hate when people give these like very low resolution, stupid, like all or nothing, like the government should never stand between a person and their doctor. It's like, well, you don't think that's true, John Oliver, because if we went back in time, where people were say some doctors were trying to give gay people lobotomies to get them not to be gay, right? Or shock treatment to get them not be gay. If there was a time period where the modern medical thought was that being gay was a mental illness and they would try to treat it by curing it. Yeah. Okay. Don't you think the government should have stepped in to prevented that?
Yeah.
So you don't actually believe that there's never a situation where the government should step in to check the doctor. And in fact, I know you don't believe that, because if you did believe that, John, you wouldn't believe that there should be any of these regulatory government regulations against medicine, which there's like 1 million of these fucking government regulations for medicine that you support.
Of course. Yeah, and should support because they're prudent regulation.
I mean, I didn't know that John Oliver is going to come out as some sort of super libertarian and say, I don't think there should be any government accreditation for doctors.
Yeah.
Just let the market decide.
Do you need help, Pigpen? Blink your filthy eyes if you need help, Pigpen. So the benefits of providing care are immense and the risks of withholding it are dire. A survey of around 28,000 trans people found that of those who wanted hormone therapy and didn't receive it, 58% reported suicidal thoughts in a given year, which is why the 3 major professional associations of child and adolescent doctors, psychologists and psychiatrists have endorsed gender-affirming care and condemned efforts to deny it.
Wait, let me go back a second.
Why?
Now that's fascinating. You see, there's one institute that's missing one very important key institute that's missing there.
Which one?
The other APA, the American Psychiatric Association, the people that write the fucking DSM.
Oh, wow.
Why are they
Hilarious.
not on that list? It's
'Cause
because they're a little bit more. The American Psychological Association is far more gung ho on it than the American Psychiatric Association. The American Psychiatric Association is still pretty far in the gender camp, but they're more on this like maybe we should look into this. I mean, I told you there was the APA guidelines from 2015. That's where I read that stat that there's an 88 to 50% desistance rate for prepubescent kids who identify as transgender. So that's interesting. That's interesting. And it's annoying because this is like the Vosh talking point where Vosh says, every single academic agrees, every single institution agrees. That's like the talking point. And it's just not true. It's not even remotely true.
Because one of them disagrees, obviously, and that's the one that does write the DSM, which should be
one of the most
relevant.
important ones.
Yeah, of course.
So,
psychiatrists have endorsed gender-affirming care and condemned efforts to deny it. And you may have seen or heard from a small subset of people who detransitioned. But it is worth knowing such cases are rare and highly individualised. Studies show an average of just 2% of people who transition express regret, and that the vast majority of those who have opted to detransition did so not because of changes in their gender identity, but due to external factors such as stigma and lack of social support. And look...
Okay.
That's a lie. That's a giant lie.
This is a super duper lie. Okay. And I have this report open. This is a super duper ultra mega massive mondo
Whopper of all
plus
lies.
ultra lie. Okay. It's a lie from the article the article that they're even citing doesn't say this. So here's what the actual article says. And let me go back a little bit because I want you to read sort of, the John Oliver quotation technique here. Okay. It says ... the vast majority of TG people who opted to transition did so ... not because of changes in their gender identity. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you say, well, what are in those dots? Well, let me tell you in those dots. It says, let's see, decision transition. Okay, here we go. While little research has been conducted to systemically examine variables that correlate with a transgender adult's decision to halt a transition process or to detransition.
Okay.
Okay. So the very first sentence says, while little research has been conducted.
Right.
That's the first sentence.
That's kind of a red flag.
Yes.
We need more research.
Right. It then says, a recent study, however, found that the majority of transgender people who opted to detransition did so due to external factors. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they say little research has been done on this. However, we found a recent study that says X, which I've read that I've read that study. That's the study they always cite, and it's actually incredibly stupid. And you know how they did that study? They asked a bunch of people that still identify as trans why they halted their transition process or detransitioned.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that make any fucking sense?
I mean, I guess you're asking detransitioners why they halted their transition.
No, listen. They asked people who still identify as trans
why they would,
who did halt or did detransition to some extent, why they stopped the transition process.
Right. Those are detransitioners, right? I mean,
you're missing. If someone detransitions, shouldn't they identify? Most people that detransition, not all, but most that detransition are going to not identify as trans anymore. They're going to identify as their cis birth sex.
Right.
Right.
So they're still identifying as trans.
Right.
But they detransitioned for a bit and then decided
or
they were
halted
trans
the
again.
transition. Right. So
Right.
it shouldn't
They
surprise
pause.
you that someone who still identifies as trans but
Mhm.
halts the transitioning process, when asked why, says social stigma or some other external factor, right, is the main reason they did it. Because they still fucking identify as trans.
Right. They need to ask detransitioners. They need
Yeah,
to
they need to
just-
ask people that don't identify as trans, obviously.
Right.
So, but
Good
I just thought
job.
it was incredibly dishonest for John Oliver, who his staff must have gone through this report to pull out this sentence, but they very dishonestly cut out the while little research has been conducted to systemically examine variables that correlate with
They don't
transgender adults.
look. They're not going to put
transition.
that. Completely makes them look like idiots if they put that in there.
I
Why would they
understand
put
that,
that
but
in there? Makes them
that's-
look like fucking liars.
Of course, but that's incredibly dishonest.
Yeah. That what? Look. That's the face of a liar. There. You're looking at it. Look. He looks like he just got caught lying.
Right. True.
Do you think you think John Oliver tells him, look, I know a lot of the stuff in the show is just bullshit partisan nonsense. Please don't tell me, okay? I don't want to know when I'm foisting these lies onto the American people. I'm gaslighting children into costly medical procedures. I don't want to know that. When I'm licking the fucking balls of the medical establishment complex, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, don't, come on, I want to be able to sleep at night. Don't call me a whore. Isn't it? I mean, that's basically what he's doing.
Right.
Even if he's doing it unaware, naive like, he's still doing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also, this study was using data from 2015.
Oh my God.
Which that was like when the
when it hit.
Yeah, it's before, like, that's too early to look at people regretting in 2015 compared to people regretting now.
Yeah.
Because like kind of before the transgender thing really took off. Or that's like when it kind of started to get the ball rolling.
In 2015, we weren't even talking about the female penis yet. I mean, it wasn't mainstream. I'm serious.
There you go.
Come on. Look, in 2015, you could say female penis and people would be like, what? What did you just say? You're
That's
crazy.
True. That's true. But
nowadays, yeah.
Yeah.
If you say, now if somebody says female penis and you say what, they're like, bigot. You're fired. You don't work here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There is such a thing as a female penis, right? You've been convinced.
I have not been convinced, no.
Really?
I've not been convinced that the female penis
exists?
No, I haven't been convinced. Right.
Here, you can play with this. It doesn't mean you're gay. Because this is a female penis. Oh, Sitch. Oh, the world has become such an intriguing place.
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's one way of putting it.
Remember when Chris Hayes tried to get ContraPoints to date him?
Oh my God. That video is insane.
He was after the female penis. He
Chris-
wanted it bad. Chris Hayes really wants to play with a female penis.
Chris Hayes was totally negging ContraPoints.
Yeah.
That was such a uncomfortable, weird interview. Once you pointed that out, and you're like, "Oh my God, you were so right." I could not see it.
Yeah.
Listen, he's into the female peen. What can I say?
Yeah. I mean, it was only speculation at that point, but I've heard rumors now that Chris Hayes is very freaky.
Well, one person told it to us. You say rumor. I don't remember if he said.
That's
I don't know if I
still
can
a
say
rumor.
because I don't remember if he told us on stream or not.
No, we can't say. Obviously,
But one person who claimed to have information to know told us that Chris Hayes, there's a rumor that Chris Hayes is into trans women for that
Right.
reason. So,
Right.
That was the unsubstantiated anonymous tip that we'll give the stream.
The anonymous female tip.
The anonymous. We had an anonymous female tip that Chris Hayes likes anonymous female tips. Okay.
Oh, I was just talking about, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there you go.
So we move on?
We can move on.
Moving on.
Did so not because of changes in their gender identity, but due to external factors such as stigma and lack of social support. And look,
did you ever look at the study on, there's a website, a really good website that's collected all of the real scientific information on transgenderism. And they have some studies, some I guess it's some polls on why people detransition.
I haven't seen that now.
And I think they actually say political reasons is like one of the top ones.
That's interesting.
It is totally interesting. I was like,
so here's what it says. It says in 2015, the USTS, which stands for whatever, it doesn't matter. In 2015, it was conducted by the National Center for Transgender Equality. Okay. So obviously a very unbiased population, right? The National Center for Transgender Equality conducted the largest survey of transgender people to date in 2015 of 27,715 respondents. This survey was given out in collaboration with 400 community outreach organizations, as well as who recruited people to complete surveys online. Okay. So you have a National Center for Transgender Equality, which reaches out to transgender outreach organizations to answer the survey. So you had John Oliver earlier in this video was complaining that Lisa Lippman's study shouldn't count because she got parents who were part of message boards who seemingly were against their children transitioning. And he said that sample is too biased. Okay. But then when we have the literal exact opposite situation, where you have a National Center for Transgender Equality using pro-trans communities to get people to listen to give their survey results, he doesn't say a word about whether that sample is biased in the other direction.
Yeah, that's different though. That's making his argument.
Of course. And what are the chances that someone who's detransitioned and gone back to their natal gender and realizes they made a mistake? What are the chances that they're still in contact with a trans community outreach organization enough to answer a survey question on this topic?
0. 0%.
Right.
None. Nada. Zip.
Yeah.
0. Zilch.
So it's annoying because they all kind of use, like, some talking point is produced and then everyone just basically uncritically repeats it again and again and again and again without actually looking into it to understand what's going on here.
Man, I wish I could find that website. There's a really good website that has a lot of really interesting studies.
I'm sure someone will tweet it to us. I've probably been to that site at some point.
I sent it to you a bunch of times.
Right.
Well, I sent it to you once, and I thought that I bookmarked it so I would have it too. But evidently I didn't.
If anyone knows what site Adam's talking about, just tweet it at us.
Yeah, do it. Wait a second here.
What?
My bookmarks, I've got like bookmarks going back 1,000 years.
Yeah, I know.
It's just,
I know, it all gets...
How are you? What's your bookmark situation?
Not good.
Yeah. It's
I bookmark something and then it becomes like unfindable again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to end the poll. Are you left or right-handed? 17% of our viewers say that they are left-handed and 83% say they're right-handed. So that's pretty close to the average.
That's
It's
not
only 5 points
suspicious at
higher.
all.
So yeah. So because no, it's 6 points because 11 to 12% is normal for left-handedness. So yeah, that's pretty close. Pretty close. So there you go.
Yeah.
I could keep reading you stats and studies. I do, after all, love doing that.
Well, he likes to cherry pick stats and studies in a dishonest way, or rather, his staff likes to cherry pick stats and studies in a dishonest way, which he then uncritically, like a sock puppet, just moves his mouth and their words come out of.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Like
Or
a
I could just
moron.
let you watch this boy talk about what it felt like to have someone actually see him for who he was.
Dylan explained
I do love how he's like, I could keep giving you maybe information that's valid, or I could tug at your heartstrings by having you listen to some anecdotal story that doesn't really have any importance whatsoever.
Right, and is not really, none of these stories are informative in any way, shape,
No.
or form, because they're all just, you know, here's my feelings. You know, this
They
worked
make you
for
feel
me.
emotionally good at it.
Well, for all I know, this is going to end in complete catastrophe. I have no idea. I don't know the process of the care, the diagnosis. That's what I'm looking for. I mean, it's all dependent upon the diagnosis for me. I believe that you can gaslight people into being transgender. Like, that seems easy to do to me. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay. So, yeah, the person saying, yeah, this totally made me feel better is just not really evidence of anything in my mind.
Early as 4th grade, he'd had confusing feelings that stretched on until his
Who the fuck in 4th grade doesn't have confusing feelings? You just name every 4th grader in the fucking world. This is why I hate this shit. What does that say? What does that tell me? That's a diagnosis. Oh, anyone who has confusing feelings, come to me. You're
Right.
transgender.
When I was in 4th grade, I knew it. I had like everything. I know what you're talking about. I had no confusing thoughts. I had my whole life together.
Okay, sure.
You didn't? What are you, some kind of weirdo?
Come on.
teenage years.
I really wanted to cut my hair, like really bad. And so when I did that, that felt really good. And then I held...
Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. On the walking in, I thought that the mom was a transgender person. I was like, wow, she really passes.
That's funny.
Is this a trans man?
Yes.
Okay. I gotta tell you, the haircut metric really rings true to me. How about you, Sitch?
What does that mean?
Look, they wanted to cut their hair. That totally rings as, obviously I'm transgender.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, I understand sort of what they're saying, so I'm not going to criticize that as much as you.
Well, I knew there was a bunch of lesbians in my high school that all had short hair.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know what I don't necessarily know.
I mean,
what's going
for
on
heaven's
there.
sakes, there was girls in my high school that weren't lesbians that also had short hair.
Yes. Yeah. I know. So where's the correlation between short hair and transgenderism? I guess that's what I'm really getting at here.
Okay. So what they're getting at is they're essentially saying, even though women can have short hair, long hair is still, and men can have long hair. Still, long hair is still associated more with women, and short hair is still more associated with men. And so if you had gender dysphoria, cutting hair so that you might look more masculine could make you feel better. So that's what they're getting at.
Right.
So it's not as crazy as a thing as sort of, we're kind of joking about.
Right. Well, they want people to see them as the other sex.
Right.
That feels good to them.
Right.
But I don't necessarily know why that feels good to them. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, that's the problem. No one really knows what's going on there.
Yeah.
The door for somebody and they said, "Thank you, sir." And I was like, oh yeah, that, yeah, that.
This feels good that they're passing.
Right.
What does that have to, I don't, yeah, it's just.
What does it
okay.
have to do with any of the science behind any of this?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem is that they can't. So this is why straw manning is a thing. It's too difficult for John to construct a segment where he addresses people that say, hey, there's probably some trans people out there that are legitimately trans or have gender dysphoria. But I think a lot of people probably don't actually have gender dysphoria and are being misdiagnosed. That's too complicated of a topic for John to effectively create a political hit piece in a 30-minute segment on YouTube or HBO Max.
Right.
It's easier for him to go with the extreme example and pretend like, well, anyone that has any problem with any trans stuff is saying that all trans people are just crazy liars and, none of them should transition. Like, that's the easy take for him to basically push for.
Right. Yeah.
Little thing. That sir put words to how I was feeling, and I was like, oh, yeah, that felt nice.
Yeah, that's incredible. For some, a haircut is just a routine activity where you go to your barber, ask for the business in the front, business in the back, and leave. But for a trans kid, it can be a life-changing experience. That boy is currently suing his state's AG in a...
Why did, well, it's interesting. We'll get into that. But why did John, for comedic purposes, feel like he could stereotype a gay guy or an effeminate-looking guy as being his hair cutter? What's happening in that? What's happening in that picture? Ad?
That's a gay guy?
I mean, he's a gay / effeminate-looking.
How do you know it's not a trans man?
Oh, there could be. There could be. I just feel like it's an improper use of stereotyping. A little hypocritical for John Oliver. That's all I'm saying.
I don't like, okay, where's a peer-reviewed study about the correlation of hair length and transgenderism? I just, like, what the fuck?
For a
right.
trans kid, it can be a life-changing experience. That boy is currently suing his state's AG in a trial that...
I think puberty blockers are probably a life-changing experience, whether you're diagnosed correctly or not. So I just, like, fuck you with the life-changing experiences. This is so offensive to me because we're not really having a conversation about anything rational, logical, reasonable. It's just, let's base this to something tangible in the real world, for heaven's sakes. We're talking about people's feelings.
Starts tomorrow, and he is not the only trans kid who's found himself forced to become an activist. Remember Kai?
Wait. Did they say what the kid's name was?
From that,
Dylan explained how as early as 4.
Say what his last name was?
Love doing that. Or I could just let you watch this boy talk about what it felt like to have someone actually see him for who he was.
Dylan explained how...
No. Dylan on 60 Minutes.
G in a trial that starts tomorrow, and he is not the only trans kid who's found himself forced to become an activist. Remember Kai from earlier? She's now 11 years old, and she went to the Texas state legislature last year to speak out against bills that would ban doctors and parents from providing gender-affirming care to young people, and she fucking crushed it there.
Hello, my name is Kai Shapley. I love ballet, math, science, and geology. I spend my free time with my cats, chickens, FaceTiming my friends, and dreaming of when I will finally meet Dolly Parton. I do not like spending my free time asking adults to make good choices. It makes me sad that some politicians use trans kids like me to get votes from people who hate me just because I exist. God made me. God loves me for who I am, and God does not make mistakes.
She's awesome, right?
Doctors do make mistakes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree with all...
I hate having some, you write a bunch of lines for your kid to go and then be this mouthpiece.
Yeah, for
something.
For like a political cause.
Right. Just don't do it. For any, I don't care, left or right, just don't use children as shields for your political messaging, okay? If you want to go there, you want to give your peace of mind, go do it. Okay? Don't use your child as a shield. Okay? Don't tape a bunch of babies to your chest and say, you can't harm me. Look at all these babies that you're going to hurt if you try to attack me. Because that's essentially what this is. Have you ever seen that comic of the guy who tapes all the babies to himself? And he says, you can't harm me because if you try to shoot me, you're going to kill one of the babies.
Yeah. Exactly
this is essentially this in real life.
I just like, maybe this person is completely transgender and they will be amazingly happy their entire lives, and this was a good thing for them. I just, the whole debate is over misdiagnosis. This is just a giant straw man.
Right.
No, like, nobody is getting votes over hating you. That's not what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
People want more information. I keep asking for more information. I keep saying, listen, show me how this works. The mind is a strange and wondrous creation. Like, yes, people need to form an identity. It's essential to form an identity and to fit in and to find out where you exist in society. So there's a lot of different things going on, especially at these kinds of ages. So, and to think that this child isn't being used for a political cause. Of course they're being used for a political cause.
Yeah.
They are a tool, which is just fucking sad.
It is.
Yeah. And then for them, I mean, it's so much the woke law of projection here. It's like, you're using children.
Think of the children.
You're using hatred of children just to get votes.
Remember when the left used to always put that little Simpsons character?
Mm-hmm.
Like, won't somebody think of the children? That was always supposed to be like the right-wing argument.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally the left-wing argument with the trans stuff.
Think
of the children.
Well, it's both sides now, because the right is saying think of the children, and the left is saying think of the children.
Right.
But nobody's having an intelligent conversation over the science, which matters.
Right.
John Oliver doesn't have anything in here about the science.
No.
Like, the reason he's saying I could cherry pick some, totally incomplete studies that don't really tell us anything, or I could just show you this kid who was obviously scripted by their parents and is telling you a political message.
Right.
It's just, it is really disgusting.
Almost everything she says there, though, in the interest of fairness, God does make mistakes. If he didn't, how would you explain goblin sharks? I mean, just look at this fucking guy. He looks like an eel wearing a shark costume that doesn't quite fit. A sick eel. Look at this mess. He looks like he's going.
Okay, so now you know, Adam.
Yeah, this is a comedy portion.
Where like half the screenshots I sent you came from this part of the video.
Of course.
Or the thumbnail.
Look,
Which
we're
one did
having
you end up using? I didn't see.
I used them all.
You used every single one.
Of course.
Impressive.
That's how I roll.
Okay.
Okay. We're having a comedy show about.
This is a comedy section. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay.
You did. Oh my God, you did. You used like.
Yeah, what's going on?
You used like 4 of them.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So. Technically, you didn't use them all because I sent you like 7. So you lied just now.
Motherfucker, I can't believe you. What a bitch.
You see what I did there? You see what I did there?
What a little bitch.
I did what you did, only in reverse.
Hold on, what did I do?
About the girl. You're like, well, this girl is wrong because at some point in history, someone's gonna change their gender just to win the sport.
All right, I just DM'd you the thumbnail. I want you to count. I want you to count the John Olivers in that thumbnail.
Okay.
I want you to count the John Olivers live.
Oh, you're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you got me. You got me.
What up, bitch?
Wow.
What up?
Okay, look at that. Look at that. I take it all back. Take it all back. Well, actually, wait. Let me count. Let me make sure before I take it back.
What do you mean?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wow, you added 1. 7. Okay, I take it back. Adam used every thumbnail suggestion.
I used one twice.
I'm impressed.
I think it was this one here. Look at that repulsive face that he's making.
You did use one twice, yeah.
John Oliver is kind of an insufferable twat. I can't stand him now.
I know, it's sad.
Who's this? What's this picture that you sent me? Show me the money. This is like Sitch's MILF dream right here.
That's the picture I was talking about. That's Stephen Mnuchin with his wife that everyone attacked.
Oh, okay. Why would they attack? Why would they attack this picture?
Because they said that he looked like weird and elitist with his weird wife wearing a gloved hand holding up the sheet of dollar bills. They're doing it because it was like I think it was the first money that, since he was the Treasury Secretary, his signature was on it.
Oh, really?
Right.
Wow, that's pretty awesome to have your signature on money.
Yeah, that is.
That's
I mean,
cool,
I don't
too.
think it was right for them to attack it. I remember that was the big controversy for Steve Mnuchin. At first, anyway, early in the presidency.
They probably have an arranged marriage. She's forced to wear gloves like that. They're not allowed to touch one another.
Well, listen. Look at Steve Mnuchin and look at his wife. She obviously doesn't want to touch him, like skin to skin.
Oh, that's so sad.
So she tells him it's a fashion statement.
Yeah. I can't find. Did anyone in the chat give us that website? I can't find it. I looked through my bookmarks, but it was nothing good. Oh well.
Class.
I think Deborah So is involved in it, so I think her name might be on it. Let us continue.
If God doesn't make mistakes, how do you justify the existence of this
You have to
stupid
go back
tree?
to the joke. This is very important.
Yeah, I mean, come on, we're almost there.
It looks like a child tried to draw a xenomorph from memory. Again, I support Kai with my whole heart, but to say God doesn't make mistakes is just not true, Kai. He does, and they look like this.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you catch that? I am so offended. Did you catch what just happened?
He said God makes mistakes.
He said God, he.
Oh, he did, didn't he?
He used a male pronoun for God. Oh
Yeah.
my. I'm so offended right now.
God uses they, them, asshole.
Yeah, asshole. Jeez. Try to be so inclusive, would you? Would you, John?
Yeah.
Bigot.
Yeah.
Obviously, John Oliver doesn't like goblin sharks because they have big noses, and he's an anti-Semite.
How do we know that John Oliver's penis isn't a female penis? I mean, if any penis can be female, I believe John Oliver's is probably a good candidate.
No, listen, John Oliver is just mad because this is what's going on, okay? John Oliver is mad because he was working under Jon Stewart.
Right. Who went
so many years on
insane.
The Daily Show. Okay. He was being groomed by Jon Stewart to be his replacement. It was very obvious if you watch The Daily Show at that time period that John Oliver was being groomed to be the replacement. And then all of a sudden, what happens?
Oh, you're
Well,
right.
We need to do some woke shit, and we need a black guy for The Daily Show. Now, even though we have two different black guys who work on the show, Larry Wilmore and Wyatt Snack, I think his name was, we need to outsource our black guys to someone who's not even fucking American to talk about American news. And so they do that. And of course, as that decision is made, all of a sudden, what happens? Oh, John Oliver's leaving the show and he's going to do his own show. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is John Oliver hates Jewish people because of his bad experiences with Jon Stewart. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, Larry Wilmore did get his own show, but it
Yeah, but it wasn't
got
The Daily
bad,
Show.
got bad reviews and got
That's true,
canceled.
but it
pretty
wasn't
quick.
The Daily Show.
Yeah.
It was super woke, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
All the shows that spun off, except for this one, I think have been canceled. I mean, they're all bad. This one, Larry Wilmore show, Samantha Bees was the worst one. That show was just garbage. Oh my! I don't know if you ever had the misfortune of watching that show.
I think we covered it a couple times because
We
it
did.
was just so ridiculous.
It's insanely woke. It's horribly, stupidly woke, and not funny.
Yeah.
I
Bad
guess what I'm trying to say
information.
is that John Oliver
Has a female penis. We know what we're trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is that John Oliver next year will become the next Kanye and will make sus tweets about Jewish people.
Really?
Yes, that's my prediction.
Could be.
Next year, John Oliver is going to come out with his own DEFCON against the Jewish people tweet.
There's a thing going on. People are saying Kanye's playing 4D chess again.
No.
They are. They're saying that.
Yeah, they might be saying that, but those people are wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I feel like
What's
it's Scott Adams. Scott Adams with Trump, part 2.
Trump was okay. Trump was playing some kind of chess. I don't know what dimension it was, but it was a chess game of some sort.
Kanye's playing checkers with bottle caps.
Okay. Kanye is sitting in a dumpster, high on meth, dreaming that he's playing 10-dimensional chess underwater with
Right.
aliens. But he's not, because he's really high in a dumpster, passed out. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I think the argument that people are making is a logical argument. I don't think Kanye is playing that game. I think Kanye,
What is the argument? Explain it to me.
well, in this day and age, like, people can go directly to consumer. And if 62% of Adidas sales is the Yeezy brand, Yeezy could easily just, go direct to consumer, open his own website and sell directly to people who hate Jews. I mean, obviously.
Okay, so is the argument that Kanye doesn't actually think the anti-Semitic things he thinks or says that he thinks? He's just saying it because he wants to get out of the Adidas deal, because he thinks he can make more money on selling them directly on his own? Is that the supposed plan here?
That is a supposed argument, and I do think
That's
that
insane.
follows. I do think
No, it
that's,
doesn't.
Why?
That doesn't follow. Because first of all, you have to make the shoes. Okay.
Right,
He doesn't
but
just have
look,
a mountain of shoes somewhere to mail to people.
Adidas doesn't make the shoes. They outsource all the manufacturing to other places.
I understand that, but they all have these deals set up. Is Kanye going to be able to set up a deal like that with his own thing?
Why wouldn't he be able to?
I don't. Well, why did he? Okay, if that's true, why did he show up to Skechers the other day and demand to see the CEO and then get kicked out like a fucking loser?
Because he wanted to know how you make shoes.
Well, maybe he should have figured that out before he went on.
I know, that's
dimensional chess.
That's the
plan here.
thing. You got to figure out. This is why I'm like, okay, that's, first of all, that is a completely reasonable thing to think someone would do and would be smart to do. But you would set that up before you started making all the incendiary comments. You would figure out how to do it first, right?
There is a 99.9% chance that, well, let me say this. Let me say it the inverse way. There's only a 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 0.00000000001% chance
Oh shit.
that Kanye
Uh-huh.
is just doing some sort of magical troll to get out of a fucking shoe deal that will probably destroy his entire fucking career for the rest of his life. If this is literally Kanye's gonna say, "Oh, I was just pretending to be retarded," meme, then he's literally retarded, because this is the dumbest fucking thing a human being can do to try to get out of a shoe deal. He's going to end up destroying his entire career forever. What kind of fucking 10D chess is this? If this is 10D chess and he honestly doesn't believe the anti-Semitic stuff that he's talking about, then he's even dumber than if he did believe the anti-Semitic stuff he's talking about.
What if he's been trying all this time? Like he's been trying ever since the George Bush doesn't hate black people. He's like, damn it, that didn't work. He's like, he does the MAGA hat thing. He's like, damn it.
He finally found it. Is that what
He goes on because supposedly when he went on TMZ originally to talk about his mental illness and whatnot, he was saying anti-Semitic things there, but they edited it out. Like he tries there. Oh shit, they edited it out.
Which that's a huge fucking like.
That's
I don't
a
know if I
giant
would
story.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I would believe that. Like I don't know. I have a hard time believing this sort of these claims, but that really merits investigation. Because what the fuck's wrong with TMZ if some famous person's saying crazy shit and they're editing it out? Because
Well, they
they're
edited it out to
on there
protect the
take?
brands.
Right. What the fuck's up with that?
Yeah.
What's
I don't
up
know.
with that, TMZ? Holy shit. Someone needs to really go after TMZ for that.
They were protecting Kanye.
But they weren't, because that was the interview where Kanye said the stuff about slavery that got him in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, but anti-Semitism is another level, obviously.
I know it's another level, but still, I don't understand why they would hit him with the hit piece on slavery, but be like totally fine with the anti-Semitic remarks.
They're like, this
Unless
is too
they're
much.
also anti-Semitic.
Well, that could be. I don't know. Maybe he threatened to sue him if they wouldn't edit it out. I don't know. They should investigate it. I'm with you.
They should. Here, I'm going to tell. Here's the kill shot. I'm going to tell you why, with 100% certainty, Kanye's not faking this to get out of a shoe deal. Okay.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Do you think Kanye cares about his children?
Very much. Yeah, obviously.
Okay. And we've heard in these conversations with Lex Friedman, with who was the first guy I talked to? Pierce Morgan. And on the I want to say critical drinker, the no drinker, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
The no drinker was with Mr. Girl. Whatever that podcast is that he went on that we watched. Okay.
Yeah.
He talked a lot about how he was angry that Kim Kardashian is making him look crazy in order to gain more and more custody and control over his children.
Great point. Great point. Yeah.
So if you're going to tell me that Kanye's pretending to be crazy to get out of a shoe deal, it means he doesn't care about his children, because everything he's doing right now is basically ensuring that he's fucking over any custodial rights he has over his children.
Well, and you wouldn't complain about someone trying to make you look crazy if you were in fact at that moment trying to look crazy yourself. Like
exactly.
That just doesn't make any sense at all.
Right.
Yeah, Drink Champs is I think the
Drink Champs, thank you. That was. Did you see that amazing tweet?
Did you hear about how he wanted to name his album Hitler? Did you read anything?
I heard that, but I don't.
I was like,
I don't believe that's true unless I actually saw some proof of that.
Right. They're just coming. They're like, throw everything at him now.
It does feel like a throw everything at him situation, because I think it was an anonymous source made that claim.
Did you see the latest from today where the paparazzi confronted him and he...
No, what did he say?
So first of all, he apologizes, okay?
Right.
And then he starts arguing with them about how many Jews are in the media. And he's got some fucking spreadsheet on his phone that has the Jews in media listed on the spreadsheet.
He's had like an Excel document. Kanye's been working on an Excel document of Jews in media that's on his phone.
This is just at this point, I'm like, Kanye's just going full debate, bro. Like he does not want to concede. First of all, he doesn't even understand the argument against him. Like nobody is arguing that there aren't a lot of Jews in media.
Right.
That's not the argument people are making, you dumbass. They're making an argument that there are a lot of Jews that aren't in media. Okay.
Well, and the argument is that regardless of how many Jews in media or the music industry there are, as a population, Jews are not colluding together to screw Kanye West over.
Of course. Well, populations will obviously try to protect their interest, obviously. And if you got some guy running around being a huge anti-Semite, they're going to fucking perk up.
Right. Of course, once he comes out with the anti-Semitism. But he's been saying that this has been like some sort of conspiracy from the beginning.
I mean, if people are, let's say a president doesn't like black people, I think someone's going to speak up about that, right? They're going to say, George Bush doesn't like black people.
Right. I sent you a clip that we should watch, like 22 seconds on Twitter.
Do you want to finish this up first, or
No, I don't.
Okay, we can bring it up.
We'll come back to this, but it's a Kanye clip. It's so funny. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh no. Is it is it him?
It might be. This might be when he was talking to that reporter. I only saw this clip of it, so I don't know if there's a larger.
I only read I read an article about the clip, and I'm like,
okay, I'm gonna have to find that clip.
I'm like,
hilarious.
oh my god, this is fucking insane. Where'd you send it?
I DM'd it to you.
Okay. Oh, here it is. Oh yeah,
so
this is totally it.
Yeah. So someone tweeted out. They said this is like a deconstructed Norm Macdonald joke, which is this is amazing. Like this 22-second clip is literally like a perfect joke from like Curb Your Enthusiasm or Arrested Development or something. And yet I don't think Kanye realizes that he wrote like the perfect joke by accident. Or he performs it, I should say.
Oh no.
So let me know when you're ready. Give me
this is all just
countdown.
Family related, right? I mean, this is all just Kanye going crazy over.
Well, apparently Pete Davidson, that's who Kim's dating, right?
It's over already. That's like,
oh, is it already over?
I believe, yeah. She's like dated a bunch of other people since then.
Why does he always talk about Pete Davidson?
Well, supposedly he has this thing that Pete Davidson, like
You're right. They split up.
Like some Jewish conspiracy colluded for Pete Davidson. And is Pete Davidson even Jewish? I don't even know.
I think he is. I think he's like half Jewish or something.
Right. To basically drive him insane, Pete Davidson was supposed to seduce his wife, and
right.
Yeah. So.
Well, see, that's why he doesn't like the Jews. There's some guy who may be Jewish.
I mean, Kim Kardashian is pretty hot. He might have just wanted to have sex with her.
Let's see. Here we go. His father was Jewish. His father died, Jesus, during 9/11. He's a firefighter.
Really?
Yeah.
Ouch. What do you mean? He's not a media mogul?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's Pete Davidson's Jewish father died as a firefighter in 9/11. Jesus.
Not a music mogul. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, his entire unit died.
Yeah, that happened a lot. They all ran into the building, and
that's insane. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But his mother, who was Catholic, raised him Catholic. So there you go.
Look, he wasn't even raised Jewish.
Yeah. So
okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor. The thing about
look, I did not see this interview, but this is the interview. This is the interview where he pulls out the spreadsheet. Look, he's already got his phone out there.
Isn't this like the perfect? This is like literally a joke you'd expect to see in a TV show. Like, I'm not gonna say it. I can't say it, and then he immediately.
It's just so obvious that he just thinks. Like, it's almost like you know how critical race theory is that it's racism is the answer for everything. For Kanye, it's just like the Jews. It's
He's just so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's so dumb. It's baffling. It's bad. No, but listen, guys, this is 10D chess. Don't play.
I mean, if it was 10D chess, I mean, he's going about it right. He's definitely going about it right to get out of all your contracts.
He's like, listen, I want to get out of all maybe here's the thing. He's like, I want to get out of all my contracts and never see my children again. That's the 10D chess move.
You're right. Yeah, the children thing. Yeah, I never really thought about it, but you're exactly right, because this is like he's giving. Yeah, if there's any sort of custody hearing that comes out, Kim has as much evidence that she needs to basically win any sort of custody battle. Yeah.
So, this is interesting. I'm only saying this because I'm on Twitter right now for that thing. So someone responded to ER talked about, or he tweeted that he was going to watch Vosh's Avatar: The Last Airbender.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because he kind of goes into it, and it sounds exactly like Big Joel's take on Avatar, which is really stupid. So I wanted to watch Vosh's take at some point. And hey, who knows? Maybe we'll have ER on and we'll watch it. That'd be fun. But so someone responded to me, someone who hate follows me on Twitter, which is always fun. It's always weird. All the people that hate follow me, when I hover over their name, it says they're followed by counterpoint.
Counterpoints? I know. I have the same thing. I have a bunch of hate followers from Counterpoints.
Counterpoints. Why do you follow first of all, why do you follow so many people on YouTube?
Yeah, that are hate following us,
and
especially.
Then, I can see. Counterpoints is one of those people I think who follows literally everyone that follows him. Because he has he's following more people than follow him.
Mm-hmm.
Which if you follow 14,000 people, what does your timeline even look like? Like, how do you get any information from Twitter if you follow 14,000 people?
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, so this guy says, who's a hate follower of me, says, "Can I ask why you even tried to make a presence online?" That's interesting. "You make these thumbnails that are more obnoxious than the quartering. Yet you claim to be a centrist, but are always jerking off Ben Shapiro."
Mm-hmm.
Really? I don't remember ever jerking off Ben Shapiro, and acting like Vosh is worse than Hitler. "You're politically irrelevant, dude."
Mm-hmm.
And they have your thumbnails that they're complaining about.
What do you mean, my thumbnails?
The stream thumbnails. They're complaining about your stream thumbnails. They have pictures of your stream thumbnails.
Everyone always complains about the thumbnails. Look, John Oliver is sitting here being a lying piece of shit. I don't care if he's on the left or the right, okay?
I just think it's funny that someone is very, very upset at me
for
your thumbnail.
And plus, I did any sort of the title today is obviously 100% Adam.
Oh yeah, of course.
This title's genius, though. John Oliver, gaslights trans children. Which basically that's what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Danimal, I looked at your links and I don't think this is the website, so I feel like it's not. But anyway.
I just can't get over this leftist socialist who engages in this anti-Semitism. They say, "Oh, because Sitch is Jewish, he must obviously defend Ben Shapiro." God, what an anti-Semitic piece of shit. I'm gonna tweet this out. I'm gonna go full victimization mode. Okay, are you ready for it?
Why do that?
Because it's funny. It's hilarious. Wow, I can't believe you assume I defend Ben Shapiro just because I'm Jewish. Classic socialist anti-Semitism.
Yeah, there you go. Call him an anti-Semite.
I will.
I hope he didn't tweet at me.
So, are you voting for Yay coming 2024?
Yeah, throw that in there.
And look, I am glad that Kai is advocating for herself, but if a child has to be an activist, we have already failed that child. Because she should just...
Yeah, because you're using her as a pawn in your political scheme. You're basically... you're like a groomer. You're grooming her.
Get to be a kid and enjoy her life. And I'm actually glad that you got to hear her talk about ballet and FaceTime and Dolly Parton. Because there is something that too often gets left out of these stories, and that is joy. While opponents of trans rights will say that these kids are either a menace or brainwashed, their defenders will often...
Who said that? What happened here? We're calling you a brainwashed menace, you moron.
And gravitate towards the same sad statistics that I've shown you tonight of depression and suicide. And while that is understandable on one level, it's the most devastating harm that can be inflicted by these bills, it's clearly not the whole story, which is that when supported, trans kids can experience full, vibrant lives because trans people are not by default unhappier or more prone to suffering than everyone else. That is something that we are putting on them.
Wait.
Vibrant lives because trans people are not by default unhappier or more prone to suffering than everyone else. That is something that we are putting on them.
That's
As that boy that you
what
saw, who is suing his...
What is he... John Oliver is a fucking moron.
Yeah.
You've convinced me, Adam. He is a stupid, stupid idiot.
Yeah.
What is he talking? That's the entire point. It's a mental illness. That's the entire point of getting the surgeries, is to take the hormones, is because they are in a position where they naturally are unhappier. That's why they have a high suicide rate, you fucking moron.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
Well, he's basically making the claim that social stigma is what's making them unhappy. That
No, you idiot. Dee Dee, you idiot.
I know.
Oh my God.
What's making them unhappy is they look down and see a ding-a-ling when they don't want to. I mean,
Yes.
it's not and society didn't do anything about that. That's not our fault, you fucking idiot.
John, you fucking moron. Oh
Does
my
he?
God.
He doesn't know anything about this shit.
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah.
He knows literally nothing about this. It's
Right.
baffling. Baffling. I missed that part. When I watched this video 2 times before, I totally missed that part.
Yeah. Society is welcoming trans people with open arms. Yes.
I know.
Even here, we're not being critical of trans people. We're being critical of morons who don't look at fucking science or look at the world in a rational, reasonable way. That's what we're doing. We're looking at you, John Oliver. Yeah. We're looking at the dum-dums.
His state AG will point out, he has got other teenage boy stuff going on too.
I'm 15. I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to sue the state of Arkansas because they are trying to tell me how I can and can't live. I have my collection of hats and my trans flag that I got for Christmas.
This soft-spoken teenager is more comfortable in his bedroom.
He's a bearded dragon. Come here.
Surrounded by his fish and bearded dragon lizards.
And so he's got a missing foot and a crooked tail. And you know, he needed an extra bit of love.
Right. Dylan should get to be a kid and spend his time with his collection of hats and...
It's so weird because they're obviously making fun of this kid.
I know, it is weird.
They're like, oh, look, he's a weirdo. And I guess John Oliver's like, see, he's a weirdo too. So should let him be a weirdo.
Yeah. All
Like,
kids are weirdos, I guess.
It's I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange that they're like making fun of this kid, and that's supposed to be a good thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's very sad.
And feeding his bearded dragons whatever the fuck it is that bearded dragons eat. I wouldn't know. I've never owned a bearded dragon, although I would probably get along great with that one because I too am a love-starved pale creature with a lopsided ass. All the kids we've seen tonight shouldn't need to be activists. They should get to dress how they want, go to the right bathroom for them, and play the sports they want to play. Remember Mac? When he got to college, he was placed on the men's wrestling team. And just look at how happy that made him.
All I ever wanted to do was wrestle men. And now that I am, it's freaking dope. It's freaking dope.
Yeah, it is freaking dope. Do you see that joy in his face? Hold that in your mind going forward, not because the road ahead isn't rough, but because, as the trans actress Michaela J. Rodriguez points out, it is important not to lose sight of what is at the end of it.
When it comes to legislatives and laws being passed, we have to constantly stay diligent and make sure that they don't get passed and call up as much as we can. But I think also, while doing so, we have to live our lives and show people how happy we are. We can't live in the sorrow, though there is many struggles when it comes to us. In the times of adversity and in the times of despair, I choose hope and joy, and I let those shower all over those haters and people who don't see it fit for us. And it usually wins. It has won.
Exactly. Hope and joy are crucial here. They are the fuel that powers the ongoing fight for equality. And while there is a lot of fear and uncertainty right now, it is worth remembering that
I mean, fight for equality. I fundamentally hate that characterization of what we're talking about here. I want to have a conversation about misdiagnosis. I don't like, it's not a equality thing. It's not.
I know.
Yeah. And you're like, characterizing it as an extension of the civil rights is just fundamentally incorrect for me, because the civil rights movement was about extending the rights that white people had to all people. And
yes,
this is about fundamentally taking rights away from people. I mean, I don't know how you can look at the women's sports issue and not realize that you're taking rights away from people. You're not extending rights that everybody has to a party that doesn't have those rights. You're giving special rights to different people and taking rights away from other people. Like even in the sex segregated spaces, you're literally taking rights away from people. You're taking the right to sex segregated spaces away from people. This isn't an extension of rights. And until you want to have an adult conversation about that, you're fucking mischaracterizing it. You're completely mischaracterizing.
Progress, while not always linear, is always possible. Because we are working toward the goal of every trans kid knowing that they are loved, valued, and indispensable as Dolly Parton loving, weird pet.
Listen, just because you're trans doesn't mean you're indispensable. There's lots of, I don't want to say dispensable. There's lots of unindispensable people out there.
Right.
Okay? Just because you're trans has nothing to do with your dispensability as a person.
Well, I mean, you could be a bad person. Is that what you're
Exactly.
saying?
That's what I'm saying. Just because you're trans has nothing to do with your worth or not worth as a person.
Well,
Nothing
I don't like that they're even tying it to that.
I know, it's crazy.
The whole idea, like, you want to have a conversation about proper diagnosis, proper medical care. That's a conversation that you need to have. Like, yeah, I understand that people who have cancer, that sucks and they're loved, okay? I don't want people being misdiagnosed with cancer.
Right.
Like if you're taking people who have gender dysphoria that has a high likelihood that it will resolve itself and they will live a normal, happy life in their biological sex, you're doing them a great disservice by preventing that from happening, by misdiagnosing them early on. And it doesn't matter how much you can say, oh yeah, you're loved and fucking wanted and all that shit. You've literally destroyed their lives. And you've done it for some political cause. It's disgusting. It really is. And like, John Oliver is never going to have an intelligent conversation about this stuff whatsoever.
No.
Like, as soon as the detransitioner thing starts taking off, John Oliver is going to slink away and just pretend like he never made this video. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How many kids are showing up in their doctor's office after something like this and saying, "Oh yeah, John Oliver said it's totally reversible. Let's go for it. Let's do everything." He's doing it. He's definitely doing it. Look, they have guidelines about how to talk about celebrity suicide so you don't get a social contagion over suicide. But look at this. It's like off the hook. What are the guidelines here? You can just go on a popular television show and say, oh, all of this is completely reversible. None of this is dangerous. None of this is experimental. The science is settled. Like this, it's literally insane. It is totally insane. And the only people that you have fighting back against this are just people on YouTube. Like it's David and Goliath all the way.
I know.
Yeah. The lies are just ever present.
Owning freaking dope individuals and never, ever going back to a point where anyone feels that if they appear on TV, they have to hide behind a fucking plant.
Yeah.
I found a clip that's relevant to what John Oliver just said.
I wish John Oliver would hide behind a
Excuse me,
fucking
ma'am.
plant.
No.
Oh, hold on. Okay. You're
Ready?
good to go.
No porn at the bar.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender. Yeah, okay.
There you go. Thank you, chat. I think it's the most dope. Thank you.
I like transgender people are loved and adored. That's fine. I got no problem with transgender people whatsoever.
Sure.
I don't think it's healthy to misdiagnose people. I really don't. I really don't.
Mystery guest 01 for $20. Thanks so much. Mystery guest, our circuit uncle. Says, Adam, I'm 100% with you on the Mr. Girl stuff. Spitfire when it comes to pedo sophistry, Mr. Friended. Never give an inch, never allowed to be normalized. It must not be intellectualized or moderated. Eat them alive. Evil.
I mean, I got a lot of that, I got to admit.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I was telling Sitch. I mean, CT reached out to me, bless her heart, and said, I know a lot of people are mad at you. I guess people were talking shit in the Discord or something like that. And I messaged her back and I was like, everyone loves me. What are you talking about? So, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. Huh? You're like, are they? Are they mad at me?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I feel like there is obviously there are some people that are upset, and I do admit I could have I did draw first blood. I was wrong about that. I did insult him first. Obviously,
you drew first blood.
I said, well, there are other people. Look, this could be read either way. There are also other, speaking of the rabbit and the duck, there are other people who said he came on looking like a smug asshole and he fucking deserved it. And he does say things. He does kind of target me, call me out by name before I say, I think the first insult is, you don't know anything about psychology. I think that's really the first throwdown. And I mean, what he was saying, I didn't take it as insults. I thought it was like banter. You could take it as insults, but I didn't take it that way. But yeah, I came out swinging. I felt like it was earned. And I do. The thing that was interesting about it was I do feel like I was in a lot more in control than maybe people perceived. And I mean, we fought it back to a decent conversation. There was a decent conversation that took place there in the middle that I thought was interesting, even though Mr. Girls started trying to sneak in a bunch of premises and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna? What is your take? What do you? I guess we talked about this in the stream.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about it anymore.
Yeah. Man, let me read the rest of the super chats. Is there anything else you'd say about Johnny boy?
Thanks
John
for the
Oliver.
Thanks for the super chat, mystery guest. Glad you're 18.
John A. Thanks so much for being a free seeker for 4 months. Says, oh snap! Thanks for the free will, J-Mac. J-Gang for the win. Wow, I guess John A has been 4 months gifted, essentially, through J-Mac.
Oh, really? What?
I guess that's what it sounds like they're saying. It's impressive.
This happens, if you join and then, I shouldn't say this because it'll encourage people to do it, but what the hell? Like people who join and then let their subscription lapse, they come back and subscribe again. It catalogs you as like 2 months.
Yeah,
because you paid for 2 months.
Right. I'm pretty sure, like the 2 month, 4 month, whatever thing, like you can let it lapse and then still.
Yeah, it's not consecutive, but they know that you've come back.
Yeah, that's a good feature. I like that.
Sure, yeah.
Because I thought it was consecutive too at first, which
we'll take it.
It's rough on some people. No, the thing that pissed me off was YouTube lied to me. And I think I understand what happened. Because when I opened up the emoji thing, it said, you are one member away from gaining a new emoji slot. And then, like 3 or 4 people joined. And then we didn't get a new emoji slot. And it said you need 35 more members.
What?
I think I think this is what I think happened. I think the way the emoji slots work is that once you reach a certain number of people, you gain that slot. So, but even if you lose members, you don't lose an emoji slot essentially.
Yeah, that would suck.
But I think the thing that tells you how many you need to get the new slot, it doesn't calculate that at all. Like, it doesn't keep that function in mind. So I'm assuming that's what happened. So, but anyway, CTs, we're going to ragamuffin emoji. We will replace something with it. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's about time. Where's ragamuffin?
Maybe the no commie sign or the AOC sign. I don't know.
Well, we already have the no commie sign.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to get rid of that. What emoji to get rid of?
What are you talking about?
The ragamuffin.
I love the no commie sign.
Well, what should we get rid of? We can get rid of an Adam face. Do you want to get rid of one of the Adam faces?
I mean, the elephant one is not really. I can't even really tell.
No, we're
what
100% keeping the elephant one. You're crazy.
Well, I feel like we could do a better elephant. I can't really even tell that it is an elephant. It's like an elephant on an elephant.
I know. That's what makes it funny. It's an elephant on top of an elephant.
Right.
I like the elephant on top of an elephant. I guess you're right. It's not super.
Yeah, I don't see people using it a lot.
I see people use it all the time. That's because when you're in elephant mode, there's like a sea of elephants. Okay.
Well, we could do a new one with Max's new elephant. I mean,
maybe
Max has a great elephant.
That's true.
Oh, look, there's an actual elephant.
There's a normal elephant. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Well, we'll see what the Max you on the elephant looks like shrunk down. It might not look good.
Right. I don't know, when I'm triggered, I think people use this emoji a lot.
I'm not.
The laser eyes. They're like,
Parker
Adam's
really
triggered.
wants me to get a wood chipper emoji. We're not getting a wood chipper emoji. You need to stop it. No wood chipper. Okay.
Harker sent me a personal thank you after the stream. Did you know that? She didn't really. I'm kidding.
That's hilarious.
I'm kidding.
She's like, I'm so glad you attacked that Mr. Girl character.
Well, a lot of people think he's just smug, and they don't like him for that.
No, yeah,
So,
sure. I understand that. I said that, yeah.
I got a great tweet that pointed out something that is completely true, but I never really noticed before. But Max spends an infinite amount of time setting up boundaries for other people that he himself does not abide by. And I thought that's the perfect characterization of what's going on. Yeah.
That seems true, but I'd have to see an example of it for me to sign off on that.
Obviously.
I don't watch enough of his content to wrap
Sitch
my
and I
brain
are
around
going to do like 50 debates. We're going to start being totally
50? Wow,
debate
impressive.
minded. Yeah. I just want to get better at debating.
Yeah, that's good. Zero Fucks. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Zero Fucks says, get that butt. There you go. Get that butt. Thank you, Zero Fucks.
Wow.
Sarah Richards, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months. Says, I never felt represented so much until that CBS clip. The CBS clip of the guy hiding behind the plant.
Oh, okay.
There you
go. like you regularly hide behind plants. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Someone made a video. I haven't watched it yet, though. I should. Someone made a video going over some of the things in our conversation, Mr. Girl.
Did they?
Didn't you watch it? I thought you sent it to me first, and then I know CT sent it to me.
CT sent it to us. I watched it, though. But yeah.
Yes. Is it good?
I mean, it could be better. It could have glowing things to say about how great I am.
Okay.
But
Well, you put Adam did nothing wrong as a comment, and they pinned it. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
So.
I mean, it's fair. It's definitely a fair video.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't a bunch of.
Does he say that everything I do is correct? Because that's all I care.
No, No.
Oh, well, then I'm not going to watch it.
The broad strokes is I could have done better, but I did good in pointing out ridiculous shit that I didn't let stuff slide. Which I think a lot of people appreciate that because they don't want to let shit slide, obviously.
Right.
Which I don't. I mean, how it's not any different than, and this is what people get upset about. Like, if you have someone who's anti-Semitic, let's say you're doing an interview with Kanye, and Kanye's just saying anti-Semitic shit, you don't want to let it slide. You really,
of course,
you can't let it slide.
But I want Kanye to get his full point out first, so I can deconstruct it.
Right.
Essentially. So.
Yeah, but I can't. I don't feel like. I feel like there was a lot of, especially in the Lex Fridman interview, there was a lot of interrupting when Kanye was saying crazy shit, and Lex was like, "No, we have to stop, and this is what you said, and we have to explain why that's
If they
bad."
move on to a different point, you have to stop them, essentially, because you have to do one point at a time. So.
Right, but Max came in a couple times and was like, just saying insane shit out of the gate, which. That's why I was like, okay, well, I got to step in.
Okay.
But he even admitted he was saying insane shit to trigger me. So.
Well, I don't think that's true.
You think he lied?
He admitted that he lied about that. There's only one time he said that, and then he's admitted that he said that to trigger you, which was a really stupid thing to say.
Right. But then he admitted that was a lie.
Did he?
I think he did. Yeah.
Whatever. We're this is Inception level of the conversation. So, Majin, thanks so much for 5 months. Free Will Seeker says, "Howdy, my political pumpkins. Been busy and looking into X stuff. That's paranormal stuff, I believe, on 4chan. I heard Adam was beating a PDF file defender live on stream with his bare hands." So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I linked the video. It's a YouTuber named Nixon who talked about it. Landorf says he makes videos about Mr. Girl specifically, or specializes in it. So maybe I'm not familiar with his other content.
He did another video on Max as well. Yeah, that I watched. So, but he was in our comment section too. That's how I found him, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Someone sent it to me. So I thought it was you, but maybe it wasn't.
It was CT.
No, someone sent it to me before CT sent it to me.
Oh, okay. I saw her send it in the group chat.
I don't think it's fair to say he specialized in Mr. Girl content. The last 3 videos he did were Mr. Girl videos, but he's done like a shit ton of videos before then. So
yeah,
he does a lot of Destiny related content. It looks like, though not exclusively. So check it out. I linked in the chat, as did CT. Broccoli Hicks for £5. Landorf was trolling me. Sorry. Listen, I can't read your tone of voice. Broccoli Hickus for £5 says, "I've pimped Wes Yang to you guys before, but his appearance on Gender, a Wider Lens podcast was recently fire." I'll have to check it out. I'm not familiar with either Wes Yang or Gender, a Wider Lens podcast. So check it out.
I brought up
fucking laughing about it.
This comic. This comic's insane. Who did this?
Oh.
It's got CT in it.
So
who did this? Who did this comic?
This comic was done by Biddle.
Okay, Biddle. The artwork is insanely good. So
yeah. Biddle Aventura on Twitter. Biddle's done a bunch of good art in the past.
Yeah.
So in the first panel, I'm talking to CT, and CT says, "A wig. Your Halloween costume is just a wig?" And I say, "I'm obviously Reagan from Mob Psycho 100. And CT says, "God, you are lazy."
Mm-hmm.
And I say, "Who are you to call me lazy? You are wearing a regular dress." "What? A regular dress? Can't you see I'm a beautiful trad wife, Sitch?" So there you go. If you ever wanted the trad wife CT, there it is.
Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Wow.
And then I say, "Sure, whatever." Where's Adam, by the way? Which Adam says, I'm right here, guys. Are you ready for Halloween?
Oh my God, that's amazing.
And there's the most horrifying corn Adam you've ever seen. Oh my God. And there's me and CT and we're so horrified that our wigs popped off of our heads.
Oh, look at that. You guys lost your wigs.
Yeah.
That's great.
God. Look at that
fun.
corn. You should make that your avatar on Twitter.
I know.
That face.
I was thinking that.
You should actually not do that.
Well, I'll at least make it my avatar for when I turn my camera off.
Oh God.
I think I have one of those in my camera off already.
That is like the worst thing ever.
I do. Here, look. You can compare.
Don't do it. No. Stop. Bad.
Why? It's fun. The corn comes highly requested on the show sometimes.
CT says, I actually wear my hair like that sometimes, and now I can't. Oh, I actually wear my hair like that now. I
Can't you see I'm a beautiful trad wife, Sitch?
There you go.
That's so funny.
I like that we're both wearing super low effort costumes.
Yeah.
That's a perfect costume. Super low effort.
You guys are lazy.
I like that you just put a wig on and you become Reagan. That's great. One of the best anime characters of all time. Sarah Richards for $5 says a lot of leftist transphobic people. Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of leftist trans people are extremely homophobic. They actually hate the gay trademark. They specifically hate gender non-conforming gays. Interesting. So that goes back to our earlier conversation.
Gender non-conforming gays.
I guess I never read the comic that you've had up this whole time in the background.
Okay.
Which is very, very funny.
Sure, you can read it.
So this is a CT comic. We have Adam as Fred from Scooby-Doo saying, holy smokes, a dead body. And then there's Harker as Velma going, Jankies. And then there's me as Shaggy going, Zoinks. And then there's Raina as Daphne going, Jeepers. And then there's CT as Scooby saying, fuck.
Yeah, that last panel is pretty good.
That last panel is very hilarious.
Someone got CT pretty accurately there.
Yes. Is that accurate? Do you say holy smokes?
Who was that? I say holy smokes all the time.
Well, there you go.
I
mean, I don't know if I've ever said zoinks.
I say
Zoinks,
golly
Scoob.
gosh.
But
I say oh my golly.
Oh really?
I say gosh almighty. I say sweet Jesus, holy Christ, holy cow, oh my. I say it all.
Okay.
I say oh no. I say for the love of God, bejesus.
Oh no. You say oh no, like the meme?
I say
oh,
holy
no.
crap. I say holy moly.
Mm.
I say oh I say oh gosh, oh God. Oh my word, oh my goodness. Goodness gracious me.
You say
Come
all
on.
these things?
Yeah. Don't
Okay.
you?
No.
Dear God, oh Jesus, oh golly, oh shucks. Oh brother.
I don't
blind
say
me.
that, no. I don't say any of these things.
You don't say these things?
No.
How about good Lord?
No.
How about oh good Lord? Oh good Lord.
I like much better than Corn Adam. I do like CT's Stitch throwing Sony Vegas at you. Much better.
Yeah. I changed it up a bit.
No. Did I say Jankies wrong? Isn't it Jinkies? She says it Jinkies. She doesn't say Jankies. Or does she say Jankies? I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? You guys are too fucking picky. No one cares. Scooby-Doo's a shit show, okay? Fuck yeah.
Oh my word. Why would you say such a thing?
It's true. Scooby-Doo sucks. Who unironically likes anything beyond the Scooby-Doo live action movies, which are kind of funny?
Mm-hmm.
The cartoon show's always been terrible.
Okay, I just want to show you. See this?
This cartoon CT drew is 1,000 times better than anything produced. by the actual Scooby-Doo people.
See this adorable cat?
Yes.
This adorable cat hates misdiagnosis of children.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Just so you know, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It hates, this cat hates it when Democrats want to misdiagnose children for their own political advantage. This cute, cuddly kitty hates that. I'm not appealing to your emotions right now, okay?
Mm-hmm. Shinto art made the Frankenstein picture.
Yes.
For the Halloween contest.
You want to read that one?
And it's me. I like that I look like Professor Membrane. I'm a big fan of that. I'll say, I've finally done it. I've created the perfect moderator. He's alive. And we have Frankenstein Adam saying, grr, Adam hate whataboutism.
That's awesome.
That's pretty funny.
I love that there's show lore.
There is.
This is the origin story of the world's best moderator.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
And I think there's 2 more pictures that we got recently. So
okay, I'll bring up some pictures. Why not?
Well, I mean, we're doing it now. Might as well. Color. I read that one.
Oh yeah, Raina.
Bishop Cruz for $5 says, if we know that environmental factors can trigger fetishes in people, why would homosexuality be any different? Well, because homosexuality is not a fetish, it's sexual orientation.
Right.
So, I don't know what the actual definition of fetish is. I would assume it has something to do with, like, generally if someone has a fetish for something, it's not like their exclusive, like, desire for something, right? Like, if someone, say, has a fetish for, I don't know, a woman dressed as a maid or something, like, generally they'll have sex with women be outside of that fetish, right? Like, they might have a specific interest or fetish in one thing, but they'll generally, I assume, have sex with people that are not dressed in maid outfits. But if you're gay or you're straight, you're not going to generally have sex with people outside of your sexual orientation. So...
Right.
I would assume that would be the conceptual difference, but I don't know what the actual definitional difference is.
I would object to defining necrophilia as a sexual orientation.
Well, it's not. It's a fetish.
Is it? Is that what it's not a mental illness?
Well, it's probably a mental
illness. What
illness.
About bestiality? Is bestiality a fetish or a mental illness?
It's probably... I don't know if they're listed in DSM. I've never checked.
Right.
I'll look it up. I mean, it should be conceptualized as a mental illness.
Right.
Let's see. Necrophilia. Other specific paraphilic, I can't say this word. Paraphilic. Is that how you say that word? Paraphilic disorders?
Right.
This category applies to presentations in which symptoms characteristic of paraphilic disorders that cause clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. Blah, blah, blah. This is done by recoding other specified paraphilic disorders, all by the specific reason. Example, zoophile. So there's your bestiality. So it says, examples, but are not limited to, include telephone scatology. Have you ever heard that? Telephone scatology?
No, what's that mean?
Someone who has a disorder regarding obscene phone calls.
Like they like them or dislike them?
They like them, yes. They're so into giving people obscene phone calls that it causes impairment in their life. Then we have, then it says necrophilia, zoophilia, corporophilia, which is poop. And which is weird because I thought scat was poop, but and then this clismophilia, which is enemas, ew, and urophilia, which is pee-pee. So there you go. So they're not specifically in the DSM, but they're sort of in the DSM. So there's your nice little sidetrack. Thomas Fenton for $5 says I don't know why I write this. Transgenderism and hobosexuality at this point is no better than any other whack lifestyle religion. Just don't sex or abuse younglings or kiddos. I mean, yeah, I guess don't fuck with kids. Sure. Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
This picture was drawn by Raina.
Yeah, thanks, Raina.
Just for the Halloween costume or contest. Here's me and Adam in costume. You, Adam the artist, are Vincent van Gogh.
Yeah.
And I'm some kind of obscene Twilight vampire who's sparkling.
Vincent van Gogh is everyone always says artists are never famous until after they're dead, which it's like Vincent van Gogh and one other artist that was not famous before within their lifetimes. It is
really
much more common for artists to be very famous within their lifetime. Yeah.
Sucks for Vincent.
Yeah. Well, his brother owned a gallery, and I think that's why he became famous, because he did a bunch of work, and his brother was like, oh, I can sell this shit.
Sitch looks like he has some spiral energy. You're right. I do kind of look like a spiral. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thanks, Raina.
Thanks, Raina. Someone likes me with the pirate shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says A-Team reigns supreme. There you go. I don't think I've ever seen anyone type A-Team reigns supreme but correctly spell reigns. So take that as you will.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that A-Team is inherently stupid and poor spellers.
Dick.
So they put A-Team reigns like reins on a horse, R-E-I-N-S. So I'm assuming that means that like you reign in horses supremely because you probably want to have sex with them. That's how I interpret that statement.
Hello, everyone.
Danimal, I don't think that's the website.
No response. Did you hear that? There was no he didn't deny it.
What?
He didn't deny it, guys. You all heard it. No denial.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking.
Oh, that's so sad because silence means consent.
I didn't.
Silence is an affirmative.
Well, I don't consent. Stop.
Adam consented, everybody. Adam affirmed it. I want it on record. Adam affirmed and consented.
I'm not consenting. What are you doing?
Look at this. Look at this. He's trying to retroactively take his consent away.
I never consented in the first place.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Rapid onset gender dysphoria webinar. What we know and what we're learning. I know what's causing the rapid onset gender dysphoria because I've read a bunch on social contagion. Social contagion is fascinating. And there's been plenty of episodes of it in history where a bunch of people end up committing suicide, like entire villages where all the young people killed themselves. Yeah, which sucks, but it is interesting, you got to admit. When a celebrity kills themselves, and people are always killing themselves. There's always a background noise of suicide. But whenever a celebrity kills themselves, as soon as it hits the media, there's a spike in suicides, and they always match. They're like the same gender and age and race as the celebrity. What? Why are you laughing?
Someone said rapid onset Adam idiocy.
Well, that happens every Sunday. Rapid onset Adam idiocy. That's pretty good. I like it.
That's funny.
ROAI.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That rapid onset Adam.
It's not a big deal, okay? Listen, everyone can't be smart. It just look, it's much better to be lucky than to be smart anyway. So
True.
And
true.
I've always considered myself very lucky.
It's much better to be lucky and smart, which I consider myself to be.
Oh
so.
God, always. You're insufferable. You're insufferable.
Now you know why A-Team doesn't like Mr. Girl.
I can never
They're
be
sick of my ego.
It's at least I can tell myself that you are joking. I don't feel like Max is joking.
Nice.
Right.
Dr. Diller for $5 says A-Team drives on the wrong side of the road for fun and buys new shoes to throw onto power lines in poor neighborhoods.
Don't you think that is a little cruel? Don't you think?
Very cruel. Yeah.
Brand new shoes and you're going to toss them up onto power lines?
All right.
Some kid's going to crawl up there and get hurt.
I can't
I don't
believe
like
that you
it.
do that. That's very wrong.
I would never do that.
That's fair.
Dr. Diddler is lying.
I think you would. I think you do actually.
I mean, if I found a bunch of pairs of shoes, brand new shoes, I would try it. Sure.
Terrible.
When are we going to do the comic? When are we going to do the comic where we time travel and every time we get in the time machine, we change sexes?
That's
like
never.
That's like the best idea ever.
So I have a much better idea than that idea. And I told you it. We should do a Sitch and Adam. We should do a comic where it's Sitch and Adam and all the YouTubers from YouTube, but they're all hot anime girls in high school, going to high school together.
We can't have them in high school. Come on. Then we can't look.
That's the trope, though. It has to be high school. Okay, fine. It's
college
finger quotes.
Yeah, we don't want to get smacked with the pedophilia stick.
There you go. It will look very reminiscent to a Japanese high school, but it will be college.
Right. Yes.
Of
Everything
course,
is going to be legal and above board.
Okay. There you go. That's a good point. Bring up the
No.
Bring up Landendorf's picture.
No.
No, you have to pet your cat. You have to pet your pussy.
I did. I'm done petting. I'm done.
Naxalis for $5 says Sitch is wrong about dysphoria. Gender dysphoria isn't a fixed trait from birth. It manifests that can often persist or desist dependent on how it's treated /blockers. Well, it depends how you define dysphoria and what you're actually talking about. So what you're saying and what I'm saying has never been proven by anyone because we don't have the biological test for it yet. And until we do, until they can give you the brain scan and they know exactly what to look for, then we won't really know the answer to that question. So,
well,
I'm guessing that you're born like that and you can't change it, and that the people that desist never actually had in the first place. That's my prediction.
Do you feel like we're even going in the slightly right direction? I mean, when I Google how to tell if I have gender dysphoria, and I get a bunch of therapists,
right?
And the therapists are just talking utter nonsense. They're
Really?
talking complete garbage. Yeah, there's nothing I can. There seems to be nothing scientific about anything that they're saying. So I look at that and I think, WTF? What? How are they diagnosing these people?
How to tell if? What'd you Google?
How to tell if you're gender dysphoric? How to tell if you have gender dysphoria? You've never done this?
I've never done that. No.
Really? It's eye-opening. It's illuminating. You're like, okay, this is.
Let's see. Well, there's an ad at the top,
like,
which is a gender dysphoria quiz, 3-minute self-assessment from pridemind.org.
Do you think if
I
you
don't have a lot of faith in
if you believe that you'd be happier as a woman, do you think that's gender dysphoria? Do you think if you thought I would be happier if I was born a woman, is
Not
that gender
alone,
dysphoria?
no. On its own, no.
Okay. But a lot of the stuff that the therapists talk about seems like the person, like they're asking questions, like they're trying to figure out if you would be happier if you were the opposite sex. That's basically what the questions are kind of going towards.
So this is interesting. On the pridemind.org site where they had the Take the Gender Dysphoria quiz, they have a different quiz, which I want to take online. Live for you guys. It's the narcissistic personality disorder test. I don't know why that's on the Pride website.
You want
Maybe
me
I
to,
do.
You want me to take that?
I'm going to take it. It's only 11 questions.
For
Question
narcissism?
1. I crave attention and admiration. I'm going to say somewhat agree.
Who doesn't?
Right?
What?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
I have trouble recognizing the feelings and needs of others. I disagree with that.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I'm often preoccupied with thoughts of success, power, and status.
Not really.
Yeah, I don't think I am. I tell others about my relationship with high status people.
Well, I did have dinner with Jimmy Dore that one time.
So if it was Adam, he would put it very frequently. I'm going to say rarely.
But I mean, I just do it
Say ever.
jokingly, obviously. I don't really go out of my way.
I don't even know. And who would I know that I even consider high status to brag about?
I mean, I do know a bunch of celebrities, and I never really say anything about it. So
look at you.
Why? I mean,
I overestimate my achievements and talents. Oh, I disagree because I'm completely correct in my achievement and talents being amazing.
yeah. I concur. I answer the same.
I undervalue the achievements of others. No, I disagree with that. Who would answer this honest? If there's someone actually had a narcissistic personality disorder, like how would they answer? This is like the most worthless test.
Undervalue? I mean, how? Look, there are people who've made massive achievements that I constantly look up to. No. Obviously, I don't devalue.
No, but like
their
if you were
achievements.
narcissistic, you'd say I don't undervalue them. They're just not like they haven't achieved what I have.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So how is this test worth anything? That's
It's
just
not.
stupid. I feel upset when people around me achieve success. Oh. I have trouble receiving criticism even when it's valid. Now, that's a hard disagree. I'm the best at taking criticism. You guys all know that firsthand.
I mean, you do take criticism. There are people in this commentary community that don't take any criticism. Like,
I believe
period.
I am unique, but only other special people can see that.
What?
Questions are weird. I believe others are envious or jealous of me. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't.
I feel entitled to favorable treatment. Oh, well, I mean, well, what does that mean, entitled to favorable? Don't we all believe we desire or deserve favorable treatment? Like, what does that even mean?
We want fair treatment. Okay, that's it. Like, we
what
don't
does
want
favorable mean?
special treatment. Like, the
Does
rules
it?
don't
Does
apply.
favorable mean special?
Yeah,
I
it
don't think
does. Look, it means you're going to favor us over other people. I completely disagree. I want fair treatment. I want
Favorable, expressing approval, giving consent to the advantage of someone or something.
Yeah.
Suggesting a good outcome. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say hard agree on that one.
You want favorable treatment? Really?
Of course.
You fucking narcissist. I can't believe
There it
this.
goes. According to this, I have a low risk for narcissism. So get fucked, Adam. I am obviously the greatest, most mentally health sanest person of all time, bitch.
I can't find any other artwork that we were supposed to bring up. You said you wanted something else, but I don't.
Landorf's picture. Did I not send it to you?
No.
Okay.
It's okay.
Beep. There you go. It's in there.
Oh,
You just
yeah,
need to
I got
scroll
it.
up.
Wow.
Yeah, I know you did.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Gonna get me in trouble.
Lucifer in the Dome for 2 Canadians says, hit that like button. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't be stingy with the likes, okay?
Speaking of Landendorf, thank you so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 4 months, Landendorf. Says you guys should have Sophie Narwitz on next time you cover trans issues. Her video, "Trans Activists Are Still Their Own Worst Enemy," is a must watch. We'll check it out.
Is she trans?
Yeah, yes.
That's cool. I got to admit, when we have trans people on, I strongly desire to interrogate them about the diagnosis process.
Well, you can do that.
But I do feel like it's kind of intrusive and really none of my business.
Right.
So.
Well, you can ask it in a way that's not like
intrusive. No, you can't.
Like, say, like, well, what was the process like for you? How long did it take? You know, did your doctors suggest it was maybe something other than gender dysphoria? I mean, there's ways to have that conversation. Landendorf drew this picture, and there's me dressed as Adam wearing whiteface, saying, "Just sit still, Adam." And there's Adam dressing as me as I paint shadow face.
I know I'm going to get in big trouble for this one. Thank goodness.
On him, and he says, "This feels wrong."
Thank goodness it's only half the face. Thank you.
This is hilarious. I love this picture.
It's pretty funny.
I also like that in whiteface, I look like Gordon Freeman. Hello, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Rise and shine.
It's pretty good.
That's great. Naxalas for $5 says, Sitch has said that kids without real gender dysphoria will desist post-treatment. The research disagrees. PB/HR, puberty blocker /HRT seems to lock in ROGD and make the gender dysphoria chronic. Well, Nax, you're not follow, or you didn't follow. Maybe you follow now. You didn't follow what I said originally, or what I'm saying back then.
What is gender dysphoria?
I'm saying, yeah, that's what you just said, Nax, is what my entire concern with is that if you have kids that don't actually have gender dysphoria, but they do get puberty blockers and HRT, it will lock them in to believing that they have gender dysphoria. That's literally my entire concern, Nax. So I'm not sure what you think you're disagreeing with. But Landendorf says, I debated with myself over how much of Adam's face I could have painted without making it look racist.
You did the perfect amount.
So there you go.
You did real good. And doing Sitch and whiteface first was obvious.
Right. Stug for $5 says, I'm sure John Oliver would be against the government getting involved in decisions that are usually made by private business organizations. Yeah, I know, right?
Of course not. He'd be all for jumping into that.
Of course. Angry Man, thanks so much for Free Will Seeker for 4 months. Actually, I want to go back to this for a second. That's a funny way of phrasing it, Stug. Because that's essentially what you're talking about when you're talking about like the quote unquote medical community. You're talking about private businesses. So you're saying, really, John, you don't believe the government should be involved in decisions between private business organizations? That's a fun way to counter that.
Yeah, because it turns them into a libertarian.
I know. It'll trigger the fuck out of them. Angry Man said, thanks so much for being Free Will Seeker for 4 months. Says, I think it's pretty obvious people are willing to be more accepting of gay people or really any sexual orientation over the concept of being trans. Well, that's what I said. But some people, like Adam, disagree with me.
Yeah. Thank you, Helen Joyce, for making my confirmation bias opposite of Sitch's.
Oh, wait, there's another picture I should send you.
Some people can get over that confirmation bias just by some evidence, but no evidence has been presented.
WMMA Scene Now for $4.99. Thanks so much. Says Mac Beck should have been disqualified from all sports for knowingly taking hormones that any other athlete would have been banned for. Well, it's not Mac's fault. It's the law's fault. I just think I don't understand why they wouldn't have. It's got to be some private wrestling league they could have joined. It's hard for me to imagine that's not the case. But
what is the whole look how happy they are thing? There's so many things that you can do that will make a person happy. You can give them nitrous oxide and go, look how happy the person is. Does that mean that we should give everyone nitrous oxide? It doesn't. That doesn't follow for me. The whole, oh, this made this person happy, so therefore it's correct. It's just
look at this person on meth.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, look, this person's drunk off their ass. Look how happy they are. Oh, look, they just plowed into a family of 4. Oh, but they were so happy. It's like, what is that argument that it's offensive?
It's not good. It's not good.
Look, I've done lots of things that have made me happy that I've regretted the shit out of. So I don't know.
Many of them probably on stream.
I don't condone it. Yeah. Look at our last debate.
A guy for $10 says, Sitch, being a mathlete doesn't count as being athletic. Fuck you. I was never a mathlete. Fuck you. I was actually good at math, but I had zero motivation to care about math whatsoever. So I was actually good at all math except for geometry, which I literally found too stupid to care. Like, I had this problem in middle school and high school where if I thought whatever I was learning was stupid and pointless, I emotionally refused to learn it and would get bad grades in that class. I felt like geometry was the dumbest fucking class I ever took. At least the geometry I took. Because so much of it was like, oh, without using your protractor, figure out like what the angle is. And I'm like, why are you telling me to not use the tool literally designed to do the one thing you're fucking asking me to do, and I'm not allowed to use that tool? Fuck you. This is a waste of time. I hate you.
Did your geometry teacher ever do the geometry joke?
What's the geometry joke?
I don't remember it. I just remember the punchline is, gee, I'm a tree.
No. Fortunately, that never happened.
I know. But it's right up your alley, though. That's right up my alley. Yeah, you're like a pun person.
I think I would have thrown my protractor and my compass at my teacher if they said that.
I came to another realization after the Max debate.
Yeah.
Did you realize that his music is very much like a person we've talked about previously on the stream?
His music? You mean the rap, the comedic rap you made?
Yeah.
No, what are you? I don't know what you're referring to.
It's Weird Al Yankovic all the way.
Oh my God! Fuck you! Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
It's totally Weird Al Yankovic.
Adam is like, oh, you know who you don't like? Mr. Girl. He made a pedo rap. That's just like Weird Al Yankovic.
It is.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Boo.
He uses the music from Eminem. It's I'm a Criminal. That's an Eminem
Adam.
song.
Ooh.
Look, your argument that Weird Al Yankovic takes good songs and makes them better.
Uh-huh.
I love that you made that a poll. Boo, Adam. Boo or boo. That's hilarious.
You deserve it, motherfucker. How dare you? How fucking dare you?
I picked wisely. I picked the longer boo. Obviously.
Uh-huh.
Look, do you think Max's song makes the I'm a Criminal song better? Because I don't think so. Look, it makes that song even worse now. I can't listen to that song again. And that's a good Eminem song. Look, he totally fucked up an Eminem song, and you're here simping for it. I do not condone this behavior. Did you leave? This is gone. All right, guys, that's it for the stream. It was fun. It was nice knowing you. Here, maybe there's a super chat I can read. Gene Campini is a 3-month free will seeker. Thank you for being a 3-month free will seeker. Says, sad to see freaks attaching themselves to what should be a sympathetic issue. Had a teacher who has no pronouns, didn't like even they, them. Gotta love SF. Had a teacher who has no pronouns, didn't like even they, them. Gotta love it. SF. Yeah, I mean, I do. I don't like virtue signaling around serious issues. So, if that's what you're saying, yeah. Mega My Own for $1.99 says, it's Jinkies. They're gaslighting you, Sitch. Jinkies. I thought it was Jinkies too. That's from Scooby-Doo, right? Agor is a new free will seeker, 1 month. Welcome. Welcome to Seeking Free Will. Dr. Diddler for an 8-month free will seeker says, ER tweeted that BioShock wasn't a critique of capitalism and all the very stupid lefties got butt mad. Of course they did. Because they want to actually believe that BioShock is a very important critique of capitalism. Let's see here. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. I got a text message from Sitch saying, my internet died. I thought that might happen. So he's probably trying to fix it right now. I wonder if he'll get it back again. This might be time for a new poll. Who knows? What bad poll could we do for Sitch? I don't know. It feels like if we did, is Sitch gay? That would be interpreted as homophobic. So we can't do that. Is Sitch dumb? We could do that. That would really... Sitch would not like that. If there was like an 80%...
I'm back.
Oh, damn it. I didn't get
time look at you.
I didn't get time to do the poll.
What evil poll did you do?
I was going to do a poll. We were going to find out what the audience actually thought of you. But I didn't have time.
Look at you, you fucking asshole.
I was going to ask, is Sitch not as smart as he thinks he is? And I
mean, did you see this boo poll? This is pretty intelligent.
I have no doubt that poll would be like 99% affirmative. Yes. God, it's so much more fun when you're here.
Of course it is.
What happened with the internet?
I don't know. My internet just went out for no reason for like a minute or two.
I got your text.
Yeah. But it's
sometimes my internet goes out too.
Yeah, I don't know. It just randomly happens sometimes. So, probably the reason it usually happens is, a gator gets past the fence and they chew on the lines sometimes. So, but it's a little late for gators to be out. So,
oh, here it is.
Could be something else.
Here's the thing I'm supposed to put up.
Did you read any more super chats?
I did, yeah. I read like 3.
Where are we at?
I read from the bottom, so.
Oh.
I pulled from the bottom of the deck.
Adam is admitting that he's a bottom.
Well, a bottom shuffler.
He's a power bottom.
That's the poll. Is Sitch a power bottom? That's totally homophobic. I can't put that up. I got Gene Campini, 3 months. I got Mega My Own.
So Sheepless, a dreamer, who's been working on a Sitch game for like a very long time. This picture. This is part of the game. So I can't open the image for some reason. Twitter has been not working great for me for like the last month. They changed something and it just never worked as good. I don't know if it's been anyone else's experience.
Yeah, Twitter's been weird with me too. It's doing some weird thing where it refreshes randomly. Like I can't even get through all my I can't get through all my bookmarks without it refreshing.
Yeah. The worst is if you're on your phone and you're going through Twitter and you click on like a post, and then when you go back, it puts you all the way back to the top of your timeline. And you're like, well, I guess I'm done with Twitter now.
The guys, you got to be careful too, because I read an article about Elon Musk firing 75% of the Twitter employees is going to really affect moderation, which is a good thing, but also a bad thing in that people post a lot of really nefarious links and stuff. So I would be weary of clicking on links that might go to some virus-filled website or something
I'm
like
glad
that.
you said that. So this is really annoying. On my last She-Hulk video, some total fucking piece of shit who should be arrested and put to death.
Why even arrest them if you're just going to put them to death?
They should be arrested, then put to death.
I wouldn't put them to death and then arrest them. It'd be easier.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, they can't run away.
Well, regardless of the order of death putting. Some total fucking piece of shit made a Telegram account, which you should all report, with my name. That says PSA. So they made a PSA Sitch Telegram account.
Right.
That is not me. And what they did with this account is they're commenting. And it's like, I don't understand why I can't stop this from happening. Even though I block them and they keep making accounts and I block all the keywords and it doesn't matter. I don't understand what the fuck's going on with YouTube's moderation, but they keep posting comments on my She-Hulk video saying, oh, if you respond to me at Telegram, I will give you a PS5. And of course, it's like in bad English too.
Yeah, it's
and
a
couple
scam.
people. Yeah, it's a total scam, obviously. And I've reported the person to the Telegram reporter people, but I haven't heard back from them. And I've told everyone that's experienced this to report them, though I think they're still up. And I've heard that this is actually a big problem on Telegram with these sort of like fake accounts. But yes, and some people actually reached out to this person because I guess they were testing to see whether it's real or they thought it was real. And like the person basically tries to get some information and money. Person pretending to be me tries to get information and money out of people to send them some PS5 that doesn't exist or something.
What a fucking yeah.
Total.
I agree. Shoot first and arrest later.
Right.
Look at that.
So yeah, if any person claiming to be me is offering like free stuff,
just know Sitch does never offer.
No. The only thing I offer for free
is free
nihilism.
will.
Free will? No, free will you have to pay for. I
Oh,
offer
yeah,
my
you're right.
nihilism and negativity for free, but that's it.
Wow, Sitch, you're almost to 100 uploads on your main channel.
I know. Look at that.
Look at that giant spike there. I like to see that.
Awesome.
120.
Anyway, so Sheepless, who's been working on his dream, here's a cool screenshot from his game. Says someone's talking to me, saying, "In the philosopher's den, don't trust your eyes. The truth can be hidden at any corner." And you see, there's some pop-ups, some nefarious pop-ups, and there's me, ya boy PSA Sitch, T-posing to assert my dominance. Based. So this is a game that Sheep's been working on for a long time. And I played it, some incarnations of it on the stream and in my other videos. The only thing for free Sitch does is ruin movies. True. That is true. That is true.
Unfortunately. We still have never talked about
what?
House of the Dragon.
We never did. We never talked about the last couple
Did
episodes.
you even finish it?
Yeah, no.
Did you
not.
finally see the
I never watched
scene?
the last 10 minutes.
Oh, that's so.
I didn't watch a review which someone, I didn't even realize, someone said that he doesn't intentionally, they don't intentionally attack each other. Their dragons attack each other without them controlling them, which adds an element that's even stupider to the whole situation. But
that it's not their fault.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's not in the book at all. I'm pretty sure it was 100% their intention for that kid to kill, for Aemon to kill whoever he kills, whatever the kid's name is, Jace. So
they did a good
Spoiler.
job of setting it up to make it like emotionally impactful, though.
Mm.
Which, if it was Rings of Power, it would be like you know nothing about the character and feel nothing when they die.
Of course, if it was Rings of Power, you have two strangers, one kills each other. You're like, what? And then they would go explain the back. No, actually, they wouldn't explain the backstory. They wouldn't explain anything about it.
Right.
You'd have to read the backstory on an internet article that explained it.
But didn't you see? Look, it was a black elf that died. It's
Well,
like,
that's wonderful.
yeah.
Drac Shearer for £5 says, with each passing day, we fall closer and closer to S-Class.
Not true.
True. Guru Ralph, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 4 months. Says Adam's elephant was definitely raging. Keep up these great show guys. Well, there you go. It was raging, but someone liked it.
A lot of people liked it. I'm telling you, it was
Okay.
entertaining as fuck. I just like Sitch going. You got your elephant was raging too. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, because you were like acting up. I'm like, oh,
why did nobody call out Sitch's elephant?
because I literally had to be
This
the
is
fucking apparent
no.
in this conversation. That's
No.
why it was.
But listen.
Yeah.
Okay. Adam reined in his elephant. Okay.
Mhm.
I chilled out. Then Mr. Girl was just starting fucking shit right and left. Okay.
Right.
And
I called them out on that.
You
but then
did.
But then you did interrupt them. So
You did. In the end,
right.
Max's antics are what got you steamed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we were trying.
We were trying to get back on track. I was like,
were
we can do
trying.
this. I was like, we can
Right.
do this.
Right.
But Max didn't want to play along. So, like, in the end, you got
In
angry.
the end,
Right.
doesn't even matter.
So I just,
I
nobody,
tried so hard and got so far.
nobody,
Elephants couldn't be reined in.
no, not one person said, well, actually, I take it back. One person did say, Sitch. Well, I think a couple of people said Sitch lost his shit in the end and it was funny as hell.
Yeah.
But one person said that you lost control of your elephant.
I did because well, first of all, I didn't lose control of it. That was like I felt like I was being gaslit. So I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But whatever.
Gaslit by who?
By Max.
I know I wouldn't. Yeah, you know I wouldn't gaslight you.
No.
Right.
Well,
fuck you. Fuck you. I wasn't gaslighting anybody. I'm the only one who came out and like said the truth right off the bat. Just like laid it out there.
Okay.
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 Adam derailed entire conversation.
True. Solado, thanks so much for the $2, says not to go off track, but SCOTUS is bringing affirmative action back into discourse. So I've DM'd Sitch an article and an excerpt that is interesting to read. Just read the title of the article and the excerpt for some fun. I did see that you sent me an article, and I'll read the article. It said, if the Supreme Court ends affirmative action, how will the military adapt?
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
What?
What does that mean?
What does that even mean?
I'm confused. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I hear that headline and I think, racist. What? Like you can't.
I'm trying to figure. What's the implication? Is the implication that there's not enough black people joining the military or something? I don't understand. What are they saying?
Or black people can't compete on merit? That drives me insane.
Oh, they're saying there wouldn't be enough black people promoted to higher ranks in the military?
I don't know, but that's the impression that I get.
Then the excerpt you sent me says, And the Pentagon General Counsel cast doubt in her amicus briefs about percentage-based admission plans like a University of Texas, since the service academies seek physical and leadership qualities that class rank doesn't capture. She also argued that using socioeconomic statuses as a factor in admissions would not effectively replace affirmative action. West Point, for example, reports that its efforts to emphasize socioeconomic status have actually reduced racial diversity. Interesting.
No, it's not.
I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? If you're only waiting for race versus waiting for socioeconomic status, obviously, if you start waiting for socioeconomic status instead of just race, that's going to mean that there's going to be white people to get increased weight that they didn't have before. So, I mean, that makes sense. I don't see why that's a controversial statement.
Rich Jammer spelled reigns correctly. Just want to give a heads up.
I don't think he did.
He did.
I don't believe it. Adam should apologize for $5. Look at that. Adam should apologize for $5.
Oh, man.
Says, no, not this time, even if it scares the hose. Also, big thanks to Sitch for trying to follow up the world's best moderator. Some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, wow.
There you go.
That's true. Sitch failed miserably at world's best moderator.
I did not reach world's best moderator status because I actually canceled the conversation, which you did not do.
Yeah, I was trying to keep the conversation going.
Right. I said, fuck you both.
Which was great. I mean, ultimately, I thought it was funny as hell. I was like, oh, please let me kick Max before he leaves. Oh, please let me get to the button fast enough.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
It was like a full, well, I don't know when he clicked off, but I was like, kick.
CT for $2 says, Sitch, I kind of agree with Adam. If someone is passing trans people, they might have an easier time and get judged less than an out gay person. It's not about accepting, it's about being under the radar. Well, I mean, that's a different question, though. That could happen in some communities, but I doubt if you talked to someone in a community like that who was a homophobe, if they pointed out that a person was a trans person, especially if they were a trans woman, even if they're passing, I don't think the person would be excited about that. That would be my guess. So I think you're bringing up a different point. That could be true. Arrhythmus for $2 says, you can't let women compete in the men's Olympics shooting league. They'll annihilate us. No man will ever take home a medal again.
I've heard that as an argument for.
Really? Are women better shooters than men?
Yeah, there's some argument someone was making about how the reason why we have men's and women's sports is because of patriarchy, because women were destroying the men in shooting, and therefore men wanted to separate the leagues because they were completely getting their asses handed to them. And then supposedly all of sex segregated sports came out of this. Which I was just like,
that sounds. Oh, that was a lie, though.
That sounds
Brett
pure
Weinstein.
Sophistry. Yeah,
Brett Weinstein went over that and called it sophistry and went over how it was all bullshit.
Yeah,
in a podcast. I don't know about the shooting thing. I mean, men and women have different eyes, so there could be some difference between how they shoot. I have no clue, but they have different centers of gravity. I don't know which one leads to. Obviously, men would not have evolved to shoot things specifically because guns haven't been around that long. So, I don't know the answer to that.
We've been shooting. Men have been shooting our whole evolutionary lives.
No, we've been throwing axaquattles at people.
Well, but we're shooting too. I mean, come on.
I say. Well, you don't really need to aim with that one.
Come on.
You don't really need to aim that gun.
We're shooting bullets.
Right. So I don't know if there's any research about women being better shooters than men. I've heard that claim before, but no clue about whether it's true.
Sounds like BS.
I would think men would be better at shooting moving targets because men have, on average, better motion detection than women.
Well, that's what shooting is. It's like skeet shooting.
Well, Yeah, but they have stationary target shooting too, don't they? Or is it only
I
skeet
don't know.
shooting? I don't know the answer to that.
I love skeet shooting is so much fun.
I've never done. I always wanted to do that, and I've never done it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of fun.
Pull.
Yeah, it seems cool. Got to shoot them pigeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot them birds, Adam. How'd you feel about shooting birds?
Pigeons.
Yeah, how'd you feel about shooting birds?
I don't
Bother
like
you?
shooting birds.
Yeah, okay. That's what you're
I'm
shooting when
friendly
you're
with birds.
okay. You're
My
fine shooting clay birds.
My crow came back the other day.
Oh, the one you never trained.
Right,
To,
but he's getting brazen. Like when he's hungry, he comes and he just gets on the power line and waits me to bring some peanuts out for him. Yeah, it's awesome. I was like, oh look, someone's hungry.
Shoot from the hip, Sitch, not the eyes. Listen, a true gunslinger shoots and aims with their heart, not their eyes. Okay. And they never forget the face of their father.
What show is that from?
From The Gunslinger.
Is it?
A sort of good book series. A somewhat good book series that had a weird and not so great movie.
You have to shoot with your heart.
Yes.
Okay.
Guru Ralph, thanks so much for being Fruit Seeker for 4 months. Says Adam's elephant was definitely raging. Oh, I read that one. Keep up the good show, guys. Elephid Python for $10 says, years ago when I used to watch John Oliver, he did a segment about how doping was a major issue with sports, yet now he can't seem to comprehend how hormones affect advantages in sports.
Great point.
That is a great point. That's hilarious.
Yeah. John Oliver is like a news actor. He's not even a real person.
John Oliver doping. That would have been funny. This is to do like a comparison side by side. John Oliver talking about doping, a big problem in the Olympics. But when it comes to trans athletes, all goes out the window.
It's just so fake.
It is.
Claiming to care about kids, but really just not caring about anything but your stupid politics.
Right. Gallus Janice, thanks so much for being Free Will Seeker for 8 months. Rico Zorro, thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Rico. Two Rivers, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 6 months. Says Sitch, you are completely correct. Clothing is relatively inert. The sauce would have. Oh no, I'm completely wrong. Because I said I thought the clothing would be worse. Clothing is relatively inert. The sauce would have an insane BOD5. It would be an ecological disaster. What's a BOD5? Biochemical oxygen demand. Oh, interesting. I don't know anything about that. So there you go. It would be far worse for the environment if it rained Taco Supremes than if it rained Supreme shirts and pants. There you go. I didn't know. I was just thinking about like the pollution because I thought, well, the Taco Supremes will decompose and the clothing won't. So, well, I mean, I guess the clothing will decompose eventually, but far slower rate. Chaos Len, thank you so much for the $2. Says, how about raining Supreme bricks? Well, that would be pretty bad too. If it rained bricks, that'd be pretty bad. I didn't know Supreme made a brick. This is real? This is real. 8 reasons Supreme made a brick. Why did they make a brick?
Who's Supreme?
The clothing. You don't know the clothing brand?
I'm
sure
a brick?
you've seen.
What's
yeah,
a brick?
You know the clothing brand. It's like their logo. It's like the red square with a white text that says Supreme in it. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, Google Supreme clothing, Adam. It's like a meme at this point. You've never seen Supreme clothing? Even looking at these images?
Supreme clothing. Here, let me check it out. Supreme clothing.
Yeah.
Am I gonna get in trouble here?
Oh, it's not like a weird porn thing.
Supreme clothing store.
Yeah, you've never said. It's just like a clothing brand. That's
okay.
They made a brick. They made like a literal brick. Like a red brick.
A brick?
Yeah, just like a big brick.
What for?
I don't know.
And you buy the brick for, it's like for throwing into store windows or something?
It's just a brick.
Okay.
That would cost, the brick was on sale for $30 and it sold out.
Oh, okay.
Now people are selling it up to $1,000
So if I wanted to build a brick wall and
of Supreme bricks,
and it's $1,000 a brick, I mean, that's going to be a pretty expensive wall.
it's a pretty expensive one, but it's a Supreme wall.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. They made a crowbar too. Oh, well, there you go. EcoShadock saying so much for the $2 says cover FD signifier stuff. This guy's insane. There was a video that I marked. I marked some FD signifier videos. He is completely insane. And he gets away with it because he says everything in this very like calm voice, essentially. But he says some like really wacky shit. But he has a nice calm presentation, so people just let him slide. But he does say some crazy shit. There are some videos I've bookmarked of him. The only problem is that like a lot of his videos are super ultra boring.
Yeah.
I'm kind of I don't understand some people. Like even though I don't like Vosh, I understand why he has a big following. Like I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I literally for the life of me cannot understand why the fuck anyone watches a Sean and Jen video. They're so boring, it makes me want to die.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how anyone can listen to a Sean and Jen video. It's like insufferable to sit through. I've tried to sit through Sean and Jen videos. I'm like, maybe we should cover a Sean and Jen video on stream once. It's just like, it's impossible. I can't listen to them. And you just fall into a coma. Even when you speed it up, you still want to like off yourself. It's so bad. And it's the same thing. Now, FT Signifier is not as boring as Sean and Jen, but FT Signifier is close in that realm. So I don't understand his appeal whatsoever. I don't understand how people can watch this stuff.
Yeah.
Solidoge!
I agree.
Inside Pelosi's house with Paul for $2. Says, being born left-handed, I deny Adam's trans-handness. There you go.
Trans?
That is the weirdest fucking story ever. That Pelosi story.
Oh, it hasn't really flushed out yet.
No,
has it? I mean, we don't know anything about it.
I know. I'm going to be very curious when all the facts finally come out. Whether like was it just a random break-in, and all those other weird facts are just a coincidence or made up, or was it some weird, people suggesting it's some weird gay sex thing or some weird other thing. I know there's just so many like weird fucking elements to that story that are super bizarre that I don't know. I'm not gonna make any like comment on it until we get all the information. So
it is scary if it's political, but I don't know that it is.
I don't know.
Because that's one of the signs, right? Political violence.
Oh, that's right. Or yeah, is it political violence? Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. As I said, there's so many weird angles to the story that I think everyone should just shut the fuck up about it, including the mainstream media, who's been pushing it's a political thing like super hard. So,
what is cool about these Supreme clothing? I mean, I don't see anything.
Nothing.
Really
it's overrated and sucks. That's true of every
building down by the studio that has Supreme on it. I wonder if it's
so you have seen the logo.
Yeah, maybe.
That's like, I feel that way of every clothing brand. I think people that go, oh, I'm going to buy this specific clothing brand, and it's just like, it's just some clothing with like the big logo on it. I think every one of those people is an NPC loser.
Oh, really?
The stupidest fucking thing ever. Let me pay extra money for clothing that has a big brand logo on it. It's like,
well, that's how you let know girls you're loaded, though.
Yeah, look at me. I'm rich, ladies. I can piss away my money on dumb shit. You know what? I never thought about it that way. That actually makes perfect sense, because a woman looks at that and says, hey, he's willing to spend money on dumb shit.
Yeah.
I like to buy dumb shit.
She thinks, wow, I like dumb shit. Maybe he'll buy dumb shit for me.
You're right. I never thought about it. You know what? It literally all makes sense now.
How did you not think
genius.
About this? Yeah.
No, I thought about it the first step of it. Like, it shows that you're wealthy. I didn't think about it in terms of it shows that you're willing to buy stupid shit, and girls like to buy stupid shit. I never put that.
I mean,
you can't
you can't say it that way, though.
That's the truth.
Lower
That's
bell.
the fucking truth to it.
I found a
So there you
picture.
go.
Oh my goodness. I found a picture of Sitch on the internet. Here, let me
Oh,
bring
really?
it up real quick. Yeah.
Is it a picture of me wearing some Supreme clothing?
I can't believe it. Sitch face reveal right here.
Uh-oh.
He looks great. I like that jacket, Sitch. You gotta let me borrow it sometime.
Mm-hmm. There's actually a picture of me on the internet of me wearing some Supreme clothing.
Yeah.
That's not the picture. Here, I'll
Oh,
send you the
really?
picture. This is a picture of me wearing my Supreme drip.
Okay. Send it over. I'll check it out.
I sent it to you.
Let's see. I don't know if I believe you. Might have to check. I might have to see here. What the? Okay, I'll bring it up, but this is obviously not Sitch.
That is me. What are you talking about?
It's fake.
It's 100% me.
Okay.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, I believe in 4-year-old Sitch voting for George Bush. That's true. That's a true story. Andrew Clark remembers his lore. Well, actually, you got it slightly wrong. I was 5 years old. Ha ha, sucker. 5-year-old Sitch looks up in the sky and sees George Bush Sr. skywriting his name in the clouds. And I said, I went to my parents and I said, you got to vote for that Bush guy. He wrote his name in the sky.
But if your parents got to vote for you, who would have they voted for?
Not for Bush.
They would have voted for Al Gore in Florida. Just think of that.
No. This is Bush Sr.
Oh, damn it.
They voted for Bill Clinton.
They would have voted. Well, yeah, Bill Clinton destroyed.
Right.
Yeah, so it wouldn't have made any difference.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
Damn you! I wanted to change the fabric of history.
I know.
And
You never brought up the picture.
I brought it up and deleted it already.
Oh, okay. That was a true picture of me and my Supreme drip, okay?
Nah.
Everyone chat knows. Simon O'Leary for 10 New Zealand dollars says, quote, why do the right always bring it up? End quote. Ask the leftists who push representation of trans race sexuality into every visible medium. True. Yeah. That is a good point.
The people who are demanding that you put pronouns in your bio, the right is the one that's constantly bringing it up, right? The people who chased Gina Carano off the internet because they were like, why don't you have your pronouns in your bio? What are you, a transphobe?
I don't know. What did she say that got everyone pissed off?
That's literally what happened. A bunch of trans activists started attacking her for why.
It wasn't because she didn't have pronouns in her bios. Was she making fun of people with pronouns in their bios?
They asked her why she didn't have pronouns in her bio. And she said something like, my pronouns are beep boop. And they got super pissed off.
Oh, right. Okay. Gotcha.
Right. But they canceled her for the Jewish stuff, remember?
She didn't make a Jewish comment.
Remember,
she made a comment that people, I think,
mischaracterized
dishonestly characterized as something Jewish.
Maybe that's what's going on with Kanye. Everyone's just mischaracterizing him.
Oh, you're right. Mandalorian star Gina Carano has been accused of mocking trans people after putting the words boop, bob, beep in her Twitter bio.
Right. She didn't even put that as her pronouns.
Well, no, she did. She put boop / bob / beep in her Twitter bio, like as if they're her pronouns.
Yeah, but she didn't put pronouns like.
Well, we all know what it meant. Okay.
I mean, there's plausible deniability there. Let's not go crazy.
Speaking of that, Simon O'Leary continues saying, A team reads minds as well as reading books. As class is the best class.
That's not fair. That really isn't fair.
But it's funny, so I'll read it.
Yeah.
Sitch's mom. Oh, look, it's my mother.
Oh, wow. Mom,
my mother
what's
for
up?
$2.
What's up, Mrs. Sitch?
She says, Sitch, I'm asking the real Jewish question. Why are you one of the worst people I've ever known? Holy shit, my mom is spitting fire at me today. Wow, what did I do? Oh my God. Listen, Mom, I'm sorry that I had to send you a belated birthday card, okay? I was very busy.
Ouch.
Just a giant E /R ripoff riding on Mahler's coattails. And I know this because I've been watching your YouTube videos since 1895. I think my mom's she's sundowning a little bit.
Mahler's coattails. That's not true.
That's not true. Well, YouTube videos since 1895.
We have more shows than Mahler has. What are you
There you
talking
go.
about?
There you go. Sodosh, thanks so much for $2. Says funniest part of Elon buying Twitter is that he hasn't changed anything. All those people speaking their truth just proved they were never as oppressed as they claimed. Hoping his mod board is just 3 heights and a trench coat.
He did fire the senior staff though.
Mm-hmm.
He fired that lady that went on Joe Rogan with Tim Pool.
I did. I know. I saw that.
Yeah.
But I thought it's so ridiculous that, Elon Musk buys Twitter. Nothing has changed yet. Literally nothing has changed yet. And all these people are like, oh my God, since Elon's bought Twitter, I've been seeing so many people post the N-word and send racial slurs. Everything's horrible now that Elon's changed Twitter. I'm like, he didn't do anything yet. He literally just bought it. Nothing has changed. Fuck you.
Well, I mean, I have seen a bunch of people posting stuff like trans women are men. I saw somebody post, which, I mean, you would have got your account yeeted for that.
I saw someone did get.
I think it was Ryan Long. I think Ryan Long posted that.
He posted it as a joke, though.
Oh, so okay.
Right.
I did see Elon said comedy's allowed on Twitter again. So
right.
As long as it's a joke, we're good. I mean, I thought it was a joke.
Is this real? Wait a minute. Is this real? I'm gonna fucking lose my mind if this is real.
What?
Holy shit, this is real. This is a real book. Oh my God. Okay, you have to bring this up. This is insane to me. Someone just sent this to me.
Okay, let's hear it.
This is I need to buy this book.
What's the book?
You need to listen to the audiobook version of it.
Well, I love audiobooks, and I'm in the market for a new one right now. How do you...
Bring it up.
I'm not sure that this is a real book. So
it is real. I just Googled it.
It's not. It can't
This
be
is
real.
this is a fucking real book.
You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding. This is a 100% real book.
Did you... Is this book based on a true story?
Yeah, it's based on my life story.
All right, it's up.
So
How do you fight a horse-sized duck?
How do you fight a horse-sized duck and other perplexing puzzles from the toughest interviews in the world by William Poundstone. It's a real book, Adam.
Highly informative and amusing, the
That's
Daily
right.
Mail says.
There you go. It's on Amazon.
This is all you right here.
There you go. This is. Wait a minute. Did someone take me explaining how to fight horse-sized duck, put it in a book, and then not tell me about it? It says it's taken from interviews.
No, somehow this worked its way into a meme on our show. When was this book published?
I started this last year.
When was the book? Oh, yeah. Before it was a meme on the show, right?
No.
Look at this.
No, you're wrong. This has been an old meme on the show.
You didn't come up with this first, then. Obviously.
I'm going to say I came up with it.
Oh, look at this. Holy shit.
I'm going to say I came up with it.
Oh, Sitch. First you
Thank you,
steal...
Huck Finn. Huck Finn, Free Seeker for 8 months sent me that. Thank you so much. Aptly named Huck Finn sending me a book recommendation.
First you steal Hey Now.
Whoa! Wait a minute. I've always said I stole Hey Now. Well, actually, I didn't steal Hey Now. I'm keeping the tradition alive.
First you steal Hey Now.
No. Howard Stern took Hey Now from that guy I always forget who was the dad in Arrested Development from his show. Okay. And And so he was keeping the Hey Now tradition alive. And now that Howard Stern is dying and no one cares about him anymore, I'm keeping the Hey Now tradition alive by bringing it to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Air in a room 20 by 30 by 10? What
So
state
fuck you.
has the largest amethyst
CT
mines?
says the first person asked about the horse-sized duck was Harker. So there you go.
Really?
Yes.
What was the date, CT?
I don't know.
Here, let's do a 1, 2, 3 on the listen to the audiobook.
To where? What do you mean?
I just went and looked up the audiobook on Amazon.
We're going to get hit by the copyright. You can't listen to an audiobook on stream.
I mean, I think it's probably, I think we're probably safe.
Well, we had, I don't know what was part of it. They talk about the horse-sized duck part.
The whole fucking book is named Horse-Sized Duck.
No, there's it's a bunch of different stories.
Secrets to succeeding at interview mind games and getting the job you want.
Right.
How do
Can an
you
astronaut
fight
throw a baseball so it
horse-sized
hits
duck?
Earth? If you have $2,000, how would you double it in 24 hours? How is a milk carton like a plane seat? Chicken nuggets come in boxes of 6, 9, and 20. What's the largest number of nuggets that McDonald's can't sell you? Blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of different like weird questions. I remember once they had a deal. I remember this in college. This is, of course, a college story. They had some deal where they were selling chicken nuggets super cheap if you bought like, they had like a week thing where you could buy nuggets in like packs of like 30 or something. I don't know, some like huge amount. And they were selling them extra cheap. And so me and a bunch of friends, we bought some astronomical amount of chicken nuggets. And they're like, when we pull up to the drive-thru, they're like, you're gonna have to pay first. And we're like, yeah, obviously. So we pay first. They're like, okay, it's gonna take a while. And we like sat in the car and it took a while, but they gave us like a fuck ton of nuggets. And we ate those nuggets for a long time.
Wow.
That was days of nuggets.
Delicious.
And you wonder why I had digestive problems.
I mean, chicken nuggets, they hold up well over time, so.
Well, listen, we put them in a refrigerator, not like animals. Jesus.
No, you just put them in an ice chest in the car.
No, that's disgusting. I had a refrigerator in my.
Look,
in
you
my
have
dorm room.
you have some extra chicken nuggets lying around. It's nice. You just put them in a brown paper bag.
Yeah, okay.
Put them in the center console.
People that just leave like food lying out in college was like disgusting to me. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You can't do that.
Yeah.
Get a refrigerator, you sick fuck.
I'm a big fan of pocket food.
Oh my god. Of course, A-Team is in favor of pocket food.
Well, I mean, you got a wrapper on it, but you got to have some food in your pocket just in case something comes up.
Uh-huh.
Who does it?
Are you so you're like one of those people in the Snickers commercial? Is that why you were angry with Max? Did you need a Snickers?
I do get hangry.
Okay.
I
think that means you're eating too many carbs or something if you get hangry.
Does it?
I think so. Cyborg, thanks so much for being a Free Seeker for 8 months. Says, what's up, guys? I'm backlogged on a couple of shows. My business has been taking off, so it's a good busy, but I miss listening to your guys'
stream.
What are you saying? Well, I'm going to say to your guys' stream. Thank you, Cyborg. I'm glad your business is doing well. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that is
that's
a good kind of
great.
business. Yeah.
That's always the best kind of busy. Making money. Making money.
Contrast, thanks so much for being a Free Seeker for 8 months. Says, I believe this was Sargon's criticism of science. We know enough about one system to meddle, but don't take into account of the ripple effects. Maybe. I don't remember Sargon's exact argument, but maybe that was.
I see no science going on here. That's what bugs me.
Yeah. Well,
it's just fucking zero science.
Biased science going on here. So.
Yeah.
Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker. Reese Oliver, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Fondue for $5 says, I wonder if John Oliver would be in favor of letting the state intervene in the case of paying for transitioning. That's a good question.
Of course he would.
Spencer Harmon, thank you so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 8 months. Says, I'm someone who rides Goofy. Oh, booyah. Adam is silly.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I'm someone who rides goofy. Adam is silly. Regular and goofy depends if your right foot is forward or your left foot is forward. Oh, he says you're wrong, boy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so there's silly foot and goofy foot, and you're saying you're silly and goofy.
No, you
is the
said
other
goofy
way?
foot.
Yeah.
They're saying you're wrong.
I know.
Okay.
There's a goofy foot and a silly foot.
Is there?
I didn't know.
Goofy foot means just that they use their left foot to push instead of their right foot.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it means.
And silly foot means you use your forward foot.
No,
to push.
Riding regular so if you're right-handed, you're generally right dominant footed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So riding regular means you skate with your left foot in the front and you push with your right foot
in the back.
Right.
Right.
And if you're goofy footed, it's just the inverse of that. You push. You have your right foot in front. You push with your left foot.
Right.
Okay.
And silly foot is where you push with your front foot.
Is that a thing? Let's see.
I feel like
it's not
it
a thing.
is.
You just made that up. So you just made that up. I don't know if there's anyone that pushes with their front foot.
Silly foot is a thing?
It's not a thing. It's a fake thing.
Goofy foot is a thing.
Goofy foot is a thing. Anyways. Doesn't matter. Death by Sloth. Thanks so much for the 8 months of being a free will seeker. It says leftism is like when Springfield rebuilt Flanders House. Definitely defiantly defending their, quote, good intentions as their inept created construct collapses.
Yeah.
There you go. I remember that episode.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's why people say that, is so you can be aware.
Well, no, that's a different, that saying doesn't apply to what they're talking about. There's an episode where everyone's good intentions, and when they're trying to rebuild Flanders House, but they still suck at it, and so the house immediately falls apart like the second they're done. So it's just saying that your good intentions alone will, hold everything up.
The IJP Mexican says A-team brain is when you think silly foot is a thing. That's hilarious.
Sure. I like that. So Doge for $2 says, update for Adam. So Elon did announce the basis of his moderation board would be the National Society of Free Words. They do a lot of good work on helping college kids with free speech. Just Google Elon Musk NSFW.
Oh, nice.
So there you go. Do you know? I've never heard about this organization. Do you know about this?
No. But I imagine, people don't want Twitter to turn into like a Nazi pedo cesspool. We do want to have some sort of moderation on there, right? Obviously.
Well, see if they talk about that on their website, and I'll keep reading super
What's
chat,
the name of it?
They said it's the National Society of Free Words, NSFW for short.
NSF.
So Elon Musk and NSFW.
Okay. Let me look it up right here. NSFW stands for not safe for work. Not safe for work, not suitable for work. Used to warn someone that a website email attachment is not suitable for viewing in most places. I know what NS.
We almost got you. We were so close.
Not
so close.
Not even
oh
close.
Man,
not even
so close. He Googled just that instead of the Elon Musk part. Oh, I tried, Soldier. I tried. That was a good one. You almost got him. That was good.
Elon, I'm gonna do it just for fun. Elon Musk not safe for work. Let's see.
Just for fun, huh? Wink, wink.
Let's see.
Just for research purposes.
It's better not. Oh, it's totally clean. Yeah.
Oh, someone just sent me a tweet. They said, I pushed with my lead foot, Sitch, on the skateboard. Well, there you go. Someone...
I know. I had a friend
said
that
it's a thing.
Skated Goofy Foot, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, but that's not Goofy Foot.
Look, Goofy Foot is any way different than the traditional.
Oh, I see. Anything that's different is goofy. Degenerate. Yeah. Degenerate foot.
There's normal skateboarding and there's Goofy Foot.
I see.
If you want to come up with a third term call it Silly Foot. Okay. I'm down.
ZT for $2 says, Adam was talking about boosting left-handedness through social pressure. My best friend unironically taught himself to be ambidextrous because he thought it was cool. We weren't kids either. We were in our 20s. Interesting. I didn't know you could. I know you can teach yourself to be better with the non-dominant hand, as obviously I did like with using the mouse, but I don't know if you can become truly ambidextrous. I don't. I'd be curious to see. I mean, I'm sure someone's researched that. But you can just become.
It's called goofy-handed. It's called goofy-handedness. Yeah, it means you're goofy. Don St. Louis for $4.99.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Why?
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, whenever I hear anyone, not just kids, with a sassy tone of voice, I know they're devoid of useful information and should be ignored at all costs because they're likely stupid.
How do you teach your kid to be condescending as fuck? That's really what I want to ask.
By you being condescending as fuck.
Well, these parents that have their kids come out as activists, like, oh, you adults, you're ruining the world. I feel
Shame
like
on you.
Yeah. How dare you?
How dare you?
It's a condescension that
I know.
It's so weird.
Dr. Diddler for $2. Thanks so much. Says, one of the things that bothers me as well is the complete disregard for how social transitioning can wreck a kid psychologically. Kids are ruthless, and if you don't pass as a prepubescent, you're going to hear about it. That is true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Kids are
I think
ruthless.
that's part of why the kid in Florida killed themselves. And that's what got the parental rights bill created, which every single news outlet that talks about the, quote, don't say gay bill just neglects to mention.
It was a suicide attempt, though. They didn't actually kill themselves.
Oh, you're right. I thought they did. They didn't. So they weren't successful. But the reason that they attempted suicide was because they were getting made fun of for transitioning, essentially, or supposedly.
Well, we don't know.
Right. Something related to transition.
They transitioned. The parents stepped in. Well, I guess no,
the parents didn't step in. The parents didn't know that they were.
There was a suicide attempt. Once the suicide attempt happened, then the school was forced to say, oh, by the way, we socially transitioned your kid at school.
Right.
And they have a new name. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're calling him Xanadu.
Right.
We've decided to name your kid for you.
We didn't tell you, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck? How come John Oliver never brings this stuff up?
Because fuck him. That's why.
How dare you stand between your first grade teacher renaming your student?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stuck for $5 says, your body is literally turning on certain functions, reproductive organs specifically. Your brain then begins to communicate with those organs. It will obviously affect your brain development if you put that off. Yes.
Yeah.
Very true.
Hormones are like
very true.
A key lock system, right?
Right.
Is the lock still there, or is the lock does the lock open and go, okay, I'm ready. Send me the message. What's going on? Where's the message? Just waiting here for the message.
Yep. Stuck for now $2 says, secondly, it seems weird that these people do not advocate for putting all children on puberty blockers until they can, quote, decide. If they do not have permanent effects, then there's no issue for anyone, is there? Yeah. I mean, they would never. I think I've heard one person advocate for that, and it was so like wild. But it's interesting that everyone intuitively knows that that's crazy. So
you only have to do it for the ones that have an aspiration to be the opposite gender, which I just like for the life of me can't figure out why you don't just call it an aspiration.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference
between what?
This gives me everyone says it's like it gives me sustained your gender causes you distress.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people say.
Right.
How do you know the other gender's not going to cause you distress?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Stuck for $5 says, an issue with left-wing thought regarding science is they do not accept any argument that has yet to bear evidence. Predictions do not fly with them. Well, I think it even goes beyond that. I think they don't accept any evidence that they don't accept any evidence that goes against their preconceived arguments. I don't I mean, I think it's true of everyone. I don't think there's a left, right wing bias in that regard when it comes to science.
Yeah.
So
what are some right wing things where they don't accept the evidence when it's, I mean, there's like evolution, obviously, is a big one.
Well, evolution is the classic example. Obviously, people would say climate change, so that's a little bit more up in the air.
Yeah.
So
I feel like a lot of right wingers accept climate change. They don't accept climate alarmism, which I'm not in favor of climate alarmism either.
Well, it's interesting because I think, I'm not 100% sure on this. Maybe someone in chat knows. I think if you look back in American history, science was pretty apolitical until they started the whole evolution in schools thing.
Oh, really?
I think
Science?
that there wasn't some like political consideration about like science is left wing or anything like that.
Science is a giant part of why America came to dominate the world.
Right.
There were certain things that happened that as soon as some catastrophe happened, Congress would strike up some sort of committee where they were like, we're going to get to the bottom of this and figure it out. And they'd invite all the experts in and they'd start looking at things from a very scientific perspective. And a lot of those committees actually ended up resulting in positive change. That's why it became such a popular thing. And that is with us even to this day. You know, every time something goes wrong, they're like, we're going to have a committee on this and, you know, figure it out. What happened? You know, get to the bottom of it. But the root of those committees is evidence, science, you know, tangible, physical evidence.
Of course.
We should do more of those where we just, let's have a panel on what makes people feel better. That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
You're stupid.
I wish like
yeah.
I don't know.
What?
I just
say it.
Well, if they ask the questions of the people in the interview, in the John Oliver interview, and the people are like hungry or
hungry for words,
haven't slept for a day, it'd be a totally different interview.
True. Where was I? Sodoge for $5 says, this just in, the girl who broke her back on the TwitchCon foam pit was also pregnant and had a miscarriage due to the surgery. Twitch now has a body count. Holy fuck.
You're kidding me.
Did she not realize she was pregnant? Because no one was talking about that until...
Wow.
Streamer Adrian Chechnik had to terminate pregnancy following TwitchCon foam. Holy crap. That is crazy. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's sad.
Dark. Jeez.
That's going to hurt TwitchCon.
Mm-hmm.
TwitchCon might be dead.
I don't know, yeah. Damn.
What? It's so weird. I guess maybe Destiny's not really that. I guess it's Twitch makes most of their money off of like the scantily clad streamers. Is that how they make money?
Some of it, yeah.
I mean,
she says she didn't know she was pregnant until they had to terminate it. Damn. Well, I guess that's better than.
Oh, really?
The opposite, yeah.
Huh. She didn't know she was pregnant.
Well, it was probably early in the pregnancy.
They're like, we did the surgery, and by the way, you were pregnant.
No, they told me before.
But you're not pregnant anymore. We took care of that for you.
There you go. Free abortions on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Miles Thurman for $5 says, I thought we solved the transgender sports question back in 2002 with the release of Joanna Man. Wow, remember that movie?
Joanna Man?
Yeah. That was a early 2000s movie where like God, I can't believe I remember this. I must have seen this at school for some bizarre reason. I never would have ever gone out to see this on my own. There was a movie where there's like a black NBA star who, like, I forget what he did. He had some problem and he gets suspended from the NBA. So he like dresses up in drags and joins the WNBA. Did you never saw that? You don't remember this?
I vaguely remember
Okay.
this.
Yeah, this was a early 2000s comedy. So.
Okay.
Joanna Man, that movie would never fly by today's standards. I mean, it honestly shouldn't fly by those standards. It was a pretty shitty movie, but
I mean, it sounds great. I'm going to watch it tonight.
You go do that.
Sounds awesome.
CT for $2 says Adam was talking about boost. Oh, I read that one.
Read it again. That'd be fun.
It's okay. Dr. Diddler for $2 says when a monetary issue and a political issue coincide, the result can be disastrous. As I sent to Sitch way back when, the opioid crisis developed from both of those working together. Interesting.
Of course. Don't let them work together. Don't let crises work together. That's the moral of the story.
Soldoge for $2 says today's news and clown world, Bayonetta can't get a break. After it was revealed the original voice actress was lying about pay, people were on board for the game. But now a certain group of Tumblerinas are pissed because Bayonetta gasps loves a man in the new game. Well, there you go.
Is that Bayonetta who quit the game because she didn't get paid, or?
They meant the character Bayonetta.
Oh,
apparently has
okay.
some male love interest in it. I guess they thought she was lesbian or something.
Are they supposed to be lesbian? Oh,
I don't know.
Ouch.
Who knows? She always, I mean, she looks like a female dominatrix. So I always assumed there was a, well, I guess she could be bi. I don't know. But
I think all characters in all video games should be lesbians.
I think all female characters should be bisexual.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that's my take on it. See, that's how progressive I am, guys.
That's super progressive.
Soldoge for $2 says they say it erases her strong lesbian status. By the way, it was never confirmed that she was gay. They just imagined it. The in-game scene they referred to is the main Bayonetta looking at an alternate universe Bayonetta falling in love. Oh, there you go. In an alternate universe, Bayonetta was lesbian. So,
wow.
There you go. And they're mad about it. Dr. Liv for $2 says Kanye is doing damage at double speed because he's encouraging anti-Semitism by being so open and embarrassing black people by being one of the most successful while genuinely being stupid. True. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Sotos for $2 says, I'm surprised you guys didn't know the military uses all kinds of affirmative action in both its recruitment for service academics and RTC. The military going woke is a topic I'll have to catch you up on one day. I don't know anything about the military. Okay. I'm a detached, privileged, non-military serving fuckwit. So
who wants everybody to be forced to do military service?
Or no, it said 2 years military service or 2 years in some sort of like Job Corps government program. Yeah.
He wants you to be a postal carrier.
Well, I was thinking more like, when they have, disasters in some place, or when, you have some government project that needs, assistance that no one wants to do, you give it to the kids, make them do it. I think it would build a lot of character for people, and it would also create a greater sense of unity in the country.
Trying to think of a good disaster.
So I completely disagree
Maybe Pete Buttigieg's campaign.
Do you write your own material or do you hire someone?
What do you think?
Because if you hire them, you should probably fire them.
That was a solid joke. What are you talking about?
Mrs.
Well, you
Boy.
do better. What is your big disaster?
Mrs. Boy, that joke. You get some free college kids to write you some better material.
Come on, it wasn't that bad.
Mrs. Boy for $2 says Adam should say sorry for being. Here you go. Oh, it says Miss instead of Mr. Girl, we have Mrs. Boy. Adam should say sorry for being mean to my husband, Max. He should sit in the corner until he gives apology. Oh, my 9th birthday happens next week. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
An apology would make me and Max happy. That's why you were talking like that. Okay, I get it. I get it.
I guess.
Get the joke.
I guess you are a true Mr. Girl fan. Thank you.
There you go.
That's
Dr.
gotta
Diller,
be
Dr. Diller, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 8 months. Says ER tweeted that Bioshock wasn't a critique of capitalism, and all the very stupid leftists got butt mad. I saw that. I responded to that. That was part of the Avatar tweets.
Why'd they get butt mad?
Well, because what he said specifically was, he said it was as stupid as when people give a broad claim that Bioshock is anti-capitalism. And he's correct. Bioshock is not anti-capitalism. Bioshock, the first one specifically, was anti a very specific form of Ayn Randian neoliberal libertarianism. But it wasn't anti-capitalism. I mean, the second Bioshock was anti-communism. So obviously it's not against the concept of capitalism. But a lot of very disingenuous lefties like Hassan pretend like Bioshock is just a scathing critique of capitalism because they're so brain rotted, they're so stupid that they actually think that the Ayn Randian super like hypothetical far right libertarian capitalism is the current system that we live under in today's society.
Oh, okay.
That's what happened. And they got mad about that. Agla Hair, thanks so much for being a free will seeker. Mega My Own for $2 says, it's Jinkies. They're gaslighting you, Sitch. Well, thank you. Jinkies. I knew it was Jinkies, not Jankies. Get the fuck out of here.
Jinkies.
It's
It is
Jinkies. Jinkies. Jean Campini, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, sad to see freaks attaching themselves to what should be a sympathetic issue. Had a teacher who has no pronouns. Didn't like even they or them. Gotta love San Francisco. That's pretty stupid. They had no pronouns. Wow. Okay. Walkington Camp for $5 says, A team now, A team tomorrow, A team forever, rain for 1,000 years. There you go. Elos the Aquanaut, thanks so much for being a free will seeker. I'm surprised he didn't jump on that one. Elos the Aquanaut, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months. Says, Adam was right, but also wrong. A team for life. Also give me my wrench back. Why did I take your wrench? I don't remember, but I feel like I shouldn't give it back to you.
Yeah, don't give it back.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, there you go.
Wait a second. Every A-teamer should have a wrench. So
no, did you hear that, Elos? Even though you declared your love for A-Team, Adam said I shouldn't give you your wrench back. So
right.
That's how much A-Team supports you.
A-Team already gave him his wrench back, though.
Right. Also in Bioshock, it turns out the working class hero leading the revolt was hired by someone to destroy the underwater city, and he went power mad himself. Well, no, wait. The working class hero is actually... He's not a working class hero. He's the gangster from the beginning. Right? It's been a while since I played the game.
Look at this. Everyone's A-Team now. That's a great idea.
They all want the wrench.
A-Team should all have wrenches.
There you go.
Look at that.
Girl Sarah, thanks so much for $5. Says, you guys are you guys streaming tomorrow for Halloween? No. Oh, no, we're not. Would you do it for a Yakubi snack?
For a Yakubi snack.
Would you do it for a Yakubi snack?
That's pretty hilarious.
That's pretty funny. I would almost do it for that funny super chat. Also, does your Streamlabs censor key phrases like Adam and apologize? You have to ask Adam. He said that.
Maybe. No, I haven't. No,
Did you really censor?
No, there's no keyword for apologize.
I bet you did. I'm gonna have to check this.
Really? I mean, here, I'll check.
Atlas is Fontaine, yeah. Atlas is Fontaine. RBGH fan, thanks so much for the $5. Says, dear Adam and Sitch, I tried to be left-handed, but found sitting on my right for a couple minutes was more enjoyable. Such a conditioning for the win. There you go. There you go. Yes, thank you, Huck Finn, for the book. That was the duck fighting book. Kana X122 for $20 says, I've read that book. Oh. Wow, Kana X read the duck book. Absolutely no advice on how to deal with a horse-sized duck in combat. 0-10 would throw a duck for distraction. Well, there you go. It turns out to be the title was fake news.
Sounds like a shit book.
I can't believe it. I will not apologize for saying Scooby-Doo sucks because Scooby-Doo sucks. That's a fact. Mega My Own for $5 says, long time listener, first time super chatter. Second time because you gave one earlier. But thank you. Says, thanks so much, Adam, for reading my first super chat anyway. S-Class is the best class.
I totally regret reading your super chat now. No, that's fine. We accept S-Class. S-Class is just a minor inconvenience in our day.
Yeah. Don St. Louis for $5 says, y'all heard of the Fourth Age on YouTube? No?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a YouTube channel.
Well, okay.
Come on, we talked about the Fourth Age before.
Did we?
That's the story channel, right?
I mean, I know what the Fourth Age is in, like, the Tolkien universe.
The Fourth Age.
Is it? Oh, you didn't know. You're just fucking lying.
No, I know this channel.
The YouTuber.
Yeah.
Anyway, they continue saying, where was I? Curious about Sitch Am's thoughts on his conservative ideals and ideas on comics storytelling. Steam is the best class. Steam or Stream. Well, anyway, I'll have to check it out. I haven't seen any of his stuff.
We could have him on the Fourth Age.
Well, I want to watch some of his stuff first.
I have different takes on a lot of the stuff he has. I mean, he has a far more conservative take than me, but
have you actually seen his content?
Yeah, I've listened to a bunch of his videos.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You sounded like you'd never heard of him before.
He's got women ruining entertainment here. That sounds like
well, that's true. I mean,
that's a solid video. The woke destruction of history, myth, and story. Propaganda versus story. That sounds interesting. He's got a big time philosophy bent too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Continuing. Where was I? The Dark Conservatarian for $20. Thank you so much. Says, sorry, it's been a while, you guys. Been super busy for the last year. Here's $20 for your hard work. Well, thank you. Also, who are the other three people in the Scooby-Doo art you're showing? So, Harker is Velma, Rena is Daphne, and CT is Scooby.
Yeah.
So there you go. CT, who drew the picture. Halloween starts in 30 minutes. Well, technically, Halloween starts in 48 minutes. Or 38 minutes, so.
Technically, Halloween starts in 3 hours.
Okay, no, you're on the shitty coast with your shitty time zones. Okay.
What do you mean?
I'm in the true time zone.
It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
The one true time zone.
It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
The truest of the true.
California has the best weather and the best time zone, obviously.
Fake. And not true.
Who wants
but you have to put up
on
with a bunch of crazy, woke, crazy people.
That it does suck. That part is not cool, but yeah, it's very sad.
There you go.
All right.
Anyways,
is that it? Really?
That's it.
Holy shit. Well, this was fun, man.
Yeah. Anyways,
we're talking to Not So Erudite on Tuesday.
Right.
And we're talking to Very Erudite on Thursday.
Wait.
Do you know what erudite means?
No, I don't.
Let's
what is
see.
it? You're looking it up. You don't even know what it means.
It's like snooty. Having or showing great knowledge or learning. Yeah. Okay, it's not snooty.
There you go. Rich Jammer for 50 PPP says, dumb, please. I spelt rain correctly. Wrench me, please.
Rich Jammer wants a wrench.
So
I mean, I already gave a wrench out to. To
Elis? I see that. You fucking piece of shit.
Why?
Why did we take it away? I don't even remember.
I don't know. I gave it back.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. A big no thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. God, we have one more thing to do. CT reminded me for 2 Canadian, we have to do the Pokemon. Adam. Wait, I don't see a Pokemon. I see no Pokemon, CT. Where? Oh, so you were below. Oh, so there you go, Adam. There's your Pokemon. Give us the Pokemon real quick, Adam.
What?
Look at your DMs and name the Pokemon.
Too high for the Pokemon.
You gotta name your Pokemon.
That's gonna take forever.
It'll take you like 2 seconds.
Look, I've been streaming for like 7 hours.
Stop whining.
Okay.
And then name it, and then we can get out of here.
Okay, let's see. Let's see here. What would be a good name for
Who's that Pokemon?
Who is this Pokemon? This Pokemon. Well, let's say Batface Pumpkin Britches. There you go. How'd I do?
That's pretty good. I like that. That's actually
Pumpkin Britches.
That's a great name.
Okay.
Batface Pumpkin Britches.
You got it, guys. Figure it out.
Pumpkin Riches. I wonder if that will bring up anything.
I bet it.
It does not. No.
You're like, come on.
That's a great name. That should be the actual name for the Pokemon. Andrew Haskin for $2 says S-Class. Oh. Boo.
S-Class is a subsidiary of A-Team.
There you go. What a terrible stream. I know someone who's not getting a wrench. Wow.
Andrew, reach out to me.
Wowzers. So anyway, if you want to guess that Pokemon, it's in the Discord. So someone immediately got it in the chat.
Hilarious.
It is, in fact, Pumpkaboo. Yes.
Look at that.
Pumpkaboo. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And a big not thank you to John Oliver. We'll see you all on Tuesday. Have a great happy Halloween. Stay spooky.
Bye-bye!
Oh, wait a minute. Is there another Streamlabs? There's another Streamlabs. You fucking lied to me, Zero Fucks. The fuck? You ruined the outro. I'm so mad at you. I'm so mad at you.
Okay.
I'm actually not mad at you.
I mean, we could just do it next time.
There isn't a... No, he's wrong. I read all the Streamlabs. I didn't miss any of them. It's crazy.
Well, you only
anyway, goodbye.
You only get one goodbye.
Oh, is that it? Are you saying Zero Fucks ruined bye-bye for the class? For the entire class?
Well, it's usually a clean outro, but it's not a big deal. I mean,
it's a big deal. Yeah, you should be sorry. You should be sorry.
It's only streaming.
You should be sorry. Oh, it's a big deal. It's a big fucking deal. I want you to think about what you did all Halloween, okay?
Yeah.
When you're shoving candy in your face, you're going...
Somebody sneaks up behind you and pantses your ass.
You're going to think, I deserve this.
Yeah, exactly.
I deserve to be pants in front of my crush.
Exactly.
And then just think, at least you don't have a micro penis like Hitler.
Right. If you turn around and it's Max Carson.
Well, that's a little different. You did one? I don't see the last Streamlab I see.
Oh, come on already.
Is Mrs. Boy. If that's what you're talking about, I read that one already. So Anyway, thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
Take care.